session of the 3 days International Summit on Dimensions of Cyber Warfare, Multilateral Legal Frameworks, Forensic and Strategic Countermeasures being organized by Uttar Pradesh State Institute of Forensic Sciences.
Now, I request our respected Director, Sir, Dr. G.K. Goswami, Mr. DIG, Sir, Rajiv Malhotra, Dr. Sandeep, Mr. Shailesh, Sir, Mr. Pawan Sharma, Dr. S.K. Jain, Shri Vinod, Sir, Shri Tarun Nagia, Shri Vishal Gautam, Sir, and Professor Amit Kapoor to come up on the stage for the commencement of this event with the traditional lighting of the lamp and invoking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the eternal symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. Thank you to all the eminent personalities. There could be no better start to this exciting event than the address of the founding director of UPSIFS. I request our respected director, Sir Dr. G.K. Goswami, who is a 1997 batch IPS officer, having served as the police chief in various districts, as joint director in CBI and with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. A Fulbright Fellow at College University, Sir has been honored 4 times with the Police Medal for Gallantry by the Honorable President of India. I request respected Sir to please come forward and deliver the opening remarks of the 3-day International Summit and set the tone of today's event. Sir, the stage is yours.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. आप सभी को बहुत बहुत नमस्कार. गुड मॉर्निंग. एज ए फाउंडिंग डायरेक्टर ऑफ दिस इंस्टीट्यूट, आई एम रियली डिलाइटेड टू सी दिस डे हैपनिंग, एंड इंडीड we have celebrated another very important event in the same hall, the first event of this institute in this very august auditorium, and many of you were witnessing that event. That was 26th November 2024, the 75th Constitution Day of India. And at that day also, our Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath ji was chief guest, and we all were blessed by his verdicts, various nuances of how cyber forensics and other science and technology can help in development and betterment of the humanity. So again, it is a very celebrating day for us. We all, as the family of UPSIFS, were waiting for your arrival to welcome you all. So on behalf of all the member of the family of UPSF, I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir and madam, the students, the other officers and everyone in this hall. Once again, we are grateful for your gracious presence. Respected dignitaries, participants from India and different part of world, esteemed faculty and other academicians, scholars and students, media representative attending offline and online this Gyan Ganga effort made by UPSIFS, I welcome you one and all from the core of my heart as the founding director and on behalf of the government of Uttar Pradesh and every member of this family of UPSIFS. We all are happy for celebrating the 3rd foundation day of this institute and the institutional baby which have proven its strength in short span and got blessing by you all. This institute is the government of Uttar Pradesh dream project, spread over 50 acres of land, was built in record 2-year period since the foundation stone was laid down by Honorable Home Minister of Government of India, Shri Amit Shah ji, on 1st August 2023. I am fortunate and grateful to the government of Uttar Pradesh for entrusting me this huge responsibility as the founding director of this prestigious institute. And I am really blessed that probably I am the first police officer who was entrusted this important assignment, and I am very proud with the help of my entire team, with the entire support of the leadership, that we could establish in a very record time of 2 years this institute, not only known in the country, but lot of new initiatives have been imitated by various corners of the world. Indeed, this may be the first institute which was inaugurated by our Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath ji on 16th August 2023, and including faculty and students, we all were invited at his official residence 5 Kalidas Marg, Lucknow, for celebration and blessings. And probably few of the students who were from BSc, now they are in 3rd year, and many faculty and all officers can never forget those about 3 hours time which we spent in the residence of Honorable CM. Probably this may be the only institute which was inaugurated by any CM from his own residence. And we were welcomed like any pampered child. We witness the love and affection showered by our Honorable Chief Minister. He gave a speech for about 46 minutes, which were telecasted, which were broadcasted across India. So this is a very, very unique institution. The sumptuous refreshment and love and care by Honorable CM during the inaugural session became never-ending memory to all of us. I have observed regularly the passion and care Honorable CM of UP expressed for this institute. Indeed, we have 3 schools in this institute: School of Forensic Science, School of Science and Technology, School of Legal Studies for graduation and post-graduation courses. We have introduced several innovations, including Law with Labs, which is a very, very unique combination where we actually give basic understanding of law to our science faculty, science stream students, like for forensic science and technology students. On the other hand, the brief of science is being taught to the law students. So this is a hybridization. This is the era of interconnections, interjections, which this institute has taken things forward. We are not only giving the educational teachings and all, but within a span of 2 years, less than 2 years, we are able to provide training regularly to army officers in digital field. And I am very proud to say that we won this, you can say, contract or whatsoever, despite army headquarters have several options to opt across the India. So despite we were only hardly at that point of time 1.5 years old, but they trusted us and we put no stone to unturned, but we did the best. And 40 candidates of army, we trained them for 3 months and they praise our training like anything. And for 3 years, their regular batches will come. Earlier it was planned to bring them for the second batch on the same day, but due to some administrative purposes, they will be joining maybe in the first week of September. Other than that, we are providing regular training to our police officers. We have trained more than 400 plus police officers as forensic expert. We have trained custom officers, RPF, and many more. We have vertical interaction course of around 25 senior IPS officers. About 15 days back, we concluded that training, and you will surprise their comments and observations what the IG rank, the DIG rank officers have placed on various cyber walls. And few of them I have shared on my LinkedIn profile, so you can visit that also. Now let me just introduce few important topics which can set the tone of this discussion, and that is very important, is the right to privacy. And we must feel very pride that India is the only country in the world till date which has declared right to privacy as fundamental right under Article 21 by our Honorable Supreme Court in K.S. Puttaswamy versus Union of India in 2017. This is a landmark judgment. But that time I was in CBI and as a student of law, I was surprised that how police will implement the privacy right as fundamental right. That was a legal question before all of us. But in the same year, almost a year later, in 2018 onwards, if you see the paradigm change, the GDPR was brought in, and lot of, I can cite how this privacy issue enter into the scientific domain particularly. Right to privacy is a big challenge for the technocrat. And unfortunately, I must say, because I interact a lot of people from the industry and others, that the science people are deficient in knowledge of law. And now if you see Article 25 of GDPR, which is very, very critical and important, and I want to bring to your attention to this Article 25, there are 2 appendages, and which we will discuss in the entire course of these 3 days. I want to that you should carry something new when you go to the field, and especially the police officers. You may be thinking that what for we are here, why our DGP and the government has sent you here for this training. You will think that this is the work or the job of the technocrat for cyber security. But, my dear colleague, the police officer particularly, it is your job going to come to your doorstep, to your police station, when lot of theft of data will be there. And now you have no choice but to learn. Earlier the conventional crime was dealt by our lower rank officers because they were being trained since ages. But this crime is a new crime. So as a leader of force, until unless as a leader we do not understand the nuances of these crimes, probably our lower staff may not be succeeding to provide the justice to the people. So right to privacy is going to be very important. As I mentioned about Article 25 of GDPR, there are two important things. One, the privacy of design and legality of design. These two things we will be discussing. I am not going to touch much. But if you see the Data Protection Act, it entered into the global arena in 1970 when Hessian Data Protection Act of 1970 was brought in Germany. Hesse is a small state, but they were the first, and then it came in a different manner. Now, probably earlier people were thinking that privacy right or violation of privacy right is more important for the service sector. But no, now it is going to enter into the product sector. You have to design right from the beginning. That is called ab initio implication of the legality in design of whatever you produce. If you are making a mobile phone, you have to design it which is legally tuned. And I think all the big shots sitting here, different companies are here. They are going to join very soon because it is early hours and we are committed to start everything at time. That's why we thought to begin. Now, we have to think how to provide the remedy. I will give you one anecdote before I conclude. Suppose you got some, you falls from somewhere, maybe from tree or some means downfall somewhere, you slip off your leg or whatever. You got some sprain in your hand. You go to doctor and doctor will ask you to have an X-ray. And X-ray says that your bone is broken. So doctor will advise you either for plastering or maybe some operation or whatsoever. But if it is a recurrent problem, then you want to have some preventive measures. So if at the moment, if you want to have the holistic solution, you have to divide this whole paradigm into three sectors. One is the preventive one, another is detective or you can say diagnostic one, and third is the curative one. And prevention is always better than cure. You remember our own days and the generation together that irrespective whether we suffer from any disease or not, but once we born, the different type of vaccination were being done. So prevention everybody has to take. And here for the young generation sitting here, they have ample scope for employment. Ample scope. There is no end. Don't go, and I always tell to my students that don't look that how you will get the job. Job should be behind you. And that is why we do not want any kind of placement cell here. We are producing the leaders, not the workers. I always say that we will not allow anybody to come and interview. We will give our student on our own choice. So that kind of quality education we are providing to you. You should feel proud that you are the member of this august institution. And this year you will surprise that for BTech course, our last general candidate cut point is 92.6%. I am very happy to announce that. And you can see that how much crowd we are getting. And this institute right from the day one, we are admitting students based on national test merits. So that is the best thing. So prevention, diagnostic and curative, we will be developing this narrative on these lines. And now at the end, there are 2-3 things which I just want to highlight and then I conclude that it is the era of digital diagnostics or digital audit. Now you have to make the legally compliant digital security architect. Legally compliant is first and then you have to go for any solution. Then following to it, there will be digital insurance because where there is any kind of risk, insurance will follow. So data insurance, digital insurance, are going to change the whole world. And last, the FAS, which we declared last time also, forensic as a service is going to change this universe. And India, if you remember, since beginning, because of our educational institutions like IITs and many more, we have transcended into the global arena. And here, the FAS, which I told you, FAS is nothing like you go for transport, you go for any product, you can go and just by clicking, you get the product or service at your doorstep. Likewise, forensic service is going to be as a service. Forensic as a service is going to change the globe, and you, the students, you, the faculty, will transform the entire world. With this, I once again congratulate you all to be part and parcel of this August gathering. And after 3 days, I am sure that every one of us will have some augmented value of knowledge and sharing value of what experience we have all through. Again, thank you very much from core of my heart, from all my team, every student, every faculty, and every member of this UPSF family. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful opening remarks. We are grateful for your inspiring words, which have served as a source of guidance and enthusiasm to successfully conduct this 3-day international summit.
We now begin the first day of the summit with an informative talk by our keynote speaker, Professor Amit Kapoor. Sir is an honorary chairman at the Institute for Competitiveness, a visiting scholar at Stanford University, the President of India Council on Competitiveness, and the Editor-in-Chief of Thinkers. As an affiliate faculty member at the Institute of Strategy and Competitiveness at the Harvard Business School, Sir teaches courses on microeconomics, of market rivalry and value-based healthcare. Sir is a recipient of the Ruth Green Memorial Award, awarded by the North American Case Research Association. He has also worked with Niti Aayog, the Indian Prime Minister's think tank, and is a columnist with several worldwide newspapers. Today, he will be talking on competitiveness, cyber warfare, and implications for economic development. Sir, it is a big honor to welcome you at UPSIFS. Let us all welcome him with a huge round of applause. I now request our additional director, Shri Rajiv Malhotra, sir, to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker. Oh, PPT के लिए provide कर दो सर को. रुक जाओ. Huge round of applause, please.
Good morning, all of you. It's absolutely a privilege to be here, and thanks to Dr. Goswami for getting me into this. It's a fairly difficult topic to talk about, especially in front of people who I believe are the custodians of the legal order within the country. So there are tons of IPS officers sitting here who actually drive and really understand how to really understand the legal landscape. So it does become difficult, but I would try to bring in some aspects in terms of understanding. I think this clicker is not working. I'm sorry for this. Yeah, so I will be talking about cyber warfare and implications for economic development. We have been talking about, or we do talk about a lot of things in terms of seeing as to what are the legal implications. It becomes important for us as an economy to understand as to what is the economic implication for what we are really talking about here. I will also divulge or move into a very interesting topic which some of us will not like, but I will still want to talk about it towards the end, and you'll see what I'm saying. But if you really look at this whole idea of, do you want me to come closer there to make sure it works? I'll go to that side. Yeah, I think I find it very annoying. Yeah. So if you really look at the whole idea of global cybersecurity outlook, we are in for very tough times. And when I talk about the tough times, it becomes that what is happening at the global level. When we talk about the global level, these are some of the things which are going to be very, very important for us to understand and tackle with. What are those points? Like, one is, of course, the geopolitical uncertainty. Of course, we have some very interesting things happening in the world. We have a moron who's the president of the United States, so I'm saying it from a global podium. But then we have somebody like Donald Trump who creates a havoc within the system. And it has huge security and economic implications. And how do we really tackle that? The second thing is, when you talk about global uncertainty. So when you talk about global uncertainty, the other set of things as well, the global headwinds, the kind of wars that are happening across the world, and the wars and the very art of warfare seems to have actually changed over a period of time, especially given the kind of wars that we are really talking about between Hamas and the Israel, to other set of things. When you talk about the next thing, the opaque supply chains, why should we even talk about supply chains? Whether it is going to have an implication on the goods which are going to get distributed across the world. What can be the implications for it? What happens to the electronic goods over a period of time? The emerging technology risks, the regulatory pressures that we are really talking about.
That is off. That pointer is off.
Yeah. So then the question is going to be about the skill gap. This is one of the most important things that we really need to understand. The biggest challenge in the world is going to be about skill gaps. At least, if you really look at the numbers today, there seems to be a shortfall of at least 15 million cybersecurity people within the country itself. We have been training the police officers, but I think what is required is a different talent workforce which is required for it. We can't be burdening our existing forces. In fact, I was just trying to understand the number of people who exist here from the police force point of view. So there was this very interesting gentleman who got me here, Dilip. So Dilip was telling me that there are close to about 250 to 300,000 constables in the state of UP, which has about 24-25 crore people. So what do they do? Like, they have to be trained. They have to do and look at so many things. So there is a severe implication in terms of the understaffing that exists. I'm also of the view that the biggest challenge that India faces is the implementation deficit. And why does that implementation deficit happen across the board? It happens because government is understaffed. A lot of people have made us believe that government is overstaffed, and I totally disagree with that argument. The challenge in the country is that the government is understaffed. We need to find ways to staff the government far bigger and far better over a period of time. If we don't do it, we are going to be relegating a lot of things to enterprises, and security especially cannot get relegated to enterprises. So we need to take it as a thing from a governmental point of view, and from a security point of view, and from a competitiveness viewpoint. If you talk about the global cybersecurity outlook, what are the kind of things, how confident are you that your country in which your organization is based is well prepared for managing the risks? And this is what the whole situation is. So if you really look at it, we are in Asia, and what does Asia tell us about? So Asia is giving us a certain set of understanding that we are not very confident or neutral. So there are going to be challenges across the board. Which is the following cyber risks that you're more concerned about? This is what the CEOs and the Chief Strategy Information Officers have actually said. So it's about operations, it's about things like cyber espionage, etc. So you can look at these slides as we go along, but what we really need to understand here is that the risks are high and we need to manage. And this is an enterprise level situation. Somebody has to help me with the slides, please. Next slide. And previous one. If you really look at the India on the global cybersecurity radar, this is again a very important implication. We need to understand that the India ranks #1 globally in exposure to misinformation or disinformation. And this is going to be the biggest challenge in terms of the warfares that we are really talking about. I will go on to this in further as well. But what this really tells me is that India as a democracy is at a severe receiving end. And if we don't set it right, we are going to have implications for the future. So when you talk about these cyber threats, it's not only external, it is also about internal threats, and in terms of how we actually do our conversations about politics, about democracy, etc. And we need to be very, very careful about it. The next one, if you really look at, we are trying to, understand the India on the global cybersecurity radar. And these are some of the numbers which I thought I should share with you. India ranks second globally in global theft incidents, which is a very high number, and that means there is a huge task at hand in terms of managing this crisis. Indian educational research institutions are facing a lot of issues in terms of attacks. There are an average of about 8,487 cyber attacks per week, nearly double of the global average. That means we are sitting in a very sensitive area, and India is becoming a pet, hit point as we go along. And then, of course, the credential thefts are also spiking at a rate of about 160% over a period of time. There are some other things that we should really talk about. India witnessed 369 million malware detections across 8.4 million endpoints. Of course, there are some positives. Incident to detection ratio has improved from 1 out of every 38,000 to 1 to about 40,000. So these are some of the aspects which are positive that we are really looking at. Cyber and cognitive warfare as a strategic asset. So this becomes an important implication in terms of from a competitiveness and economic development point of view as well, and as to how security will have an implication. So in the age of AI, as I really look at it, the hybrid conflict, cyber and cognitive warfare is no longer a social issue. It is going to be an issue which is going to be about national competitiveness and economic development. And why do I say national competitiveness and economic development? Like, why should we bring economics to this very part of it? You know, like for every single incident, you might say that there is a cyber attack or there is a information leakage that happens. You can talk about a cost which is close to about 3 million for a cyber attack, but the direct, indirect, and the induced impact of the breach is far higher than what we can really think of. A very simple thing. There was a very unfortunate air accident in Ahmedabad recently. And in that air accident, the kind of information or misinformation that was actually happening had huge implications for a corporate enterprise. I'm not taking the side of Air India out here at all, because from my point of view, Air India is one of the most atrocious airlines, so placing it on record. And possibly Tatas are one of the most exploitative companies as well. But still, I'm making a very important point here. Cyber warfare is about systems, information warfare is about information flow, and this becomes very, very important. And third is going to be about cognitive warfare. The bigger implication for us as a country is going to be about cognitive warfare. And why do we have to talk about cognitive warfare? Because it is about how people think. Today we are sitting at a point in time when the implications in terms of how we are thinking is becoming very, very huge. We are becoming a situation or getting into a situation. We all talk about the government, but we do not talk about corporate enterprises here. The biggest threat in India does not come from a breach of Aadhaar data. It comes from what WhatsApp does to you or what Facebook does to you. That is about cognitive warfare. How do I stop misinformation that happens here? In fact, we were doing this study on the Kumbh. In fact, I had the privilege of spending close to about 4 weeks at the Kumbh. And we were trying to look at situations. What had happened, there was an unfortunate incident in terms of the stampede as well, but the kind of misinformation that started percolating around that incident was huge. Some of it right, some of it wrong, some of it hidden, some of it masked, etc. But those are separate set of issues. And you all know what I'm talking about here. So when you talk about these set of situations, the question is going to be, how will people start thinking and reacting over a period of time? So as I said, our threat is more internal than anything else. And of course, cyber and cognitive warfare, the strategic domains of competition. In the modern era, And cyberspace and the human mind have emerged as a critical battleground. And why the human mind? Because this is what we are going to manipulate. He is going to define what the future looks like for the country. There is this, and we also need to remember, when we get into a cognitive warfare, there is a very important implication. That is that individual rationality will lead to collective irrationality. We might think that individually we are rational, we are making a right set of choices, but collectively we are going to be very, very irrational. And as a society, we need to be very careful with that. Cyber warfare encompassing attacks of computer networks. Many experts even refer to cyber attack as the fifth domain of warfare. And possibly there are other things that are happening. But then this is the most important implication which I wanted to get to about cognitive warfare. Activities to affect attitudes and behavior. What are those activities that are being driven to affect attitudes and behavior? What kind of information are we really sharing right now? Incidentally, if you really look at across the world, I would like to share some of the examples here in terms of what kind of information is being shared. So, when you talk about some of the things or the narratives that have actually happened, so the Spamouflage AI ops, Chinese state-backed network impersonating users to spread divisive information. This happens in India as well. Emotion-engineered narratives. We see it all the time that are happening. This whole narrative in terms of saying as to there is a difference. And UP can become a very interesting hotbed of this kind of thing. There are about Latin America influence ops, the India-Pakistan conflict. This was a very interesting point in time when cognitive warfare was something that I saw for the first time and in action. Like there were these news items, and there is this pet boy of the news media, Arnab Goswami. He in fact had made sure that we have conquered one of the ports in Pakistan on the first night itself. That was misinformation. That is cognitive warfare of a different level. In fact, we had made sure that Shahbaz Sharif was actually somewhere in the bunker as well, according to some news items. When we are talking about this, I think the emotions will run high. It can actually create a lot of damage to various sets of things in the future. So I'm not saying that this should not happen or whatever, but we need to see a way or find a way that people are aware that this is just not correct. Then if you talk about the other set of things, these are some of the other examples. Israel-Iran cyber escalation, Norwegian dam sabotage, we keep on hearing. In India, we also saw something that happened in Bombay, because there was this breach of the electricity grid that did happen. But what is this whole comparative point of view here? Cyber and cognitive warfare in the 21st century is about the doctrinal evolution that needs to be actually taken care of. So NATO, Spain and other states have formally integrated the cognitive domain into operational doctrine, elevating it alongside land, sea, space and cyber. So is India looking at it? What India can learn from the global thing? But what at the end of the thing is that we need to talk about integrated battle spaces. And when you talk about integrated battle space, conflicts now unfold across interconnected physical and digital and cognitive fronts. My issue here is that everything else can be taken care of. What happens at the cognitive front is going to be the bigger thing. This is the cognitive bias. This is an important thing, and this becomes important for us, for our kids, and for our future generation. All of you officers who are sitting here, quite of all of you are young and you have young children. My first point, there are people from Cisco, etc., from telecom companies as well out here as well. But my first call, if we want to fight this battle and if we have to win, please make sure kids under the age of 13 don't have mobile phones. Stop access to this useless, pathetic, sickening, awful device if we want our future generation to be intelligent and thinking. So how do we do that? Can we create a legal situation? Today in China, there are the softwares which are blocking usage of phones for more than an hour. Australia has already said that kids who are under the age of 13 or 16 cannot actually use the mobile phones. Can we not do that? We need to do that very, very critically. Because when you talk about it, what happens is about human cognition. So when you talk about cognitive shortcuts, what kind of cognitive shortcuts can actually get created? The attention hijack. This is the biggest thing, the attention hijack. We are all getting subsumed into what you call as the WhatsApp university. To the left, to the right, whether that information is right, whether that information is wrong, and you are bang in the middle of it. I'm sure you see it all the time in terms of the religious information that can actually get percolated down, rightly or wrongfully so. And how do we really look at it? But this is also important to understand that literacy is not equal to immunity. Quite a lot of times, it's the literate people who are also falling entrapped into this. In fact, as I talk about my family, my father, my father-in-law, they get information on WhatsApp and they fall prey to it. In fact, I just was surprised that there was a police officer or possibly a judge who got into a digital arrest in this country as well. So people educated who are within the sphere, have to be taken care of. But cognitive warfare amplified, MIT research on human platform weakness or AI dependency. Please remember, people are going to become dumb over a period of time. Why do I say that? That's a very strong statement. The more and more we actually focus on artificial intelligence as a tool, so we use Google AI, Perplexity, etc., it is going to make all of us dumb. We are already into a situation wherein we have possibly reached peak IQ. If we have reached an era wherein we have reached peak IQ, and that means we are going to have a cognitive decline, or we might actually just leave our thinking, our critical thinking to something else. So if that is going to happen, what is it that we need to do? So that is where I said, remove the phones, but for the future generation, there are students here. Like my biggest urge to you guys is, as students of, say, cyber warfare, cognitive decline, etc., or about competitiveness, shun your things like AI. Read. Just use it as a slave. Don't become enslaved to it. There are news reports already wherein people are showing, there's a beautiful New York Times article that appeared about last week, wherein a person actually started thinking that he's the smartest person on the planet. And he felt that he has made some startling discoveries, and AI was actually pushing him into that direction. So you would see that AI will actually push people into directions which could be extreme thinking. And we are already seeing, so what is you call as brainwashing, etc., might actually happen from there itself. So surveillance capitalism is another thing that we have to talk about. And this has an implication for surveillance in terms of like how capitalism is going to change. Enterprises are enslaving us to their data sets. And when they're enslaving us to their data sets, that means we are deciding, we are buying what they want us to sell. Amazon does it all the time. If you actually use an Echo at your home, which is Amazon Echo, it listens to you all the time. Facebook knows what you're talking about and possibly can give you advertisements based on that. We need to stop that surveillance capitalism. We talk about laws here. The question here is, what is the strengthening of our privacy? Even if privacy is a right, this is what Dr. Goswami was saying, that privacy is a right, but is that right getting infringed or not? It supremely is. Without a doubt. Today, I'm actually more at mercy of the private sector than anything else. They have more information about me than anybody else can imagine. Like the whole debate that happens is, in our country, we typically get embroiled into the idea that the government is actually surveilling us. Government does, but there are security reasons for it or whatever, so I will actually accept a few points here. But it is the private sector which has higher surveillance on us, and they have a better control on our attitudes. How do we set that right is an important thing. How to balance innovation, regulation, human rights, and cyber risk conundrum is an important aspect that we need to look at. I'll not take more time. I've got a thread which says 3 minutes left. So it's about cyber regulation conundrum is in terms of regulation and security, human right and trust, innovation and agility. But the most important point being the trust issue. So when I talk about the trust issue, there's one thing that I would like to say, that India has to be a trust society. And when I talk about a trust society, if trust depletes, competitiveness depletes. If trust depletes, economic investments stop happening. Let me give you an example. People lost trust in the ability of Bengal to do business, and people started moving away from there. There is more depletion of enterprises there. So if you're able to create a high trust society wherein we are able to protect rights, we are able to protect information, investments will happen. But what I wanted to say here is that there are those 4 pillars of competitiveness, and on those pillars of competitiveness, what we do see is that how we can affect, or how that whole issue can get affected because of crime, cyber information, and misinformation. I'll leave the slides for you. But at the end of the day, this is the value chain of India's cybersecurity as I see it, in terms of like what the government is doing and what especially are the things that are happening in UP. But there's also a very important aspect which I feel very scared about. And that is that if we start using this information, when we start talking about cyber warfare, if we start surveilling people, the police can also anticipate, and this is what we have to be worried about, that who is possibly going to create a crime, and you might arrest him. Is that the right thing to do? There's a very beautiful movie that actually happened where Tom Cruise is there, and Tom Cruise is expected to make a crime or do a crime and he gets arrested. It's a movie called Minority Report. Are we moving into that dystopian era? We cannot allow us to go to that dystopian era and move things right. But at the end of the day, what I really want to say is that if we want to fight this battle, education is going to be one of the most important facts. Educating right is going to be the most important thing that we need to do. Train our people right. But when you talk about in a country like India, where just about 11% of the people are in the skill level 3 and 4, which is graduates and postgraduates, 89% is below that, our task is very, very difficult and very, very big. And more so accentuated in a place like UP, wherein education needs to be set right. In fact, in a state wherein we talk about cyber warfare, the incidents of cheating in universities are the highest. Sorry for bringing it out here. I have a domestic help who has become a graduate without appearing for an exam because somebody was impersonating that person in UP. Why does that actually happen? But that's a question for you and food for thought. But if we need to set it right, we need to start a journey today so that we are able to fight the battles of the future. And they are going to be very important for our country's success and country's economic development as we go along. Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for those insightful words. The session is now open for queries, if any. Thank you. I now request respected Director, Sir, Dr. G.K. Goswami, to present a memento to our esteemed speaker as a token of gratitude.
Our next speaker is Dr. S.K. Jain, the Director cum Chief Forensic Scientist at the Directorate of Forensic Science Services, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi. Sir has worked intensively on government initiatives to strengthen the forensic science ecosystem in India. His work has shaped the scientific backbone of our criminal justice system. Sir, it is our honor to introduce you a true leader whose contributions have significantly advanced the field of forensic science and our understanding of crime scene evidence collection and management. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Now I request our Deputy Director, Mr. Chiranjeev Mukherjee, sir, to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker. The stage is now yours, sir.
Good morning. Respected Dr. G.K. Goswami ji, IPS Additional DG and Founding Director of UPSIFS, distinguished delegates, eminent faculty, invited guests, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to be here with you today, and I am thankful to the Director of UPSISF, Dr. J.K. Goswami ji, for inviting me to share my views in this important forum, where all the four pillars of criminal justice delivery system are meeting together, from police, from judiciary, from forensics, from medical legals, and from court. My topic of presentation is the government initiatives to strengthen forensic science ecosystem in India. As you know, the intersection of science and law has grown significantly, and people in court are relying more and more on scientific method of investigation to determine the truth. The old method of investigation based on the oral evidence are not proving so effective. As a result, large number of the cases related to dacoity, murder, robberies, rape, huge financial embezzlement, drugs, explosives, firearms, poisoning, and to acquittal. Acquittal makes the ordinary criminals bold, and dangerous criminal to go scot-free, and this is ultimately the wastage of the government money and erosion of the faith of the public in the system itself. So therefore, an effective criminal justice delivery system would prove to be a major deterrent for the potential criminals, and consequently to restore the humanity at large to have faith in system and the country itself. If you see why the oral evidence is not coming so forward, because due to fear, due to intimidations. So we have to believe more and more on the scientific method of investigation. If you see the conviction rate in our country is only 64%, whereas in other country it is more than 90%. If you see in the US it is 93 and in UK 84. But in the cases of CBI and NIA, which are handled by these agencies, in the CBI cases, this conviction rate is more than 74%, and in NIA cases, it is more than 90%. The reason for that is the use of the forensic science or use of scientific evidence in investigation. So, keeping this in mind, the government of India has also enacted 3 landmark legislations. You may be aware of this. BNSS, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, BNSS, Bharatiya Nyaya Suraksha Sanhita, and Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, after replacing the IPC, CRPC, and Indian Evidence Act. The main aim of these laws is to modernize the Indian justice system, making it more efficient, transparent, and victim-centric. The key objective behind the framing these new laws includes the reducing the procedural delays, integrating the advanced technologies such as digital evidence, EFIR, strengthening the forensic practices, and ensuring the fairness and transparency in the delivery of justice. By prioritizing the rights of the victim and emphasizing the evidence-based investigation. The main emphasis is on scientific investigation. And the forensic science has the twin laws here. One at the scene of the crime, another in the lab. Now, under these laws, it is very clear that each and every evidence will be collected by the scene of the crime. It will be pegged at the scene of the crime, and it will be properly barcoded at the scene of the crime, and the witnesses of the will be recorded through a recording device, and all evidences will also be recorded, and it will be go on the cloud. The same times, and barcoding will also be there. There should be the name of IOs, FIR number, date and time, as well as longitude and latitude, whether this particular crime has happened at this place or not. So that proper chain of custody can be maintained. And secondly, after collection of that evidence and forwarding to the laboratory, it will be analyzed by the forensic experts. So forensic science had two twin functions: one at the scene of the crime, and secondly in the examination of the evidence in the forensic labs, and interpretation of result, and ultimately the tendering of evidence in the court of law. So forensic science, there is a lot of demand nowadays. I will discuss in the later on slides. A lot of demand of the forensic scientists in our country. Still, more than 50% posts are vacant in our FSLs and CFSLs also. So we need more trained manpower to implement these laws properly, as well as to do the analysis in timely manner, because a lot of cases are pending in the labs and some new cases are also coming. And one important change which has been made in this law in Bharatiya Nyaya Suraksha Sanhita, this article 176 subsection 3, it clearly mandates the forensic experts should go on the scene of the crime, and where the punishment is 7 years or more. Each and every evidence will be collected by the forensic experts. This is mandatory, where the punishment is 7 years or more, and all recordings should be done through the mobile phone or any electronic devices which can be forwarded on the server, and all the evidence should be properly marked, properly packed, and properly sealed. So now the forensic science has become a central pillar rather than a supporting pillar in the investigation. It is central pillar for investigation. Earlier it was only supporting pillar. Now it is a central pillar for justice delivery system. So lot of demand of forensic experts in labs as well as in Thana level. There is a need of training of the police officers also continuously, and lot of training for forensic experts also. And if you see the forensic setup in the country, we have at present the 7 central forensic science laboratories, 32 state forensic science laboratories, and 106 regional forensic science laboratories, and 605 mobile forensic units. But still these are less. If you see in the other country, I will show you the data of the other country. In US, you see, the population is only 33 crores and forensic labs are 480. In UK, their population is 6.7 crore and forensic lab is 30. And Canada, there is 3.9 crore and forensic lab 8. And in India, we have the 144 crore and we have only 145 forensic science laboratories. This is very less. And Government of India has taken some initiatives, and as I told, under DFSS we have 7 central forensic laboratories in Chandigarh, Calcutta, Hyderabad, Pune, Bhopal, Guwahati and Delhi, and Jammu, it is coming soon, and 7 new CFSLs has also been approved by the Government of India. One in Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Kerala. The 7 new CFSLs are also coming very soon, and Government of India has sanctioned the money. If you see the structure in the forensic labs, each labs are controlled by the director, and you see here, we have these conventional divisions: forensic biology, ballistics, explosive, document, forensic physics, forensic toxicology, and forensic chemistry. These are the conventional divisions, and these are the new divisions we have also established in all 7 labs. The narcotics, forensic psychology, forensic intelligence, and forensic engineering, and forensic electronics. It's consisting of digital forensics, audio video forensics, mobile forensics, image processing, and CCTV footage analysis, and DNA profiling. So these are 6 new upcoming divisions, and we have established in our CFSLs, and slowly the state laboratories are also developing these divisions. And indigenously, we have also acquired some new technologies in the DNA analysis, computer forensics, audio video authentication, because today we are in the digital world. Now in the digital technology, it is very easy to manipulate the audio and video content. If I say, Dr. Samir, you take this pen, one is the audio part, another is the video part. And in this technology, it is possible that audio and video can be dubbed separately. I can keep the same video and audio can be changed. I can tell, Dr. Samir can tell Dr. Jain to take this pen. So after changing the audio content, the entire meaning has changed. Whether I am giving the pen to Samir or Samir is given to me. Then how to authenticate it? And we have the facility for audio video authentication, because today we are in the digital world and this is the need. And how to authenticate the recordings? It is possible to manipulate the recordings, and authentication, we have the facility, and we have examined so many cases. And we have the facility for speaker identification. If somebody is disguising the speech, changing the language, changing the text, still we can identify. If, for example, if somebody is on giving the threat, you give me this much money, I kill your son, the same message he can convey in Hindi. मुझे इतने पैसे दो नहीं मैं तुम्हारे बच्चे को मार दूंगा. या एयरपोर्ट पे बम रखा है, the bomb is planted at airport, and he can also use some disguise. He can disguise the speech also. Then how to identify the person? We develop the technology indigenously and database also. If he is disguising, he is changing the language, changing the text, we can identify. And we have solved so many cases. The Parliament attack case, Himachal CM speech, Amar Singh Shanti Bhushan case, and so many cases. And we have developed the facility for shooter identification, whether he has actually fired the gun or not, or it has somebody has planted the weapon in his hand. We can distinguish whether it is the murder, suicide, or accident, or it is in self-defense. Automatic firearms identification facilities we have developed and databases, facial recognition and CCTV footage, bulletproof material testings which is used in forces. We are testing the bulletproof materials, and we have the facility for skull superimpositions. In Nethari case, so many cases we have handled and identify on the basis of the skulls, and drone analysis, and so many cases we have examined, and damaged media analysis. If the mobile is damaged, still we can extract the data from the damaged mobile. So if you see the gap analysis we have conducted, as I told, more than 50% vacancies. There is a need of trained and skilled manpower in the forensic labs as well as in the Thana level. But education, if you talk about the forensic education, no doubt the UPSIFS is giving very advanced level of knowledge, but still there is a need of uniformity in the syllabus. And there are so many universities are teaching MSc and BSc forensic science, but syllabus is not uniform. There is a need of uniformity in the syllabus, and syllabus should be according to the user requirement. Though DFS is apex body, but there is a need of some council or some FRDA like Forensic Regulatory and Development Authority, which can regulate the universities as well as the forensic labs or private labs also, and MHA is working on it. And states, there is a budgetary constraints, limited state allocations for recurring costs, limited financial powers of the directors, and use of the non-standards procedures bearing the quality and methodology among the states. Though we have developed SOPs, standard operating procedures for various divisions, but still there is a need of close monitoring. Those should be followed thoroughly. And these are some initiatives we have taken in the DFS level. We have given the funds to the state under Nirbhaya for strengthening of DNA and cyber forensics and narcotics. And we have also given the funds under SMFC on our recommendation. We have given the funds to states for procurement of mobile vehicles and machinery and equipments. About the project, the budget is around 2,000 crores. And I will show you in the next slides. And different states we have given the budget. And we have also conducted the test in collaboration with NFSU, National Institute, National Forensic Science University, for FACT and FACT Plus, Forensic Aptitude and Calibration Test. We are conducting this test every year, and you will be surprised. Out of 1,200 students which we have passed, 50% have already been taken by the forensic labs. And similarly, we have developed some kits, sexual assault evidence collection kit, and we have also prepared the standard list of the equipments. And we have prepared the guidelines for IOs and medical legal officers and issued the advisory to the states for examination of the cases in timely manner, and conducted the training programs for various forensic universities as well as forensic science laboratories as well as judiciaries and police officers. And also we have assisted the different labs for modification of their RRs. And you will surprise, you can see this. All these except 5-6 FSLs, all are under Home Department. So this is the NHRC guidelines. All FSL should be under Home Department. And this MSc Forensic Science has included in these laboratories except 5 or 6. And ICJS, Inter-Criminal Justice System, Interoperable Criminal Justice System, where all the 5 pillars of criminal justice delivery system are connected: police, prosecution, forensics, court and prison. All are connected with this. And Government of India has also sanctioned 1,500 crores for proper implementation of this schemes. And this ICJS has been implemented in mostly all the laboratories, and we are also updating it in ICJS version 2, so that all the reports can go online and investigating agencies can download it. Sometimes it has happened that reports are not collected from the labs and case is going in the court. So it will give on real-time basis the forensic report, and it will be available to the police as well as the court. And in cases of sexual assault and as well as the narcotics cases, we are doing it within a report and within 3 months. We have also developed the state-of-the-art DNA lab, and we have also developed the National Cyber Forensic Lab at Hyderabad, and we are developing 6 more NCFLs in Chandigarh, Calcutta, Pune, Bhopal, Guwahati and Delhi. And we are also doing the research and development programs with different IITs and SNTs. And these we have already told you. And under Nirbhaya, this is the plan. 250 crores we have sanctioned, and 186 we have also released to different states. Already 30 states have already been covered in this. And this is the allocation under MND, SMFC for different states, 24 states. We have sanctioned 215 crores. And this is for mobile vehicle, 535 we have sanctioned. And 344 crores. Still UP has not taken the vehicles, and you can send the demand to us. We can sanction the 75 vehicles for the UP also. We have the money for that. So that's purchased from your own budget, but the Government of India is also ready to give the budget for mobile forensic van. And this is the scheme, and where the 9 campus or NFSU and 7 of CFSLs have been sanctioned. And this is umbrella scheme we are also doing. At 200 crores we are developing the National Data Center for Forensic Indices. And all the forensic evidence will be kept there for DNA, for facial, for signature, for fingerprint, for firearms, for narcotics. So that can be used for forensic intelligence purpose. And NCFL we have also remaining money for DNA and cybers. So ultimately the expected outcome is we are developing 7 CFSLs also, 9 NFSU campus, and expansion of existing CFSLs, upgradation of DNA and cyber forensics lab facilities in SFSLs, and modernization of SFSLs under SMFC schemes, and creation of trained manpower. These are our aims, and I think it can enhance the capacity building as well as to provide the report in the court in timely manner, reduce the delay also, submission of the report, and it will give definitely it will increase the conviction rate. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We extend our heartfelt thanks to Sir for an enlightening and thought-provoking whereas informative session on forensic science. We are now open to questions, if any. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, to present a memento to S.K. Jain, sir, as a token of gratitude. Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Mr. Abhishek Singh. Sir is a 1995 batch IAS officer with diverse experience of administration, managing law and order, and implementing development programs. Sir is presently posted as the Director General, National Informatics Center, with additional charge of Additional Secretary, MATI, with responsibilities of Artificial Intelligence, Emerging Technologies, and Digital India Bhashini Division. Sir also has the additional charge of CEO of India AI Mission. In the past, Sir has served as the CEO of Karma Yogi Bharat and CEO MyGov. Sir has also been the director in the Food Corporation of India. He has completed his technical education from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, and further did a master's in public administration from Harvard Kennedy School of Government as a Mason Fellow. Sir has been working in close coordination with international and multilateral agencies like DFID, UNICEF, and WHO for Child's Environment Project and Pulse Polio Eradication Program. It is our great honor to welcome you, sir. I request Shri Atul Yadav. Okay. I request our Deputy Director, Chiranjeev Mukherjee, to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker. A huge round of applause, please. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and it's indeed an honor and privilege to be speaking at this audience. And we just heard about how important cybersecurity is, what are the risks of using technology, what are the benefits. Of course, far outweigh the risks as far as what I believe, but it's very, very important to know the risks, especially working in the digital space, and what all we can do to outweigh those risks. And one of the technologies about which I will be speaking today is with regard to artificial intelligence, the implications of artificial intelligence for national security, for cyber security, and what all we need to be aware while we are using this technology in our everyday life. I am sure there will be many here who would have already, even this morning, would have used one AI tool or the other. But when we are using this, either for our personal work or for our professional work, we do need to be very, very careful with regard to what all it can result in, what are the risks which are there, and in what ways we can gainfully utilize this technology. So when we talk of artificial intelligence, in fact, most of you would be aware of, but AI is what? AI is a technology which is able to help you do things that humans do routinely. And any work which requires human intelligence, can it automate it? Can, if something that you are doing repeatedly, is there a pattern to doing that? Then AI is the most suitable for using it by using machines, by using this. And today we are coming to a stage where this technology has evolved greatly. This technology is not something new. Of course, we have become more aware of it since the ChatGPT moment of November 22. But this technology has existed since 1956, when this term was first coined. And over a period of time, it has greatly evolved. So AI, which are the ways in which we can understand about it, trying to demystifying it, trying to make it simpler to understand, comprehend, that AI is one which can sense. Like technology with which you can understand, with which you can talk various languages. You might have heard about a project called Bhashini, which Government of India has implemented, which allows us to do seamless speech-to-speech, speech-to-text, text-to-text translations. So that if any individual in India is traveling to, say, a region wherein I don't know the language, suppose I am going to Tamil Nadu, can I translate seamlessly? So this kind of technologies exist today, and it's possible to enable voice-enabled services in any language, irrespective of whether the other person with whom I am communicating understands that language or not. Audio, speech, machine vision, which are very familiar, all of you, I am sure many of you would have used Digi-Yatra, which kind of does a image recognition. It compares your image, live image, with the image on your ID card, which is something similar which a CISF person at the airport normally does. When he allows you entry at the airport, what does he do? He looks at your ID card, he looks at your face, does a mental matching of your face with the ID, and then looks at the name on your ticket or the boarding pass, compares the name with the name on the ID, and then allows you entry in the airport. So this entire mechanical operation is automated in an application like Digi-Yatra, and it's a very simple, one of the simplest use cases of artificial intelligence. And again, when we do navigation, when we talk of driverless cars, is all AI that can sense. Then there is another level of AI which has come in, AI that can think, like wherein it can generate output, wherein it can give you answers, it can give you responses to queries. And most of the Gen AI tools that we are using today, whether it's ChatGPT or whether it's Grok or Gemini or Perplexity, they are helping you do that, wherein it can think and give you an outcome. The reasoning models, as we call up, beyond the large language models. And then there are AI that can act, wherein it can go and do things for us, like large action models that are being called off, wherein like if you say that, okay, I have a particular budget and I want to go for a holiday in this region, then it can go and based on your limitations that you put, it can actually go and book your tickets, book your hotel, do your check-in, so it can actually act. So that's the way in which AI has been evolving over a period of time. It's also being used for robotic process automation, like the robotics which has come in. We might have seen like how Optimus and other robots are being developed, wherein it can go and act on your behalf. It can do something. It can clean your house. It can drive your car. So those are the things in which AI has been evolving over a period of time in the last several years. So broadly speaking, the AI evolution, if you look at the time frame, it began with artificial intelligence, wherein it could do basic things based on pattern recognition. Then based on that, the whole thing came out, machine learning, how we can train machines to perform things based on the experience or based on what you have trained it to do. Then it led to the machine learning, advanced machine learning led to deep learning, wherein the neural networks, the advanced neural networks that were built, it led to higher level of analysis from the data that was given, so that it was able to do much more than traditional AI systems. Then of course today we are in the age of generative AI, wherein you can create outcomes, you can create text outcomes, you can create images, you can create videos, so with which what is commonly known as Gen AI, the usual ChatGPT or Claude or Mistral or Llama or Meta's Llama or Gemini that we are so used to using it. So based on this, based on the multiple AI applications, technologies that we have, what are the several use cases in which we can use? जो सबसे आसान use case is about descriptive use cases. How it can be used, how AI can be used to describe, summarize and analyze historical data. For example, if you get the balance sheets of a company, or if you get crime data with regard to how crime is happening across the state, across districts, across police stations, can you use it to generate certain patterns? Can you, and if you have certain data with regard to time at which crime happens, then you can also find out that a particular kind of crime happens at a particular time in particular localities. Similarly, data with regard to accidents, road accidents. Several police departments have started using that data for analyzing it and coming out with models wherein a lot of analysis can be done. Then there are diagnostic, like the diagnostic AI models. What do they do is, like, for example, there have been a lot of pilot projects which have been done wherein AI is used to diagnose diseases. Like, for example, there's a company called Cure.ai which has developed a solution wherein AI is used to diagnose tuberculosis from X-ray images. What happens is that there are several hospitals in our country which have got X-ray machines, but all of them do not have qualified radiologists. So sometimes, even if X-rays are done, they miss out certain patterns. So these solutions that have been developed are matching the performance levels of a human radiologist. So in such cases, these solutions can be used to diagnose diseases. It has also been tried for breast cancer, tried for lung cancer. So there are multiple use cases in diagnostics where it can be used. Similarly, for diagnosing any quality checks in factories and all, wherein also AI can be used. Then predictive is like forecasting from past trends. Like, for example, market trends or product mix for MSMEs and for different kinds of businesses, it can really benefit. Then prescriptive is like, it will come out with the prescriptive models are which will recommend what one should be doing based on the AI modeling that we have done. And then of course cognitive wherein like the thinking process is done. The risks of use of cognitive AI was mentioned in the lecture before that from the professor from Stanford. But there are multiple positive use cases also of cognitive AI modeling, wherein, for example, we all heard about self-driving cars. We can heard about how content can be created and how analysis can be done for improving our efficiency, for improving our productivity. When we look at cyber security in the theme of this conference, especially in the context of we be doing at the Institute of Forensic Sciences, a lot of AI is today used for threat detection and prediction. In fact, analysis of logs, like when we analyze the data that we get at, for example, the National Crime and Coordination Center, NCCC or certain. So therein, like all the servers, all the systems that we have, they get lot of data with regard to where the prompts are coming on. For any access, those access logs are coming on. And if there is an unusual pattern, AI can really be used to analyze that, benefit that. If the number of hits on a website, on a portal also goes up abnormally, that also can be detected by such models. For example, during Operation Sindoor, the number of hits on, for example, the Prime Minister's website went up from around 20,000 per day to almost 20 million per day, 2 crore se jada. So again, it was threat actors who were trying to attack, but there are tools and there are AI models which are able to diagnose where the attacks are coming from. So AI can play a big role in trying to detect anomalies in any data, in any system, especially when you are maintaining high-end systems. Then automated incident response. What do you do when something happens? How do you prompt that? That also can be done better because it's a mechanical thing in which alerts will have to be sent to all the concerned people. If some data is coming from the firewall, if some data is coming from the various sensors which are put from the various threat detection software which is there, then alerts have to go everywhere. So that also can be easily done by use of AI. Then adaptive security, again, AI is something that learns from what is happening. Because a lot of when you deploy an AI-based model and AI-based application, then it gets a lot of feedback and the reinforced learning happens, and that can further help in refining our cybersecurity strategies. Fraud detection, again, very common in banking systems. With the growth in digital payments, we are also detecting a lot of use of technology in doing frauds. But again, AI and data analysis can really help in detecting many of these frauds. For example, when with I4C and the Metis cybersecurity systems, we have been able to, working with RBI, we were able to detect mule accounts. What are mule accounts? Where money gets transferred very quickly. And there's a lot of algorithms which most banks have built in, wherein they detect any such unusual activity in the financial markets and financial targets. And then alerts are triggered and necessary action is taken to detect frauds and to prevent cyber criminals from cheating and doing fraudulent activity. Then scalability, what happens is that when the data goes in millions and when it becomes impossible for humans to analyze that data, humans to make sense of that data, AI becomes very useful. And in a country of our size and complexity, when billions of transactions happen every day, it's very important that we leverage this technology in preventing any large scale fraud or criminal activity that can happen. Then that was the opportunity with regard to how AI can be used to reduce cybercrime. AI can be used to detect cybersecurity attacks. But then there is another risk wherein AI, wherein AI can also be used by cyber criminals, deep fakes. The problem of deep fakes, phishing, social engineering is very well known. Then AI is also used to bypass defenses, adversarial AI we call it. Then automatic hacking, when there are vulnerabilities and AI is able to exploit those vulnerabilities much faster and able to cause that. Then weaponization of generative AI is also being used. Like for example, most generative AI is trained on data. If there is a data corruption, if kind of bad data is ingested into the system, then it can start producing outcomes which will not be what you had planned. So that is also again an attack that happens. And ransomware evolution is also something that's becoming very common, and there's a lot of malware which is trained by AI to cause more damage to our systems. Challenges with the AI system, this is very well known. There's data bias. Data bias is when the input data is biased, the outcomes will be biased. Algorithmic bias is that how we design the algorithm. And if the algorithm is not fair and balanced, then it can result in a lot of biases. And most models that we are using today are trained on Western data, are not trained on Indian data sets, Indian context. So that can result in a lot of challenges. Then automation bias is that over-reliance on AI systems and without human judgment, it can also result in outcomes which might not be what we have planned for. Then there's a feedback loop bias. Very often the same feedback keeps on coming. So if there's any anomaly in the existing system, it will keep on reinforcing. For example, if we use an AI tool for screening resumes, and in the past data, the overall trend has been to discriminate against women or particular sections of society, then such model will keep on reinforcing such biases and it will not be a fair system. Then contextual biases, systemic errors, wherein like something which is developed, say for example in the Western context, it deployed in a Indian context. Or something which has been deployed in an urban context is deployed in a rural context. Then again in contextual bias comes in. And hallucination is very well known. There have been numerous examples of AI giving wrong answers that we are all aware of. What happened? Can we go to the next slide, please? please. Yeah, and then of course there is a whole thing in AI which is also known as the black box problem, wherein there is no explainability. Right? Very often we use start AI solutions, but we do not know how it works. So understandability and explainability also becomes a very, very important part. Intellectual property concerns are also something which has been highlighted, because AI is trained on existing data, on existing content. For example, you are generating AI by using creative work created by some famous authors or painters or musicians. Who has the IP on the product which has been consumed? How do you share royalty? The whole case about OpenAI and New York Times, or in India, OpenAI versus ANI is currently ongoing, wherein text and data mining, who has the copyright to do that becomes a very important issue. Misinformation concerns is very real. In fact, the cognitive biases about which again it was mentioned in the earlier session, how people are made to think in a different direction. So that misinformation, especially in democratic countries, becomes a big, big challenge. AI adoption, I'll quickly go through for want of time. AI has been adopted in national security in several ways. The drones which are being used in the army, and it was again used extensively during Operation Sindoor also, wherein we were able to get a lot of data with regard to enemy movement and deploy drones even for offensive actions, which has been used in multiple instances. Silent Santry is again image recognition based system which helps in detecting any movement on the borders, and is being deployed in many Naxal affected areas also. Then Indian Navy has been using an autonomous fast interceptor boat, which is again without any human, they are able to detect any movement in the international waters. Then the Sapper Scout is again a robotic AI application which is used to detect landmines. It has been deployed in several border areas as also the Naxal affected areas. Then Project Seeker is again a solution wherein image recognition, it kind of does a lot of analysis with regard to all the data that's coming in and makes sense of that and tries to detect threats which are there. AI-based translators are very common, especially on the eastern Ladakh and all, wherein when there are interceptions of the enemy talking in Mandarin or Chinese, then that interpretation is done by our systems for aiding our Indian Army. Then a lot of use for prediction of equipment failure, use of AI for doing quality checks, that's also have been used in many use cases by the Indian Army. Then Android malware detection, again for malware detection in Android systems, operating systems is also the AI applications wherein AI is being used. But when we do that, when we use AI, especially national security operations, because we don't currently have an Indian foundation model, the risk always remains that if you are using a cloud-based LLM for doing any security operations, then whole challenge remains is that your data might be going elsewhere. So one has to be very, very cautious. That's why whenever we are using AI for strategic operations, till we get an Indian foundation models, what we suggest and what we recommend is to have an air-gapped infrastructure, of your own compute infrastructure, host an open source AI model, and then use it for strategic purposes amongst limited way. Don't send any strategic or confidential data on a cloud, on an open cloud infrastructure. Then if we don't manage the whole operations well, then there can be a whole risk of we losing out very vital, very strategic data with the anti-national elements and with the anti-state actors. So this becomes a very, very important part. The data sovereignty part, data localization part becomes very important in this whole aspect. Then again, when we are using, as I mentioned, again, anonymization of data, deleting anonymization of data becomes very important, and lack of transparency, backdoors in such operations becomes very important. And that all requires, ultimately, I'll just conclude with my last slide, that all these problems which are there, especially use of AI in cyber security, national security, becomes very important. But in order to make that happen, we need a national AI effort, and that is what India AI mission is enabling. India AI mission is enabling. So while there's a lot that we can do, but in order to enable adoption of AI in our systems, in our day-to-day practices, what we can do is leverage the India AI mission, which is being implemented across 7 pillars, which is making AI possible in India. And what it has done, it has addressed all key challenges in India's AI story, making compute available. Today, 38,000 GPUs are available at a very low cost, less than 65 rupees per GPU per hour against global prices of through $2.5 to $3 per GPU hour. So any institution, any police force, any project that is being done for using AI in UP or anywhere, you can leverage these GPUs which India AI Mission has made available. Then we are building India's foundation models. 4 companies have already been selected and a few more are going to be announced this week, so that we are supporting almost 10 projects for building India's foundation models, which will help us in reducing our dependence on the chat GPTs of the world. AI Coach is a datasets platform because ultimately AI requires training or data on which can be used for training AI models. So AI Coach is a repository of datasets for across all domains, and police and cybersecurity will be an important source of both contributing and using the data on AI Coach for building AI models and applications. In addition, we are supporting AI applications. We worked with AI4C for building an AI application through an hackathon, which can help classify cybercrime complaints that we get. Similarly, AI Future Skills is for ensuring that we retain our skilling advantage. Startup financing is about providing funding support to startups. And Safe and Trustworthy is building tools for development of AI applications and solutions which are safe, which are trustworthy, which conform to the responsible AI principles. And for this, we have taken several projects in partnership with academic institutions. So these slides will be available to you. And I am sure with the discussions that will happen over this 3-day conference, we can think of how best we can leverage artificial intelligence in improving our cybersecurity ecosystem, in ensuring that our state, our nation becomes more secure in the digital ecospace. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful words. The session is now open for queries, if any. We'll be needing the cordless mic. Thank you, sir.
We now have Srimati Rupa M., who is a serving Indian Police IPS officer from the 2006 batch and currently serving as an Inspector General IG. She is also designated as the Director of the Threat Analytics Unit TAU within the India Crime Coordination Center, Ministry of Home Affairs, New Delhi, delivering a talk on latest trends in cybercrimes, issues and challenges. A true guardian of the digital world, Ma'am's strategic vision and deep technical knowledge has made her a go-to expert for protecting against modern cyber threats. A key policy maker driving India's digital transformation, Ma'am has been instrumental in numerous national e-governance and cyber initiatives. We look forward to Ma'am's presentation on the critical cyber challenges we face today. I request Shri Atul Yadav Sir, Administrative Officer UPSIFS, to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker.
Please give a huge round of applause.
Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would thank UP State Institute of Forensic Science for giving an opportunity to Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center to present this topic here today. As you all know, with the increase in digitization, rapid adoption of digital payment systems and shift of all kinds of activities online, there has been an increase in the cyber crimes reported in the country. Yeah, little bit more. Okay, thank you. We have seen a rapid increase in the cybercrime in the country. The volume is so huge, it has become difficult to handle for the local law enforcement agencies to handle the cybercrime. In this context, I would be taking through the presentation today. I will be giving an overview as to the trends that is there, that we are seeing at present with regard to cybercrimes in the country, the origin, the nature of the cybercrimes that we are seeing, and what are the type of infrastructure that is being misused by the cyber criminals in order to commit these cybercrimes, and what in India we are doing and what particularly I4C is doing in order to address the challenges of cybercrimes that we are facing. If you see this particular slide, this is the figures of cybercrime that was reported on National Cybercrime Reporting Portal of I4C, and in 2024, if you see, nearly 85% of the cybercrimes that were reported in the country pertain to online financial fraud. Besides this, we have also seen cybercrimes which are pertaining to online social media related crimes. There have been some of the cases which are reported which are cyber dependent crimes, and also there are crimes which are pertaining to online crime against women and children, and then online gambling and betting. As we go ahead, I would explain to you a little bit more on these modus. When we speak of cybercrime, what we have seen is there are two origins to the cybercrimes. We have seen local origins to the cybercrimes as well as international origin to the cybercrimes. Particularly these days, the hotspots of international cybercrimes are Southeast Asian countries, particularly Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar. In Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar, earlier there were casinos which were being operated there. During the COVID time, these casinos had to stop function and there were loss being reported. Subsequently, the Chinese criminals took over these casinos, converted these casinos into huge scam centers, and from there they started recruiting people from all across the globe and started using them to commit cybercrime. Now they have become an hub wherein huge scam centers are set up. They are fortified. People from all across the globe are being recruited there. We have seen large number of Indians who are having basic computer knowledge with minimum knowledge of English and local languages are being recruited through agents and sub-agents to these scam centers. They are being deceived that they are provided jobs in Bangkok, in Vietnam, in big companies, and subsequently once they are taken to the airports by road and by boats, they are crossed the borders and they are employed in these scam centers. And once they reach the scam centers, all their travel documents are taken and they are kept. As a result of it, they are not able to come out of the scam centers and they are trained to commit frauds. There are many who don't want to commit. There are many who are willingly doing it. This is particularly a challenge to us. From these cyber scam centers which are originating in Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar, there are some of the cybercrime modus which are being operated. One important modus that is being operated, the investment scam, what we call pig butchering scams, are being operated from this region. There are illegal loan apps which are being operated. The third type of modus that is being run from these scam centers are digital arrest. Particularly in case of digital arrest, the senior citizens are being targeted and entire life savings are being lost by the senior citizens and many of the people to digital arrest scams. And the scams that are originating from these places are very high value scams. When I speak of investment scam, we have seen people losing crores of rupees and not realizing that they are being scammed. After a month or 15 days, after they have lost huge amount of money, then they realize that they are being defrauded and they come up with a complaint. Similarly, digital arrest, one of the cases in Gujarat, we have seen that one particular lady who is a serving doctor lost around 19 crore rupees for digital arrest. She sold her property and all her life savings and gave all these things to scamsters. She did not realize that the calls that were coming was not from genuine law enforcement agencies. She was just being duped, and there, when I say of digital arrest, the law enforcement agencies are impersonated and they are threatened and told that they are involved in some kind of criminal cases. An FIR is registered, arrest warrant is being issued against them, the police are reaching their house. If they are not able to, in order to protect them, they ask them to transfer all their funds to some account, and subsequently they also ask money and extort money from them in order to keep them safe. So what the citizens is required is to be little bit vigilant. And these scams that are being operated from this region are highly organized and they are very professionals. There are multiple groups, syndicates which are operating, which are specialized in various areas, and crime as a service is being operated by these specialized groups. If you want malware, there is a particular syndicate which provides malware to you. If you want bank accounts and money laundering service, there is a particular group which is providing that money laundering service. If you want recruiters for your scam centers, there are a particular syndicate who are operating. They are highly organized and there are multiple syndicates that are operating. As per our data, nearly 60% of the cybercrime amount, the defrauded amount, constitutes the cyber crimes which are originating from Southeast Asian countries. The next pattern that we have seen is the cyber crimes which are being originated from within the borders of India. There have been certain hotspots within the country like Jamtara, the region in and around Jharkhand and Bihar and West Bengal, and there is a region in Mewat around the borders around Haryana, Rajasthan, UP, Delhi, and there are some urban centers within the country like Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Ahmedabad. All these have emerged as hotspots for local crimes that are being originated. I have listed out the local crimes that are being originated. These crimes are of low value crimes. When I speak of Southeast Asian crimes, they are high value crimes. These are low value crimes wherein the defrauded money might involve around 10,000, 20,000 to 2 lakhs, 2.5 lakhs. And they operate in small gangs. They go out in the open field. From there they start calling, and usually they use social engineering skills in order to target the public, and then they try to commit frauds. This includes sextortion related frauds, lot of fake customer care job related scams, then the scams in the name of tower installation, e-commerce. Lot of e-commerce websites might be there. You might be booking and you end up not getting the products out from there. Then the Android malware is one of the important scams that we have related, cyber scams we have seen, and there are professionals who are offering malwares in Jamtara region to many of the criminal gangs who want to commit frauds. Then in case of cyber crime, when we see, there are 4 major infrastructure that is being misused by the cyber criminals. One is the telecom infrastructure. We have seen fake SIMs being used. They are being purchased in bulk by the cyber criminals, and the WhatsApp accounts are being deactivated in India and they are taken out of the country to Southeast Asian countries, and from there they are using Indian numbers in order to give calls to the victims here in India. We have also seen SIM boxes which are being used particularly with regard to digital arrest. From Southeast Asian region, the VoIP calls lands up on the SIM box and their Indian numbers are being used, and then Indian numbers are being taken and victims are contacted. The victims feel that they are getting calls from within the India. Somebody from India is calling them. Then we have seen misuse of SIP phones also, then the spoofed calls. These are some of the, then WhatsApp accounts, Telegram accounts are also being misused. There is an organized market for obtaining SIM cards on Telegram and WhatsApp, and also for bank accounts. Then we have the second major infrastructure that is being misused is the IT infrastructure, wherein targeted advertisement. The initial vector of contact to the victims is basically advertisements on Facebook, Instagram. And then once the advertisement, you click on those advertisements and the details provided, you will be landing up on some websites, and then you are landing up in some groups being operated on WhatsApp, Telegram, and then from there the frauds starts with you. So we have seen so many mobile apps, fake mobile apps being there on the Play Store, and through side loading, that is Android malware based files are being through side loading on WhatsApp, they are being circulated, and in the name of various government schemes and in the name of various banks, and all these Android applications are being sent on WhatsApp, and you trust that these are genuine apps and you download it, and then the malware is installed and your device is compromised, and then all your OTPs is going to the C2 servers of the criminals. And the third infrastructure is the banking infrastructure. Particular banking infrastructure is required for the criminals in order to launder the fraud money that they are being received. There are multiple bank accounts which are being scouted by agents on various social media platforms, and subsequently they are handed over to the syndicates that are operating outside the country, and these syndicates are providing these accounts to various criminal gangs for different type of cyber crimes that is operating. What we have seen is that we have seen particular accounts which are used in digital arrest is also being used for online gambling and betting related crimes, and also in investment scam. That means we are seeing that money laundering as a service is being operated by the criminals. Then there is human element who is also involved, wherein agents, sub-agents are there, criminal gangs are there. On the other hand, we see the victims who are part of this particular infrastructure. Then this is about the exit modes, the money that is being received from the banking channel, how it is existing the financial channel. The major amount, around 29% each, is being taken away from the financial channel through check withdrawals and ATM withdrawals. Then there are instances where we have seen that these defrauded money is converted into cryptocurrencies. They are used in various POSs to purchase various items on e-commerce platforms. Also, we have seen purchase of these items. Then issues and challenges I just want to highlight here. One of the major issue in cybercrime is the sheer number of the cybercrimes that is being reported. They are being reported in lakhs. Last year we have seen around 22 lakh cybercrimes that is reported, and many crimes are not reported at all. They are under-reporting also. So with this one, what we feel is that the traditional way of investigating the cases one by one, where you detect the case, then investigate it and try to find out the culprit, with that approach will not be able to handle the cyber crimes. There should be a very novel approach wherein the focus should be on disruption of the criminal infrastructure that I had earlier discussed about. That is one of the way forward for us. Then the global nature of the cyber crimes. As we all know, cybercrime transcends national jurisdictions, and the victim is sitting at one place, accused is sitting at another place. There are multiple syndicates being operated. Investigation leads to the first person, usually would be a mule account. Trying to identify the larger criminal gang is a challenge for us, and then the complex nature of the crime itself. They are making it so complex. When I speak of money laundering, the money flows in multiple channels, then it is taken out of the financial channel and reintegrated into the financial channel, and then they are reaching the beneficiaries. And there are a lot of agents, sub-agents that are operating multiple layers, or they trying to burst the entire gang is a difficult challenge. Then there are a lot of anonymous technologies and encryption being used by the criminals, particularly VPNs, where both the encryption of the traffic happens as well as then your IP is being masked. Attribution to the criminals become very difficult because of the use of these anonymous technologies. And then there are new and emerging technologies with which new cyber crimes are coming up. When we say of AI, we are seeing deep fake related crimes that are happening. There are lack of regulations in order to handle these new and emerging technologies. As a result of it, ensuring compliances from the players is very difficult, and existing laws are not well equipped in order to handle these new and emerging crimes which are originating through new and emerging technologies. Then the other challenges include capacity constraints, capacity in terms of, there is a lot of requirements in terms of capacity building of our law enforcement agencies, then the prosecutors themselves, in fact the judges too, and cyber forensic experts, and also establishment of labs and equipments are required in order to analyze the digital devices that are being seized. Then the challenges pertaining to international cooperation is a big thing. The traditional way of LRs and MLAT take a lot of time in order to process and sharing of information. There is a delay in sharing of information. And we have to encourage more informal channels for information sharing, and the harmonization of laws across different countries, particularly cybercrime, is required. There is UN Convention of Cybercrimes which is coming up. That is one of the way forward for us to look regarding harmonization of cyber laws and international cooperation. Then digital literacy gap, lack of awareness is one big issue on various safe cyber hygiene practices. As a result of it, many are prone to vulnerable for falling prey to cyber crimes. Then lack of, particularly when I speak of police law enforcement agency, the traditional approach of focus on law and order still exists. The prioritization of cyber crimes and the resource allocation for that one should be the way forward for us to handle cyber crimes. Dependency on private sector, as we all know, when I speak of various infrastructure, whether it is IT intermediaries, telecom and all, the private players are playing a very major role in that one. And these players are global players. Hardly they have any contacts in India. When we want to approach them for any kind of information, their contacts are not available, and the response that we receive is very late, and in fact in many a time there are no response. These are some of the challenges that needs to be addressed, and this is my last slide. What is the way forward? The way forward is listed out here. One is the massive awareness outreach. We have to reach the last public in the panchayat level, in the village level. We have to create awareness. All the stakeholders have to come together in order to create awareness. Then the focus is on capacity building. I have told about that one. Disruption of cybercrime infrastructure, how we have to go forward with the disruption of cyber. In I4C, we are identifying crime hotspots, suspect hotspots, the mule account hotspots, check hotspots and all. If the local law enforcement agencies focus on disruption of criminal cybercrime infrastructure, that would be a way forward for us. Strengthening legal and policy framework is very important, and ultimately it is the public-private collaboration and partnership. Then Then this is an overview of I4C. I4C is a national nodal agency of Ministry of Home Affairs which was created in 2019 in order to ensure that there is a safe cyberspace for the citizens, and our mission is to create a effective framework and ecosystem for prevention, detection and investigation and prosecution of cybercrime in the country. This is what we are doing at I4C. This is an overview. We have a cybercrime reporting mechanism. We have threat analytics unit which studies the cybercrime trends, patterns, and try to find out the threats in the internet. We do continuous monitoring of the internet for various cybercrime identifiers, and we take up blocking. We have established Cyber Fraud Mitigation Center in order to handle cybercrimes, particularly for real-time cooperation with the banks so that the money is saved in the financial channel. We are coming up with a center for addressing online women and child protection called Surakshini. Then capacity building initiatives. Our flagship program is Cyber Commando program, which was a vision of Honorable Prime Minister, wherein we are targeting of training around 5,000 cyber commandos in the next 5 years in order to handle cyber incident response as well as cyber investigation and cyber forensic aspects. Then one of the major assistance that we are giving is in particular to law enforcement agency in the state. We have lot of modules which have been developed in order to assist the law enforcement agencies. The portal called Samanmaya, we have techno-legal assistance where our technicians provide field assistance as well as assistance online to the states in order to handle cyber crimes. And on a major scale, we are taking up awareness programs. Thank you for providing me the time. I overshot my time. I would request excuse for that one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an eye-opening session. Now, I would like to call our respected director, sir, Dr. G.K. Goswami, to present a memento to Rupa ma'am as a token of gratitude on behalf of UPSIFS.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. The next session takes us into the heart of justice and technology. It is my distinct privilege to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Praveen Sinha. Sir is a 1988 batch IPS officer, having served as a Deputy National Security Advisor and former Special Director, CBI. Sir is a true leader who understands that national security is not just about borders, but being the bedrock of our society. Today, he will shed light on how the new criminal justice framework is an essential part of national security strategy designed to confront the new challenges of the changing world. We welcome him to speak on digital technology and its role in the new criminal justice framework. I request Shri Atul Yadav, sir, Administrative Officer, UPSIFS, to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker. A huge round of applause, please. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Founding Director of the Institute, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am actually speaking on a subject on which I think most of you are already very, very well versed. So I'll try to be as short and as quick as possible. As you all are aware, last year on 1st of July, the old criminal laws were replaced by the 3 new criminal laws. As is evident from the name, the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita replaces the Indian Penal Code. Nyaya means justice, and obviously the entire changed focus of the government is reflected that from penalizing the accused, now the focus is of delivering justice. You can see that the statement of objects and reasons of these acts, this is the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, itself says that the insufficient use of technology in legal system and inadequate use of forensics are the biggest hurdles in speedy delivery of justice. And therefore, it was proposed that the use of technology and forensic science in the investigation of crime and furnishing and lodging of information, service of summons, etc., and as also the examination of accused through electronic means. Similarly, the Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, the new Evidence Act, also recognizes the fact in its statement of objects and reasons that the existing law does not address the technological advancement undergone in the country during the last few decades. And in the Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, in the statement of objects itself, it is laid down that the evidence will include electronic evidence, also about the admissibility, to expand the scope of secondary evidence. Given this background, I will just quickly take you through some of the changes, important changes, technology usage related in the 3 new acts. Cognizant of the changing reality where the crimes are increasingly taking place using electronic and digital means, the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita has modified the definitions of many of these offenses. As you can see on the screen, number 1, the definition of document now includes electronic and digital record as well. Similarly, crime committed through electronic means has now been explicitly put down in the statute. So this act endangering sovereignty, unity and integrity of India, this is the act which replaces sedition. This is the Deshdroh is replaced the Rajdroh earlier, treason. So here also, this is the new addition by electronic communication. Similarly, promoting enmity between different religious groups, this also through electronic communication has been added. Imputation assertions prejudicial to national integration. Again, if it is through electronic communication. So earlier this was a gap which many a times in the courts it was difficult to make somebody culpable for their offense. So are in many other offenses, I have not listed down all of them. Now, as my previous speaker was telling, the IT Act 2000 was basically enacted to give effect to the model law on electronic commerce, which was adopted by the UN in 1997. So the IT Act was basically enacted, if you see its statement of object itself, to give legal recognition to electronic transactions for electronic commerce. So there are very limited sections for cyber crime. The IT Act, the primary focus was not cyber crime. Now, in this Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, a new offense has been first time introduced, the offense of organized crime. In the general law, this organized crime was never an offense. You had state laws like Makoka and other state laws. And here, of the unlawful activities, continuing activities, first time, cyber crime has also been included as one of the activity. So, cyber crime being pursued by an organized crime syndicate. So now this is a very stringent act, a lot of stringent provisions and penalties are there. So what this 111 does, this organized crime section, it provides teeth to the IT Act. So nowadays, lot of people who are accused in IT Act cases, if they are involved in more than one offenses, if the criteria, the number of persons, the number of offenses, so then you can use organized crime against those people. And mind you, this is a very strong section. So this is one change, important change in the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which I wanted to highlight. Coming to the procedural law, the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, which has actually replaced the Code of Criminal Procedure, the CRPC, you can see it has envisioned a total paradigm shift. It introduces use of technology at all stages of investigation, trial, inquiry, and allied proceedings. Just to name the salient ones, all of you are aware, number one, FIR can now be registered also by EFIR, electronic means. Only thing is, the complainant has to come and sign within 3 days. Similarly, the summons, other processes can be also electronically executed and served. The identification of arrested person can also be now done by audio-visual means. And search and seizure, as all of you are aware, 105 of the new BNSS, 185, that has to be recorded, audio-video. All police search seizures have to be recorded. And forensic integration, you already know, there were session earlier also. So mandatory visit of forensic team and collection of evidence in all cases where more than 7 years of punishment is there. Similarly, for the court proceedings at all stages from trial, inquiry, it can be held in electronic mode. A new section has been introduced, 530, which is all comprehensive. All trials, inquiries, proceedings under this Sanhita, including summons, warrant, examination of witness, complainant, recording of evidence, all appellate proceedings may be held in electronic mode. So this is a game changer, you can see. 2 new terms have been introduced and defined audio, video, electronic means and electronic communication. Most of you must be aware of these two terms. So you can see them on the screen. This is basically to facilitate the use of technology to make them admissible. Now, 2 points. One is this forensic experts that I am skipping, the 3-4 points. As far as this police search and seizure goes, you can understand how transformatory it is going to be. Every search and seizure by police is to be video recorded, timestamp, the photograph ID of the person who is making the search seizure, and uploaded immediately, real time, with full chain of custody. No scope for either any manipulation irregularity, no scope for a break in chain in custody. So this is something very few countries in the world actually have this. We have one of the most modern systems envisaged here. I would quickly run through because I have been getting, others have overshot the time, so I have to probably make up for that. The Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, the new Evidence Act, in fact, is the real paradigm shift, where the electronic evidence has been put on a higher pedestal on the same footing as the traditional documentary evidence. You can see the certificate also, now a pro forma has been given. Earlier it was not there, uniform pro forma. I'll rush through it because it's getting late. Definition of document has been expanded to include all these email servers, and it is very futuristic. Rules can be made so that in future with the upgradation in technology, anything can be included in this. Similarly, evidence definition has been expanded, and electronic evidence has now been made a primary evidence. So these 4 new explanations have been put. I'm skipping them for want of time. So basically, to wrap up, the changes in the law, especially the use of technology envisaged in the general law, and along with it there are almost 40 places where timelines have been set. If they are actually implemented in letter and spirit, it will totally revolutionize the criminal justice system. There are challenges, obviously, challenges of infrastructure, training, challenges of equipment, internet, and some areas may not be there. However, the silver lining is that an all-round effort is going on. I would have loved to name all the efforts by the Government of India agencies and by the states. It's a paucity of time, I'm skipping them. But eSakshya, all of you know, I think during the course of next 3 days you will come to know. It's already has had a transformatory impact. Videography of scene of crime. Similarly, EFIR lodging. A lot of people who can't reach there, people who are scared, the vulnerable people, at least they can register an FIR. Now no more running around for the FIRs. Similarly, the identification of arrested persons, the NAFIS has been rolled out. So a lot of, I think Rupa was just before me, for registration of the cyber crime. Now this new initiative, that FIR E0 FIR initiative, integrating all the existing platforms, once that is rolled out, this will be a very, very aspirational thing, is the increasing cyber crime. Many of the states have their own apps. They have also been very, very active most of the states. So, once again, I would just draw your attention to the fact that in today's time, you may have more of evidence in data rather in dust. So the laws have been upgraded, modified, the new criminal law to keep pace with the changing time, the use of technology by the criminals, use of technology to make the criminal justice system more efficient. But it is for us to make it successful by having upgradation of the apps, upgradation of platforms, training of people, and better integration between the systems. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful words. I now request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, to give a mementos to Sinha, sir, as a token of gratitude.
We now move to our first panel discussion of the day on emerging challenges of data protection, legal framework in the European Union, India and other jurisdictions. I request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, who is also the moderator of this session, to please come up on stage for an insightful panel discussion. The panelists for this session include Mr. Shailesh Shirputkar, CEO, Cyber GRC Corporation. Sir, I request you to please come up on stage. Sir specializes in transforming complex cybersecurity and technology risk frameworks into actionable strategies. His mission is yet powerful: to help financial institutions, especially in the BFSI sector, close regulatory gaps and elevate their cyber maturity frameworks like NIST, COBIT, MITRE, and ISO 27001. The second panelist is Ms. Meenal Maheshwari Shah, Group General Counsel and Head Public Policy, Angel One, Mumbai. Ma'am, I please request you to please come up on the stage. Ms. Shah is a recognized legal strategist with an experience in corporate law and governance. Her work is vital in ensuring Angel One's operations as the forefront of policy discussions and the fintech sector.
The third panelist in the group is Mr. Pawan Sharma, cyber expert from the USA. Sir, I request you to please come up on stage. Mr. Sharma is a mentor for global organizations on digital transformation using AI, robotics, cybersecurity, and quantum technologies. As a cybersecurity expert, Sir helps individuals and business tycoons protect their digital assets from evolving threats. Please welcome all the honorable dignitaries gracing this panel discussion with a huge round of applause. I now request Dr. Shruti Das Gupta, Assistant Registrar, Academic, UPSIFS, to present sapling to our esteemed panelists. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And this is the first panel of this international summit. The title of this discussion would be Emerging Challenge of Data Protection, Legal Framework in EU, India and other jurisdictions. In the morning session, I have introduced this topic, stating that privacy right became fundamental right in Indian context, and India became the first country to announce privacy right as fundamental right. But many of us, and particularly we are here from different fields, particularly from police, from law enforcement agency, then from the industry point of view, and the third stakeholder are the academia, and more particularly about the student. So we will be, I think, defining this topic more precisely for these three stakeholders. So, as I said in the morning itself, that data is the most important asset everybody has. And I think everybody is looking to the data. And the person who has the largest data probably is the most richest person on this globe. And now every jurisdiction, every individual, and collectively it is a global challenge how to protect data. And although, as I said in the morning, that in 1970, Hesse state of Germany brought the first law for data protection, but I think in 2018, the GDPR of European Union became the trend setter. And more particularly, Article 25 has set two important appendages. The one is legality of design, and another one is privacy of design. So, my first question is to our esteemed panelist, Ms. Meenal Maheshwari Saha, that what are the real, right and duties of data fiduciary and data principal. And let me tell you, the data principal is the person whose data it is, or it is the owner of the data. In DPDP Act, it is called data principal. And data fiduciary is the one who is the custodian of your data. Like say you are having the SIM card of BSNL, so BSNL become your data fiduciary. So without taking much of time, Ms. Meenal will reflect on these points. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for asking the question. So before I go into the rights of a data principal and the duties of a data fiduciary, it is important to understand the applicability of the DPDPA. So DPDPA, which is the proposed law, which is about to come out, it's already come out, it's just the rules that are pending to be notified. Now, this act is applicable to any kind of digital data that is processed in India. But it also has an extraterritorial application, which means that if there is any company in any country, but it is targeting services, selling of its services or goods to an Indian, to a person in India, then also the DPDPA will be applicable to them. This is exactly the same way, this extraterritorial approach is the same way in which GDPR also is applicable. So GDPR and the DPDPA, both, GDPR is the law that is applicable in the European Union for data protection. So both these laws have not only territorial, which is their own country, but they also have extraterritorial jurisdiction. Now coming to the right, so there are three actors in any data protection law. As Sir clearly mentioned, the number one is the data principal, whose data, whose private data. So what is personal data? Any data that can identify a particular person. So for example, if you have my Aadhaar, it's a unique data. With that data, you can identify that it is me to whom that Aadhaar belongs. And therefore, that is the personal, that is a personal data. Now, data principal is a person whose data it is that is in question. So for example, if my Aadhaar is in question, then I am the data principal. Now, for example, if you're using a bank to open a bank account, then as Sir clearly said, it is the bank that will be the data fiduciary, because it is that bank that is asking for your personal data. But many times, rather most of the times, you will see that the data fiduciaries, they tie up with a third-party vendor to help them process the data. For example, AWS Cloud. That is where we store the data. Now, that AWS Cloud in this situation will become a data processor. So there are three elements: data principal, data fiduciary, and data processor. Now the rights of a data principal under the current law are such that they should be able to their data can only be used if they have given consent. So that is called the consent framework. Of course, there are exceptions for police authorities, etc., when they are processing under law. Otherwise, consent mechanism is the only mechanism through which you can process data. They should have the right to access the data and change the data whenever they want. That is one of the most important rights that they have under the GDPR. Another right that they have is they can have their data erased if they want to. So if they go to the bank and say, I want you to erase the data, the bank will be under the obligation to erase the data. Of course, bank can then put the condition, then please do not expect the service from me, because this data is necessary for me to provide you service, if in fact that data was necessary, for example. Then the right to withdraw their consent, therefore, and also the right to have grievance redressal. If, for example, they have any grievance, they should be able to directly reach out to the data principal, and the data principal within a few hours has to necessarily respond to the query. Similarly, you have to give a particular reason as to why you want to process. So a data fiduciary is under an obligation to now only collect data if they have a specific reason as to why they need this data. For example, someone needs my date of birth, but that service that they are providing does not require or doesn't need at all my birth or my age. It is age agnostic. Then they cannot collect my data in respect to the age. And therefore, you now need to have a specific reason as to why the data fiduciary wants a particular data. They also need to make sure that they delete the data if the consent is withdrawn. They need to give a proper notice which is very, very clear as to why they are collecting that data and how long they will retain the data. For example, if the data is only needed for 3 years, for instance, then they have to say within 3 years, I will delete your data, and then the backend has to be strong enough to intuitively, after 3 years, delete the data. So, and then there are two very important things. One is children's data. Children's data is treated differently because you need to have verifiable parental consent. Now, how do we build a verifiable parental consent where we know that it is the parent that has given the consent and not the child? That is something that we need to figure out with the help of technology. And the last important thing is significant data fiduciary. So under the rules, the government can notify who are the people who really have a lot of volume of personal data sitting in their databases, and therefore they will have to have additional duties. For example, all of them will have to appoint a data protection officer. They will have to conduct audits and do DPIAs. So these are, sir, some of the rights and duties under the Act.
Thank you, Meeralji. You have highlighted very well that how data can be protected and how the data principal or owner must be aware for the protection of data. Because it is paucity of time and we were having hardly 5-7 minutes left. So I will ask another panelist, very important question from Mr. Shailesh Chirputkarji, and he's from US, having vast experience of various nuances of data protection. That here we have a large number of police officers and law enforcement agency, So suppose a case is received at police station. Say, for example, somebody is saying that my data has been stolen either by some hacker or maybe by connivance of the employee. So what kind of steps, because time is less, so if you give just a very 1, 2, 3 type of notion so that officers may understand how they can make the protocol and all. So please elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll take an example which people understand, right? Like I come from a financial institution, so we protect cash, right? So you can treat data as a cash. So first and foremost thing for to do this type or solve this type of problem is have an accurate inventory of data. If the organization maintains that data, the second most important part is who has access to the data and what is the location of the data. So if you compare this with a cash is kept in a bank's locker. There are people who have access to it. All the access logs and everything is recorded. Take the similar example, apply it to data. Of course, this is way more complicated than maintaining cache and everything. You will need appropriate tools and everything to do this type of work. That's one way. And let's say you receive a complaint for a data breach. Now, the first and foremost step is diagnose the problem, right? How much data has been leaked? Who had access to it? So there will be some sort of initial investigation. That's a diagnostic phase. Then there will be a curative phase, right? Like let's say the data is stolen, then informing appropriate parties, either if you have found the data, then on the dark web, deleting the data, taking care of that. So that will be the curative phase. And then going forward, there will be a preventive phase where centralizing the data in one location like a locker and then encrypting it, hashing it, various technical solutions will be available.
So thank you very much for elaborating, and I think the most important thing which Mr. Sales has told, that the data audit, digital audit is very important, and as police officer you must aware the people. I think there is a time the police must conduct different type of workshop and awareness program in their respective districts so that people must be aware. I think this is going to be a very important challenge. Otherwise, police alone may not be, because prevention is always better than cure. So now I come to Pawan Sharma Sahab, and he's a very well-known face to our students as well. So this question to him will be more confined towards the student and academia, and every student is worried that what will his future. And he is the mentor for this purpose and globally known face in the entrepreneurship and all. So, sir, I have a question to you. Our students want to become entrepreneur and they want to venture into data protection sector, which is an emerging sector. So what are your advice that how they should step by step, how they can venture into this arena, which is a very, very fascinating and have wide scope?
Thank you, Doctor. And first of all, hearty congratulations for your third convocation, third year, and to also the students. Now, it's a bit tricky questions. I always say we have police officers sitting here who are powerful, and we have students here who are powerful. They use a lot of power. There's a difference between FUL, fool, and FOOL, fool. So we don't want to be powerful, we need to be powerful. So the difference, if you remember, I had mentioned to you, each one of us here uses power. P stands for platform, O stands for anything that's online, W stands for wallet, bitcoins, you name it. E stands for anything that is embedded car, embedded phones, anything. R stands for anything that is real time. And guess what? We all are hearing one term every day. Literally every day when we get up and hear where India stands on its tariff. And I say if you use power, whether it's the police or it's the students, you need to be tariffed. T stands for transparency. A stands for accountability. R stands for you have to be realistic. I stands for interoperable. F stands for fair. And the other F stands for flexibility. So it's very important. So as an entrepreneur, as somebody who's going to build a system, you have to follow the laws that Ms. Meadle just mentioned, which is whether it is GDPR in Europe, DPA in India, whether it is CCPA in the US, and there are many other state and regional and industry-wide things that you have to follow. That is a given. Okay? You also have to follow when you do cross-border transactions of data. When you share data, there are things like standard contractual clauses, or there are binding corporate rules that you have to follow. But fundamentally, I believe to what Dr. Saab mentioned this morning, it's Article 25 of GDPR. If we adhere to that itself, which is legality by design and privacy by legality of law by design and privacy by design, this is very important. What is it? We are hearing these terms more often, but it means when you're defining your services, when you're designing your services, designing your product, you have to ensure that you take into consideration what are the legal repercussions that I may have if I build this product. So it is proactive, it is not after. So it is proactive, it is complete, right? Likewise, privacy by design, you have to ensure that you are giving 100% privacy rights at the beginning when you're building that thing. Similar to what we have in the earlier days, we used to do, design, manufacturing by design, right? Or for design, as we would call it. Classic example, how many of you use Apple? Right? So Apple has inbuilt facial recognition in it. That itself is a classic example of privacy by design. So I would leave this. So I would say, just focus on these two things. This is very important. And two more things that I would leave, the room behind Dr. Saab is, one is a lot is being talked about AI. You have to ensure that you think of what is AI, what is AI ethics that you're looking at. It's very, very important. And then the other one is how AI doesn't take over from things. And that is a very simple, it's called AI singularity. So AI singularity and AI ethical or also oversight, it's called these days. You have to be careful of that. Over to you.
So thank you very much. And I know that this topic is very new to many of us sitting in this hall. And it needs a lot of deliberation. But because of paucity of time, I may not have space to ask the second round of questions. So there are more topics on this subject. And I believe that time means next 2 days, we will be deliberating more. But at the end of this session, I can conclude by saying that police must get up. And I think it is the role of the senior ranks to take this responsibility so that they can guide their downline staff. And this cyber crime and cyber security, they are two sides of the same coin. Until unless we understand how to secure, we cannot really deal cyber crime for the longer term. So prevention is always required, and for that matter, and as a senior officer, I request you that just give at least 10-15 minutes time every day on some, you can say either Grok or your ChatGPT, just to learn what are the nuances of this. And this is the time, that is why our government, Honorable DGP has sent you here, so that you can become the real leader in this field to deal the cyber crime and data security. With this, thank you very much, the honorable panelists, to have deliberated in a very short span. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our panelists for such an engaging and thought-provoking session. We are deeply honored to share the stage with such intellectual minds.
Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to call Dr. S.K. Jain, sir, to present the memento to all our panelists as a token of appreciation. Thank you, everyone.
Up next, we have Mr. Ravi Sharma, founder and chairman, Pramajyoti Foundation. Sir is a distinguished alumnus from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, a business leader and philanthropist, present among us with a thought-provoking session on complex to simple, a way to life. It is our pleasure to introduce Sir, an expert on the art of living simply and purposefully. Through various initiatives like adopting government schools, launching correct education improvement programs, travel grants, and the Chetna movement, which is focused on identifying and celebrating everyday heroes, Sir has made a profound impact on education and social empowerment. Today, he will offer us a refreshing perspective on how to navigate the complexities of modern life with grace and intention. Get ready to be inspired to make positive changes. I now request our Deputy Director, Sir, Mr. Chiranjeev Mukherjee, to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker. A huge round of applause, please. Over to you, sir.
नमस्कार। आप लोगों की आवाज़ थोड़ी धीमी आ गई है। मैं जब यहाँ आया था और मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये बहुत गर्व की बात है कि एक इंस्टीट्यूट जो सिर्फ 2 साल पहले शुरू हुआ है इतना बड़ा भव्य आयोजन कर सकता है। एक बार तो कोई कर लेता है, लेकिन दूसरी बार करना ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है। और इसीलिए मैं यहाँ के जो फाउंडिंग डायरेक्टर हैं डॉक्टर जी.के. गोस्वामी, इनकी ऊर्जा का और इनके कमिटमेंट का बहुत तारीफ करता हूँ। और ये मुझे हमेशा बताते हैं कि ये जितने एनर्जेटिक हैं उतने ही इतने बच्चे और उतने ही ये बाकी पुलिस वाले भी एनर्जेटिक हैं। लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से एनर्जी का जो एक रूप दिखाई देना चाहिए, कम से कम इनके लिए एक स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन होना चाहिए 1 मिनट का। और आप लोग जरा जोरदार तालियां बजाएं कि मुझे लगे कि कुछ एनर्जी इस रूम में है। देखिए, अभी लग रहा है कि ये UPSIFS में हम लोग सब एकत्र हुए हैं। थैंक यू। मैं आपके डायरेक्टर साहब को एक और चीज़ के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। जब मैं सबकी लिस्ट देख रहा था और देख रहा था कि कितने लोग किस किस सब्जेक्ट पे बोलने वाले हैं, तो इन्होंने मुझे सबसे आसान टॉपिक दिया, कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी टू सिंपल। इससे आसान कोई उसमें शीर्षक नहीं है। इससे पहले कि मैं उस तरफ जाऊं, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि मैं क्या करता हूं। आई एम अ फाउंडर of an organization called Institute of Goodness. And I will tell you a little bit of narrative about it. We all believe that to be happy, we need goodness around us. But unfortunately, we have created a society where we only appreciate success. Success is then narrowly defined as money. And people do what they get appreciated for. Because success is appreciated, so everybody wants to achieve success. In this race, goodness is shrinking. And so is the happiness. Because in spite of all the prosperity in GDP, people are more angry, people are more tense, people are more depressed. So the purpose of Institute of Goodness is to enhance goodness in the society. And that we are going to do in 3 ways. Number 1, we celebrate all those people who take goodness as their way of life. So we have set up Mission Chetna, by which we support emotionally, morally, and financially all those people who are in the service of the society, so that there is an appreciation for that and more people contribute to that. In last 7 years, through that, we have reached to a network about 1 crore people in India, in about 14 states, celebrating the goodness in every state. That is number 1. Number 2, we are now working to create a goodness index, like a happiness index. Like happiness index, it is internationally approved. We want to create goodness index, because goodness is at the foundation of happiness. All those people can be happy for different reasons, but all those people who are involved in goodness, they will necessarily be happy. So our idea is to enhance goodness. So to do that, there are two ways to do it. अगर हम लोग अपनी सोसाइटी को देखते हैं तो हमारे पास एक इंस्टीट्यूशन था जहां से सारा वैल्यू सिस्टम फ्लो होता था, और उस इंस्टीट्यूशन का नाम था जॉइंट फैमिलीज. हम में से जितने भी लोग यहाँ थोड़े उम्र के हैं, वो बचपन में अपने माँ बाप से, अपने नाना से, नानी से, मौसा से, मौसी से कहानियां सुन सुन के बड़े हुए हैं. और उन कहानियों का पर्पस था कि वो आपके अंदर मूल्यों का संचार करता था. और वो मूल्य उस समय सुनाई जाती थी कहानियां जब आप सोने जाते थे, तो वो मूल्य आपके सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में इतना घर कर जाते थे कि सोते समय उनकी एक पौध आपके जीवन में लगती थी. और उसमें हजारों लाखों पात्र होते थे, लेकिन तीन चीजें उसमें, उसके मैसेज सिर्फ तीन होते थे. अच्छाई की बुराई पर हमेशा विजय होती है. जब आपको अच्छाई और बुराई में चुनना हो तो अच्छाई चुनो. और तीसरा, बड़ों का हमेशा आदर करो. मेरे ख्याल से ये तीन मैसेज हमारे दिमाग में इनकलकेट हो गए. लेकिन जब ये मॉडर्नाइजेशन की रेस चली, ग्लोबलाइजेशन की रेस चली, तो हमारा वो इंस्टीट्यूशन कोलैप्स हो गया. एंड सो आर दी वैल्यूज. आज के दिन वो वैल्यूज गायब हो गई, क्योंकि हमारा जो इंस्टीट्यूशन था वो कोलैप्स हो गया. अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमने कोई ऑल्टरनेट इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं बनाया. तो इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ गुडनेस इज ट्राइंग टू क्रिएट दैट ऑल्टरनेट इंस्टीट्यूशन by designing and defining the courses of personal social responsibility so that they become mandatory in schools. Or it could be learning based, कि आपकी responsibility जीवों के लिए क्या है और आपकी responsibility environment के लिए क्या है. And then both of them, since these are learning based courses, I believe when they are put into the curriculum over a period of 15 to 20 years, we will be able to change the texture of society. And on the other side, I believe that within a period of 5 to 7 years, to each and every individual, with the help of AI, we will be able to give a goodness score. So when people go anywhere, they say, this is my educational score, this is my career score, and this is my goodness score. Once goodness is appreciated, we hope that more and more people will take up goodness in society, and our society will become better and more happier. So this is what I do. अभी हम लोग जरा टॉपिक पे आते हैं. तो इसमें मैं कोई आपको भाषण नहीं दे रहा हूँ, मैं आपसे थोड़ी बात करना चाहता हूँ. और सबसे पहले जब इन्होंने ये मुझे टॉपिक दिया तो मैं इंटरनेट पे गया, चैट जीपीटी पे गया कि भाई मुझे बताइए सिंपल की परिभाषा क्या होती है. और आपको जान के ताज्जुब होगा कि सिंपल की कोई परिभाषा नहीं है. उसको बताया जाता है कि जो इजीली अंडरस्टैंड हो जाए. इस तरह की बात हुई कि आम की परिभाषा ये है जिसमें जूस हो और वो मीठा हो, है ना, स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड हो, जो अनपॉल्यूटेड हो. ठीक है, ये कुछ डेफिनेशन आई. तो आई बिलीव दैट ऑल ऑफ अस आर प्रोडक्ट और आर डेफिनेशंस, आर एबिलिटी ऑफ लर्निंग एंड आर एक्सपोजर. हम सबका जीवन इन तीन चीजों में बटा हुआ है. हमारे हर एक चीज की डेफिनेशन क्या है. तो मुझे जो लगा वो मैं आपको बता रहा हूं. मुझे लगा कि सिंपल की सबसे अच्छी डेफिनेशन यही है कि वो क्लीन होना चाहिए, अनपॉल्यूटेड होना चाहिए, प्योर होना चाहिए. और ये तीनों चीजें अनफॉर्चुनेटली दिमाग से नहीं आती हैं, ये तीनों चीजें दिल से आती हैं. तो अभी आप ये कर सकते हैं कि अपना दिमाग बंद कर दीजिए और दिल से कुछ बातें सुनिए. मैं अपने कुछ अनुभव आपको बताता हूं जीवन के, या जीवन के बारे में कुछ बताता हूं. हो सकता है उसमें से आपको कुछ पसंद आ जाए. एक दूसरी चीज मैं बोलना चाहता हूं कि जितने भी लोग हम लोग यहां पर बैठे हैं, हम किसी भी चीज को, किसी भी बात को तीन तरीके से देख सकते हैं. हम उसको जान सकते हैं, हम उसको समझ सकते हैं, और हम उसको सीख सकते हैं. जानने से आपका उतना ही भला होने वाला है जितना आप सुबह व्हाट्सएप पर मैसेज देके जान जाते हैं. हम में से हर एक आदमी 15 मिनट, 20 मिनट, आधा घंटा रोज देता है, लेकिन किसी का जीवन उससे बदला है, किसी का नहीं बदला है. सिर्फ एक काम हम करते हैं, जो मैसेज हमें सबसे ज्यादा पसंद आता है उसे हम उसके पास भेजते हैं जो हमको सबसे प्यारा है, और फिर हम इसमें गर्व का अनुभव करते हैं और 5 मिनट बाद भूल जाते हैं कि हमने भेजा क्या है। इसको बोलते हैं जानना। समझना ये होता है कि उस मैसेज से क्या इफेक्ट हो सकता है, बट इसका भी भला नहीं होता। जैसे किसी आदमी को मालूम हो कि कितनी तरह की एक्सरसाइज होती है, दूसरे को मालूम हो किस एक्सरसाइज से क्या होता है, बट आपको पता है इन दोनों में से किसी का भला नहीं होता। भला किसका होता है? तीसरे का, जो एक्सरसाइज करता है। तो जिस बात को भी आप यहां देख रहे हैं, जो सुन रहे हैं, आप जानिए, समझिए, लेकिन अंत में, दिन के अंत में आप ये सोचिए कि आपने सीखा क्या है। और सीखने की परिभाषा होती है जो आपके जीवन में दैनिक आ जाए। इसलिए मैं सबको बोलता हूं कि आप इतने व्हाट्सएप मैसेज फॉरवर्ड मत करिए। जो मैसेज आपको सबसे अच्छा लगता है वो अपने पास रख लीजिए। 1 हफ्ता अमल करिए, आपका जीवन बदल जाएगा। अदरवाइज आप जिंदगी भर फॉरवर्ड करते रहिए and it is not change your life. That is what I feel. So let us come to simplicity. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि सिंपल चीजें वो हैं जो दिल से आती हैं, वो दिमाग से कभी नहीं आती। दिमाग उसको कॉम्प्लेक्स करने की कोशिश करता है, क्योंकि आपका दिमाग कैलकुलेट करता है क्या अच्छा है क्या बुरा है। चीजें दिल से आती हैं, जो दिल से चीजें आती हैं वो प्योर होती हैं। आपको पता है दुनिया की सबसे सिंपल चीज क्या है? When we are discussing this topic, what is the idea? आइडिया इज कि जितनी भी चीजें यहां आ रही हैं वो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी को सिंप्लीफाई करना चाहती हैं, बट क्या आपकी लाइफ सिंप्लीफाई हो रही है? क्योंकि आपका ध्यान सिर्फ एक तरफ है। आपका ध्यान उस तरफ है कि हमको चीजों को कैसे सिंप्लीफाई करना है। आपका ध्यान उस तरफ नहीं है कि अपनी लाइफ को कैसे सिंप्लीफाई करना है। और किसी भी अनसिंप्लीफाइड लाइफ में पीस नहीं होती है। और जब तक पीस नहीं होती है, पीस इज द फाउंडेशन ऑफ हैप्पीनेस। बिना शांति के कोई खुशी नहीं है। तो अल्टीमेट चीज ये है कि आपका सारा ध्यान जब 99% चीजों को सॉल्व करने पर है और अपने जीवन को सॉल्व करने पर नहीं है, तो क्या होने वाला है? तो हमारे जीवन की सबसे सिंपल चीज है ट्रुथ। ट्रुथ इज द मोस्ट सिंपल थिंग which is non-polluted. It is pure and it cannot be polluted. Truth will always remain truth. So truth is something which simplifies your life, which simplifies your mind. बुरा मत मानिएगा। हम लोग अगर देखें कि हम दिन में कितने सच बोलते हैं। लोग बोलते हैं सक्सेस के बहुत सारे फॉर्मूले होते होंगे। मेरे हिसाब से सिर्फ एक फॉर्मूला जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है आपके जीवन के सक्सेस के लिए, आपके करियर की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं। करियर में तो आप बहुत झूठ बोल के भी आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, क्योंकि वहां पर मापदंड दूसरे हैं। जीवन के मापदंड दूसरे हैं, और उसका मापदंड है कि आप जो बोलते हैं उसमें कितनी सच्चाई होती है। सफलता, जीवन की सफलता का सबसे बड़ा सूत्र है जो बोलो वो करो। बस इतना ही है। इन्होंने मुझे 17 मिनट दिए थे, अभी ये बोलते हैं कि 5 मिनट बाकी हैं। चलिए मैं 5 मिनट में अपनी बात आपसे खत्म करता हूं। आप लोग 5 मिनट चाहते हैं, थोड़ा ज्यादा चाहते हैं? थोड़ा ज्यादा चाहते हैं, भाई बढ़ा देना 5 मिनट और। सो ये नेगोशिएशन है। सो एनीवे, मैं आपको ये बोल रहा था कि आप अपने जीवन में देखिए, अगर आप वाकई सक्सेस चाहते हैं जीवन की, तो सच को थोड़ा आधार बनाइए। जो बोलिए वो करिए। आपके शब्दों का कुछ मतलब होना चाहिए। आपके शब्द डिपेंडेबल होने चाहिए। लोगों को आपके ऊपर विश्वास होना चाहिए। आपको पता है आपका 50 से ज्यादा प्रतिशत मेंटल एनर्जी किसमें जाती है? ये सोचने के लिए कि जो वो आदमी बोल रहा है उसमें कितना सच है और कितना झूठ। मैं उसकी बात का विश्वास करूं या ना करूं? हम चाहते हैं कि सारी दुनिया हमारे साथ अच्छी हो, लेकिन हम दूसरे हो। ये जो डुअलिटी है, इट इज द मेन रीजन ऑफ कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी। आप कभी किसी ऐसी गाड़ी में बैठना चाहेंगे जिसका फेलियर रेट 50% हो? कोई है ऐसा जो बैठना चाहता है? आप किसी ऐसे एरोप्लेन में बैठना चाहते हैं जिसका फेलियर रेट 10% हो? कोई बैठना चाहता है? तो आपके ऊपर कौन डिपेंड करना चाहेगा अगर आपके वर्ड्स का फेलियर रेट 70% है, 60% है, 40% है? Whom do you think? Whom are you fooling? आप किसको बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं? आपके ऊपर कौन डिपेंड करता है? आपकी बात पर जिसका कोई मतलब नहीं है। आप खुद देखिए कि आप कितनी चीजें ऐसी कहते हैं, छोटी छोटी चीजों पर झूठ बोलते हैं। आपको अभी किसी के पास पहुंचने में 20 मिनट लगते हैं, वो फोन करेगा, आप बोले बस 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूं। आप जानते हैं उस 5 मिनट में आपने क्या किया? आपने अपना सारा सिस्टम डिस्टर्ब कर दिया एक छोटी सी चीज के लिए। आप सच नहीं बोल पाए। और जितना आप सच से भागेंगे उतना सच आपसे दूर जाएगा, और जितना वो दूर जाएगा उतना आपके मस्तिष्क में असामंजस्य होगा, कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी होगी, वो आपको चैन नहीं आने देगी। उस 20 मिनट में जब आप चलते हैं हमेशा आपके दिमाग में रहता है और आपने एक और आदमी को भी कॉम्प्लेक्स डाल दिया है, और वो आदमी आपकी बात पर डिपेंड नहीं करने वाला है। जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं अपनी अपनी लाइफ में देखिए और सोचिए, एक डायरी निकालिए और डायरी में जरा 3 नाम लिखिए उन आदमियों के जो किसी भी हालत में आपके लिए खड़े हो जाएंगे। लिख के देखिए, और अगर आपको नहीं मिलता है तो आप सोचिए कि आपने जीवन में कुछ कमाया नहीं, बहुत गरीबी है। आपकी जिंदगी में 3 आदमी ऐसे नहीं हैं जो किसी भी तरह से आपके साथ खड़े हो जाएं, और आपको पता है क्यों? क्योंकि आप किन्हीं 3 आदमियों के लिए खड़े नहीं हो सकते। आप कैलकुलेट करके खड़ा होना चाहते हैं, आप फायदे के सौदे में खड़े होना चाहते हैं। आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि मेरी बात पे यकीन करो और मैं हमेशा खड़ा रहूंगा। आप हमेशा एक प्लेन का टिकट लेते हैं आजकल इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली, और उसमें एक कॉलम होता है इमरजेंसी कॉन्टेक्ट। कितनी बार आप फैमिली के अलावा किसी का नाम लिख पाए हैं वहां पर? क्यों नहीं? क्योंकि आपको यकीन नहीं है कि वो कौन आदमी है जो इस कॉल को रिसीव करेगा और किसी भी हालत में मेरे पास आ जाएगा। आप जानते हैं क्यों? क्योंकि आप किसी के इमरजेंसी कॉन्टेक्ट नहीं है। किसी को आप पर यकीन नहीं है कि आप उसके इमरजेंसी कॉन्टेक्ट हो सकते हैं। तो अगर आप जीवन में कुछ भी करना चाहते हैं तो पहली बात, अगले 5 साल में, 10 साल में, 15 साल में समय लीजिए, कम से कम 3 आदमी ऐसे करिए जिनके लिए आप कभी भी खड़े हो सकते हो, किसी भी हालत में खड़े हो सकते हो। और मैं ये दावे के साथ कहता हूं कि जिस दिन आप ऐसा करेंगे 3 लोग ऐसे होंगे जो आपके लिए खड़े हो सकते हैं। और अगर आप ये नहीं कर सके तो आप समझिए कि आपने जो कुछ भी कमाया उसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है, अल्टीमेटली उसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है। ऐसा मेरा मानना है। तो अब बात हो रही थी सत्य की। तो सत्य, ट्रुथ, छोटी छोटी चीजों से आपको बचाता है और आपका दिमाग स्थापित करता है। मैं एक ट्यूटोरियल आपको देना चाहता हूं, आप करके देखिए। कोई भी एक दिन चुनिए और डिसाइड करिए कि इस दिन मैं झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा। कोई ऐसा नहीं कि बड़ी चीज होने वाली है, आप कोशिश करके देखिए। एक दिन नहीं हो पाता, 1 घंटा करके देखिए, कोशिश करिए। मैं आपको गारंटी देता हूं कि उससे आपकी आत्मशक्ति जितनी बढ़ेगी इतनी किसी चीज से नहीं बढ़ सकती। मेरे गुरुजी हैं, अभी तो आत्मा रूप में है, उनका नाम है स्वामी सुबोधानंद सरस्वती जी, और उनकी याद में हमने अभी सुबोधानंद फाउंडेशन की स्थापना की है। तो बहुत साल पहले की बात है, करीब 25 साल पहले की बात है। उन्होंने 2 चीजें हमको बताई और उन 2 चीजों से हमारा जीवन हमेशा के लिए बदल गया। पहली चीज उन्होंने मुझसे पूछा कि रवि, सफलता क्या है? सभी लोग बोलते हैं हम सफल होना चाहते हैं, तो सफलता की परिभाषा क्या है? तो सफलता की परिभाषा यह है कि जो आप करना चाहें वो कर लें तो सफल है। तो मैंने भी अपने टेढ़े मेढ़े रूप में उनको यही बताया। तो उन्होंने बोला इसका मतलब आप किसी को गोली मारना चाहें, आप गोली मार दें तो सफल है। तो मैंने बोला ये तो नहीं बात जम रही है। तो फिर उन्होंने बोला कि जो भी आप करना चाहें वो कर लें और वो निषिद्ध ना हो तो वो सफलता है। और वृहद सफलता क्या है? वो ये है कि जिसमें आसपास के सब लोगों को आपकी सफलता के साथ अपनी सफलता का अनुभव हो, उसको वृहद सफलता कहते हैं। तो उन्होंने बोला कि जीवन में अगर कुछ करना है तो हमेशा वृहद सफलता की तरफ सोचो। अब वृहद सफलता कैसे होगी? तब उन्होंने कहा था जो बोलो वो करो। पहले छोटी छोटी चीजें करो, फिर बड़ी बड़ी चीजें करो, और कुछ दिनों के बाद ऐसा होने लगेगा, जब तुमको प्रैक्टिस हो जाएगी कि जो बोलो वही करोगे, तो कुछ दिनों के बाद जब तुम बोलोगे वो होने लगेगा। और इस सफलता को कोई मैच नहीं कर सकता। तो ये मुझे लगता है कि ये पहला सूत्र था। When you start looking at life, लाइफ के 2 पहलू हैं। पहला पहलू है सफलता, हर एक आदमी सफल होना चाहता है, और दूसरा पहलू है खुशी। बट अल्टीमेटली हमको देखना है कि हमको लाइफ में चाहिए क्या। तो इससे पहले कि मैं सफलता और खुशी के बारे में आपको बताऊं, मैं छोटी सी चीज आपको बताना चाहता हूं। कोई भी आदमी कुछ भी करता है, अनजाने में उसको पता नहीं होता है, लेकिन उसका अंतिम एम सिर्फ एक ही होता है, सुख, शांति, आनंद। वो बड़े पैसे कमाता है, बड़ी पावर आती है, उससे लगता है इसको मुझे खुशी मिलेगी, इससे मुझे आनंद मिलेगा, इससे मुझे सुख मिलेगा। तो ये उसी तरह की बात है कि आपने कोई ट्रांजैक्शन किया और एक करेंसी आपको मिली, अब जिंदगी भर वो करेंसी इकट्ठी करते रह गए, क्योंकि सबने बताया कि ये करेंसी जो है ना ये अंत में जाके ट्रांसफर होती है। तो ये उसी तरह की बात हुई कि आपने भारत में बड़ा सारा बिजनेस किया, बड़े सारे नोट कमाए, एक जहाज में भरे और अमेरिका पहुंच गए। वहां जब पहुंचे तो उसने बोला ये तो कन्वर्ट ही नहीं होती है, ये तो नॉन कन्वर्टेबल करेंसी आप ला के खड़े हो गए। तो अल्टीमेटली आप ये देखिए कि जो भी आप कर रहे हैं, क्या आपका कन्वर्जन इन तीन चीजों में हो रहा है? और अगर नहीं हो रहा है तो आप कुछ गलत कर रहे हैं। जिस चीज के लिए आप बचपन से अंत तक लगे रहते हैं, तो ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि आप जीवन भर सुख के लिए, आनंद के लिए, खुशी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जब आप 80 साल के होते हैं तो रोते हुए जाते हैं? इसका मतलब आपने क्या प्रोग्रेस की? होना तो ये चाहिए कि समय के साथ आपके ये तीनों चीजें बढ़नी चाहिए, और अगर नहीं बढ़ रही हैं तो इसका मतलब कहीं पे कुछ गड़बड़ है। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि आप जो भी करेंसी कमाते हैं उसको प्लीज जरा एक बार कन्वर्ट करके देख लीजिए, और वो कन्वर्ट नहीं होती है तो करेंसी बदल दीजिए, दूसरी करेंसी कमाइए। एंड द बेस्ट करेंसी इज, देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन सक्सेस एंड ग्रेटनेस, देयर इज ओनली वन डिफरेंस देयर, एंड दैट इज गुडनेस। हैप्पीनेस में सेंटर ऑफ ग्रेविटी, सेंटर ऑफ यूनिवर्स आप होते हैं, गुडनेस में सेंटर ऑफ यूनिवर्स दूसरा आदमी होता है। बट गारंटीड है कि आप जिस दिन दूसरे आदमी को सेंटर बनाना शुरू करेंगे, वो हैप्पीनेस आपके पास फ्लो करना शुरू करेगी और वो रुकेगी नहीं। ये मेरा दावा है, ये मेरे जीवन का एक्सपीरियंस है, मैं 12 साल से यही कर रहा हूं। और इसीलिए व्हेन आई वाज एट पीक ऑफ माय करियर इन कॉर्पोरेट, आई लेफ्ट इट बिकॉज आई डिसाइडेड कि मुझे कुछ नया काम करना है। इसके लिए एक छोटी सी थ्योरी मैं आपको बताता हूं। तो हमारे दिमाग में आया कि हम क्या कर रहे हैं, व्हाट आई एम डूइंग। तो हमको लगा कि जिंदगी में कितनी तरह के काम होते हैं। तो समझ में आया अच्छा काम और बुरा काम, ये बड़ा बड़ा डिवीजन है। तो अच्छे काम को और बुरे काम को, हमने बुरे काम को एक तरफ रख लिया, अच्छा काम कर दिया। अब अच्छा काम हुआ तो हमारे दिमाग में अच्छे काम कितने तरह के हो सकते हैं, तो ये है छोटा काम और बड़ा काम। वो लोग जो बोलते हैं कोई काम छोटा नहीं होता, ये सच नहीं है। जो मेरी डेफिनेशन बनी वो ये बनी कि जो भी काम आप अपने लिए, अपने परिवार के लिए करते हैं वो सारे छोटे काम हैं, और वो सारे काम जो आप इससे बाहर निकल के दूसरों के लिए करते हैं वो बड़े काम हैं। और जो बड़ा काम करेगा वो बड़ा आदमी बनेगा। तो हमने डिसाइड किया कि हमको बड़ा आदमी बनना है और हमने बड़ा काम शुरू कर दिया। दैट इज द चेंज। तो मैं आपको इस जाने से पहले, क्योंकि इन्होंने अभी दूसरी स्लिप भी दे दी है और मैंने देखा सिन्हा साहब को तो 3-3 मिली थी, सो आई विल वेट फॉर द थर्ड वन। तो जब आप सफलता की बात करते हैं तो सफलता की 3 चीजें होती हैं। पहली चीज जो मैंने आपको बताया, जो बोलिए वो करिए। दूसरी चीज, क्रिएट अ विजन एंड मिशन ऑफ योर लाइफ। सपोज गाड़ी, लाइफ की गाड़ी आप चला रहे हैं तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि फाइनल डेस्टिनेशन क्या है। डोंट जस्ट स्टार्ट ड्राइविंग, आप टाइम लगाइए बट डेस्टिनेशन जरूर रखिए। दूसरा है डिसाइड। वट एवर यू ट्राई, यू मे सक्सीड और फेल। Whatever you will decide will happen, and if it is not happening, then you have not decided. मैं आपको छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूं। आप कहीं मीटिंग में जाएं, ट्राई करते हैं टाइम से पहुंचना, लेट हो जाते हैं। मुझे आज तक एक ऐसा आदमी नहीं मिला जो बोलता है कि मेरी सर्जरी थी और मैं लेट हो गया। बता सकते हैं क्यों? उसने डिसाइड किया था। So things happen because you decide. Your past is not connected to your future. It is your future decision that guides your present. आप दिन में 10 किलोमीटर भी ना चलते हो, 4 किलोमीटर भी ना चलते हो, लेकिन जिस दिन आप ये डिसाइड कर लेंगे कि आपको एवरेस्ट पे जाना है, आपकी गतिविधियां चेंज हो जाएंगी एंड यू विल मूव देयर। सो पास्ट को एक तरफ छोड़िए और फ्यूचर की तरफ चलिए, और फ्यूचर के लिए आप डिसाइड करिए। तीसरी चीज जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है, दैट इज द एबिलिटी ऑफ लर्निंग। मैं जब बहुत यंग था तो फॉर्चुनेटली आई बिकेम द यंगेस्ट सीईओ फॉर अ वेरी बिग टेलीकॉम मल्टीनेशनल। तो मेरे बेटे ने आके मुझसे एक बार पूछा कि पापा आप तो बहुत जल्दी, अब बस खत्म हो रहा है, थर्ड है ना ये, कि आप तो बहुत जल्दी सीईओ बन गए, तो आप हमें बताइए कि इतनी जल्दी आगे बढ़ने का राज क्या है। तो मैंने उसको बताया कि एक सूत्र है, अगर आप एक सूत्र अपना लो तो आपको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है, एंड दैट सूत्र इज लर्न फास्ट। जल्दी सीखिए, लर्न टू लर्न फास्ट। जल्दी कैसे सीखें ये सीखिए, एंड लर्न टू लर्न फास्ट। इफ योर होल पर्पस इज लर्निंग, नॉट नोइंग, नॉट अंडरस्टैंडिंग, learning, then there is nobody on earth which can stop you. लास्ट में जाने से पहले मैं आपको 4 लाइनें सुनाना चाहता हूं which became the mantra of Institute of Goodness. गर चाहो तो तुम भी कुछ कर जाओ, गर चाहो तो तुम भी कुछ कर जाओ, या फिर औरों की तरह यूं ही गुजर जाओ। गर चाहो तो तुम भी कुछ कर जाओ, या फिर औरों की तरह यूं ही गुजर जाओ। उठाओ हाथ मदद में तुम भी औरों की, या फिर यूं ही जियो और यूं ही मर जाओ। गर चाहो तो तुम भी कर। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं जो लोग स्लिप लिख रहे हैं मैं उनसे बहुत काम पहले ही करा चुका हूं, तो इसीलिए आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? बोलिए। ये लोग मुझे मार डालेंगे, मैं नीचे आके प्रश्न का जवाब देता हूं। आप बोलिए बोलिए जी। सवाल ये नहीं है, सवाल ये है कि आपका आधार है कि नहीं है। हम सबसे पहले सारी दुनिया की जिम्मेदारी क्यों लेना चाहते हैं? मैं अपना घर नहीं साफ कर सकता और मैं बोलूं कि नगर क्यों नहीं साफ हो रहा है। प्रॉब्लम यहीं पर है। मैं चाहता हूं कि मेरा कोई एक्सीडेंट हो तो नेक्स्ट आदमी उठा के मुझे तुरंत हॉस्पिटल ले जाए, लेकिन मैं सेम आदमी घर आके अपने बच्चे को कहता हूं कभी भी एक्सीडेंट हो रुकना मत। दैट इज द डुअलिटी। Fundamental part is you will be able to think rightly provided you clean it, and you clean it with the truth and remove this version of duality. मुझसे लोग पूछते हैं कि मैच्योरिटी की परिभाषा क्या है? मैच्योरिटी की परिभाषा ये नहीं है कि आपकी उम्र हो गई। मैच्योरिटी की परिभाषा सिर्फ एक है, जब आपका अपने बारे में सोचना और दूसरे के बारे में सोचने का अंतर कम होता जाता है तो उसको मैच्योरिटी कहते हैं। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि इस रूम में बैठा हर एक आदमी मैच्योर बने। जब वो मैच्योर बनेगा तो उसकी सोच सीधी होगी, सिंपल होगी, और जब सीधी सिंपल होगी तो वो ट्रुथ के पास होगी। वो ट्रुथ के पास होगी तो आपकी हमेशा हमेशा विजय होगी। ऐसी मेरी कामना भी है, शुभकामना भी है और आशीर्वाद भी। थैंक यू सो मच। जब आप देर कर देते हैं तो देने वाले भी पहले आ जाते हैं।
We sincerely thank you, sir, for your motivating words. Thank you, sir.
We now proceed to another insightful session on enterprise cybersecurity in a rapidly evolving threat landscape. This session will be given by Mr. Vinod Karumam-Poil, Director, Digital Transformation Office, Cisco India and SARC. Cisco delivers the critical infrastructure to help organizations thrive in the AI era. Cisco delivers the critical infrastructure to help organizations thrive in the AI era. As a leader in networking and information technology IT, they are here to provide us with a strategic overview of cybersecurity and the solutions that are driving the next wave of technological advancement. I now request Mr. Samir Dutt to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker. Let's give a huge round of applause to our esteemed speaker, Mr. Vinod Karumam-Poil. Sir, the stage is now yours.
Okay. All of you got your food for thought when Ravi was speaking. Ravi, that was fantastic, number one. Can we have one more round of applause for Ravi, please? And if you want to have food after this, I'm sure some of you are hungry, I have to end very fast. So I'm going to do that, exactly that, by speaking at this point of time. Thank you once again for having us over here, Dr. Goswami and UPSIFS. I think this is my second visit where I got to see where some of these young folks work and live and learn. It's indeed a pleasure to do that. I'll try to do justice to my topic at the earliest, and I will also try to ensure that hunger doesn't get the better of you while I do that. Okay? So, the topic I'm going to cover is enterprise cybersecurity. I will not speak on the threat landscape. I think we had a set of eminent speakers speak on this from the beginning. So all of us know the threat landscape. All the men in uniform here face this day in and day off. आपके इतने सारे challenges होते हैं कि threats को handle करते करते the amount of time to process, learn and upgrade is a challenge as at the moment. Cisco and quite a few other organizations have been working, trying to do it. So I will focus on what is it that will make you digitally resilient for the future. Because that is exactly what every organization needs to do. And to do that, I'm going to use an example. I'm sure all the people, or quite a few people at the back do not remember, because this photograph is before I was born. Any guesses which year this is? No? It is Sunil Gavaskar. Kis saal ki hai picture? No, man. 1980 I was born. Okay? This is 1971. This is Sunil Gavaskar in West Indies in 1971. I put this picture up because it has got the reality of what we are facing in enterprise. Enterprise pakad lo, bank pakad lo. You had some bankers, you had broking folks, you had people in cybersecurity, you had people who are in the armed forces who are here, we have people in the defense and also in the police force. Irrespective of which organization that is, including a small entrepreneur who is there, all of them have the same challenges of facing threats which are always bigger than what you're prepared for. Right? Imagine the West Indian attack. Number one is Zamane mein actually Marshall hadn't come up to his total form. Holding was there, by the way, at this point of time. They were attacking a gentleman, and if you notice, he didn't have a helmet in those days. There was no helmet. Right? तो आज के दिन पे हम जो firewall, DMZ, cyber security, endpoint जो बात करते हैं, none of this was there. It required somebody to go across and deliver this. And this is no different from what an organization has to face at the moment over today. What you see on the left-hand side is each one of us. हम इसमें किसी में तो है. We are all definitely mobile users. Some of us work out of home. Some of them come to an office and work. Some of them go to the police headquarters and work. Somebody is at a station which is out there. It could be a utility station. It could be a railway station. It could be a police station, or it could be a post office. Some of us work in factories, and all of us have some kind of sensor around us. And most of us have something on our wrist today. Right? That whole chain from there to the end is fraught with what you see, different risks. I've highlighted few in red and a few which are there in yellow at the moment. ये हमारे सबके जिंदगी में है. You can do this mapping and plotting for whatever you try to do, right? The way to go about solving this is to actually create a framework which requires a few essential principles to be followed. That has not essentially changed, and I'm going to focus on that in the time that I have, because the problem that you're talking about is a very small problem. It's only $400 billion problem. और ये पिछले साल का report था, by the way, right? And you had Rupa ma'am here speak earlier today on the extent of the problem within the country, in our country as of today, right? So just a good indication of what happens. And here I'm not talking about personal loss. I am talking about total loss that happens to organization when you face this problem. Of course, it will be segmented by the turnover that you have, the impact that you have, the area that you operate, etc. Now, how do you go about solving this problem? Let's focus on that, because all of us together know the problem is massive. There's no second questions about that, actually. Right? So, most organizations do not have this in place. A few do have, right? Your network team could be, for all you know, your Airtel, router lagane wala. That is your network team for some organizations. Others have about an 80-man person who are working for it. The IT team, more often, is the youngest person in the house, जिसके birthday के ऊपर password बनाया जाता है, right? Or it could be a fully fledged team which works out there. Security team is usually the patriarch of the family, given the Indian setup that is. and provides the security which is required. And the engineering team is usually the uncle/cousin who is probably learning in a good college and operating out of anywhere. You can all imagine this from the slowest or the smallest entrepreneurial outfit to a large corporation that exists over there. The principles required to ensure digital resilience comes in 3 factors, right? It could be the assurance that I get that when I do something, I'm assured of this result. How many times are we sure? आज के दिन पे भी Gemini पे जब देखते हैं, we think, ये ठीक है, ये hallucinate कर रहा है. Assurance is the one that I'm talking about, right? When you give a query and get a result, it used to be very easy in good old days. It was 1-to-1 very easy. It isn't anymore. Second is what you get to observe kya ho raha hai, right? I'm sure the law enforcement people over here, when they do their rounds, they observe what is happening. You don't necessarily have to wait for the event to happen to make sure what happens. And third is your classic security, right? After an event is open, you will set a set of issues that will happen. These 3 principles haven't changed, and they will not change, at least in the near future. They will only change at the speed of AI. Right? We heard about the implications of the speed of AI and how what our people are doing about it. So this is what we go on to address as we try to address this challenge. Once again, it does not matter whether your enterprise is just you, 5 people, 5,000 people, 5 lakh people, or any number that you can think of. The principles are so deeply embedded, number one, right? If I were to do a double click, I would come to this, but given the paucity of time and the fact that I'm also hungry, I'm going to wait on this and just roll forward for the time being, actually, right? I'm going to further build on this with one more detailed slide in the end, because I think that is all we have capacity to absorb. But 3 things we want to do, and I think nobody can relate to it more than all the people who are involved in law enforcement over here. Kisi ko major panga nahi chahiye. That's the first thing, right? You've got to prioritize when you have so many issues, right? What do you do to prevent major issues? What do you do to prevent that the fast ball from Joel Garner does not knock off the skull of the gentleman that you sue over there, actually? What do you do once you get such a ball? Can you hook it over the leg stump and get a 4 or a 6? How do you remediate faster? कुछ आ गया करने के लिए फटाफट लिपटा देते हैं. What can you do about it? The principle is the same. What I'm talking about is a security operating center. ये आपको भी पता है, मुझे भी पता है. But the principle does not change. And the third is because the landscape is changing so fast. How do you adapt about it? Right? To make your life easy, what we've tried to do, and most of my colleagues who are in the industry are trying to do this, is to continue to develop this so that एक हुआ था ना, a couple of months back when all the services went down for most of the organizations, right? What can you do that something which went for 2 hours, some people for 24 hours, can be reduced to a 4-minute one, right? The reason I mentioned this example is because you just have to Google it or go to the Cisco website. We put this case study out there. The problem and the solution lies in preparedness, in assurance, in observability. That is how you go to ensure what we want for enterprise cybersecurity. And that is what I'm calling digital resilience, actually, right? Next one, 40 years later. Anybody? This I expect a lot of people to know. 2001, right? One of the most resilient innings that ever happened in Australia. Glenn McGrath, Gillespie, Kasparovich, I mean, the guys had us against the wall, right? This is another great example. The reason I'm putting this up, to draw the basics out of this, it's no different, right? In India, it's very easy to explain everything with cricket. All of us get it, cricket dekhne pe, right? So, what you need to do as you power for the future and build what you want, all of you here have obviously interested, learned, seen what happens in a security operating center, right? Data and sources. Big problem. Sharing of data, even bigger problem. Data mil gaya, the detection in that is a bigger problem. Second one is, how do you do this with the scale that is available? Because the threats jo aa rahe hain, they're not coming at 6 balls and over in 7.5 minutes of an over. at the moment, right? The space of which, especially during Operation Sindoor, as was mentioned by one of the speakers earlier today, it happened at the speed. So you do not have the time to deploy all these young people who are sitting here to solve it. They should available to do the finer variety, what is required, or a small subset of what is to be needed. The rest of it has to be automated, it should be energized, it should be done with data which you've done and created. And that can happen only with 3 devices. Assuming you know what you need, number one, where all you can capture it, and how do you quickly go about with an AI-generated summary. I'm skipping this again so that I don't have to take you through this whole story. Let me quickly skip to the portion. Well, this is an easy one, right? 430 runs in the funding. I have 5 minutes, but I will not take it. Okay? Let me end with this one that we speak about, right? This one slide probably captures what I wanted to say about enterprise security. ये आप किस lens पे apply करते हो, whether it is an SME, if it is a mid-size organization, a large commercial outfit, or a multinational. It doesn't remain any different, actually. What you want to do with assurance, observability, and security. And what are the 4 major pillars in this, which by itself is a large topic. I'm sure some of the students here learn this on a day and day off basis, so you'll have wonderful, right? But quickly, let's have foundational visibility. If you do not have visibility, then you are hallucinating on what could be the issue. As simple as that. What brings visibility? Let's have it in place. Let's have it within the realms of what is possible by the law. Second, if you have data, you cannot watch it. You need help, and tech is a great way to get that help, right? ECG, analyze karke report milna is better than staring at what is going up and down, number one. Tech has made it easy for us. Let's please get that to the approach. Being proactive. It doesn't matter whether it's 10,000 balls to be faced to become a Sachin Tendulkar during your age of 12 or 13. It is exactly the same for anything that we try to do in the world of cybersecurity. The 4th one, which you see over there, right? There was a partnership which made it work. Unless all the people in the baton passing are aligned and the unified workflows are not there, the greatest deployment of technology will fail, because at the end of it, humans have to work for each other to make things happen. On that note, thank you very much, and let's go have lunch.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful session. Now, I would like to call our respected Additional Director, sir, Mr. Rajiv Malhotra, to give a memento to Mr. Vinod, sir, as a token of gratitude. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Vinod, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our morning sessions for day 1. We will now break for lunch. Respected dignitaries will be escorted to the lunch area by volunteers. Students are requested to wait for some time and move after our dignitaries leave the hall. The students are to move to the Uttar library for the lunch area from the main gate. We request everyone to reconvene here by 1:45 p.m. for the post-lunch sessions. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. 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 Check. Check. Hello. Hello. Check.
Hello, check. Check one. Hello, hello. Hello, mic testing. Hello, hello. Hello, check one, one, check. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Check.
Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, check. Check, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, check. Check, hello. Hello, hello, check. Check, 1, 2, 3. Mic testing. Hello, hello. हो गया? Hello, check, 1, 2, 3. Hello, mic testing, 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, check, 1, 2, 3. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3. हेलो हेलो आवाज ही नहीं आ रही थी अभी हेलो चेक चेक हेलो 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 चेक 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 हेलो हेलो माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 चेक 1 2 3 हेलो 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 चेक
चल रहा है ना? All the students are requested to come back at 1:45 sharp.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 Hello. 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 Check. Hello. 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 Hello.
देखो मोटर बोल रहे क्या ये देखो
Hello.
क्या कौन से स्पीकर बोल रहे
Hello. 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 Hello.
हैं ऊपर से ना
Hello.
मोटर से का सुबह से आवाज नहीं आ रही क्या क्या देख क्या रहा है?
Hello. Check, check. Hello. Hello.
Students are requested to please come back. We are about to start our lunch session.
Hello. Hello. Check, check. Hello. 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 उड़ा देना.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. नहीं आ रहा, नहीं आ रहा. Hello, check, check. Hello, check. Hello.
Welcome back. I, Divyanjali Kushwaha.
I, Shaurveer Singh.
We hope you had a pleasant and refreshing lunch. We now move into a crucial segment that focuses on protecting our nation's digital frontiers. In today's world, where cyber threats evolve faster than ever before, strategic coordination, and informed leadership has become our greatest defense.
Let's continue our series of insightful talks with distinguished experts who lead India's cybersecurity and policy making. Our first speaker for this session is Mr. Vishal Gautam. Over 25 years of experience in IT industry with the majority in the cybersecurity domain, with 12 years in the US and rest in India. Rich experience in developing high-performance and high-scalable cloud-native services for the cloud and the security domain. Sir is with Zscaler for more than 14 years. Since his early startup days, helping to build up and grow India's operations. Sir will be giving his invaluable insights on Zero Trust cybersecurity architecture, scope and challenges. Welcome, sir. Students, please come back. So, please. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to request Assistant Professor, School of Forensic Science, Dr. Palak Aneja ma'am, to present the sapling to our respected speaker as a token of welcome. Please give a big round of applause. Welcome, sir.
Sadar Pranam to all. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I hear a little bit more noise? You know, lunch के पहले का session और बाद का session are the most difficult ones. I will try to keep justice. First of all, my heartfelt gratitude and respect to all dignitaries present here from the government, leaders from the law enforcement, all the members of law enforcement, leaders from the academia, and my dear future leaders who are sitting all there. I will try to make sure my session is mostly applicable to you all, so you take away something new that you learn. And my gratitude to Dr. Goswami, I'm a big fan of his personality, for inviting us and conducting this event. I know time is really short and I have a lot to unpack. So I'm going to talk about Zero Trust plus AI security for Bharat to make this Bharat a Vikasit Bharat by 1947. One quick announcement for all the students who are attending this event in the next 3 days. We are very happy to share Zscaler is offering a voucher for certificate for 1,500 students who will attend the 3 days fully to go through the ZCA, the Zscaler Cybersecurity certification course. I hope you all make use of it. Organizations get attacked, get hacked. And then we will also talk about how to rob a bank. मेरी एक ही विनती है सबसे कि मेरा पूरा सेशन होते तक के आप छोड़ के ना जाएं. ये पुलिस वालों के बीच में मैं बैठा और हो के ये बात मैंने छेड़ दी है बैंक लूटने की, कुछ भी हो सकता है, थोड़ी बेवकूफी वाली बात तो है, but we will talk about it quickly. Then Zero Trust Security, ये है क्या चीज and how it can help us for the modern day threats. And finally, some challenges that we see in Zero Trust adoption. So सबसे पहले तो about Zscaler. Many of you may not have heard about it. So Zscaler is on a mission to secure, simplify, and transform organizations and businesses. We are a public company listed in NASDAQ. It is US based, San Jose based, but founded in India, in Bangalore. It started its operation in 2007 in Bangalore, and we have a strong 3,500 employees of Zscaler who are developing these solutions from right here in India. We are a $40 billion market cap company with close to 3 billion ARR. It is founded by, I want to make a very important note. Zscaler's founder is Jay Chaudhary. He hails from a very small town or a village from Himachal Pradesh called Una. I encourage all students here to Google on his life story. He recently gave a podcast on the Grit podcast. Very, very inspiring story. He comes from a humble farmer family, and from there, today, he reached the heights unimaginable to many of us. Absolutely inspiring personality. So we excel in giving a high-tech, modern-day ready, future-ready security services with a cloud-native and AI-enabled platform. We simplify things. We heard the amazing talk, from another person I'm a big fan of, Sri Ravi Sharma ji. It was a love at first meeting for me when I met him last year, and big fan of him. And what we heard from him, complexity to simplicity in the life, which was by far the most important topic for you all. Zscaler brings similar simplicity to the network topology and network architecture for security. And by this, we transform businesses. We are strongly operating in India with 400 plus customers, 7 data centers in India, protecting 12 million plus users. Top 4 system integrators, the global system integrators like Infosys, Wipro, TCS and Tech Mahindra are our customers. They trust Zscaler to protect their employees and their assets. Top 4, 5 private banks are our customer in India, and also the top 3 conglomerates. On the public sector, I'm very humbled to say that many of the departments from the government are trusting Zscaler to provide security to their users, including Ministry of Finance, CAG office, NIC, a big partner for us. Jay Chaudhary ji, as I told about him, last visit, he had the privilege and honor to meet Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. And also last visit, he met Shri Jitin Prasad, the Honorable Minister of State, Commerce and Industry and Electronics and Information Technology. What is so pleasing to me, particularly personally, what we see, what we hear, the top leaders in our government are showing heightened awareness and push and support to adopt and deploy modern security infrastructure to protect the country. Talking about briefly on the cyber attacks in India, this is a quote by Honorable Prime Minister himself in June. India saw 10 crore, 100 million cyber attacks since Pahalgam terror strike. There is need to be alert and make effort at every level to defeat such attacks in the changed method of warfare. Interestingly, not only after Pahalgam, even before, India is the second most targeted nation in terms of cyber attacks. We saw a lot of these data by Professor Amit's presentation, so I'm not going to go in details. But really coming down to why does nations and organizations get attacked so easily? And this is where I want to talk about how to rob a bank or how banks are robbed. So let's take that example. So what happens? Robber, the first thing he or she does is find all the bank branches. That's the attack surface. The second, they figure out to break in either by digging a hole or breaking some security, the locks and stuff. Once they break in, the third step is to search where is the cash box or, the vault. And the fourth one is obvious, take the cash and run away. Interestingly, cyber attacks also follow a similar TTP techniques and the procedures, tactics and procedures. What you see here is a typical organization, a large organizations who have multiple data centers, and you will not believe that even in today's environment, most of the organizations are still using 30-year-old technologies to connect and to protect our organizations. So there is a data center, they are connected through an MPLS line, and then there are firewalls and VPN gateways, whatnot. So what a hacker does, they, like in the case of bank, they first find the attack surface, which is the public IPs. It could be the firewall IP, the VPN gateway. The second one, they very smartly, usually with social engineering, they break in. They infect one employee with a malware. So that's how they break in. And when that employee comes back to the network, and if this organization does not have zero trust-based security solutions, invariably what happens, the malware spreads through the network and finds the critical data. And fourth step is take the data and send it to some unknown trusted destination for them. And that's where their ransom begins. So really, looking at this whole scenario, the organization with the old type of networks, which we call castle and moat-based security, where you have these data centers and a branch office connected with the MPLS, and then VPN gateways and firewall, these technologies were invented in the 70s, become the attack surface. And then the bad guys, the hackers, they're able to attempt to penetrate those attack surfaces. They are able to compromise one user, and payload of a malware is deployed. Next, once it's in the system, and if they do not have a zero trust security solution, it just infects the whole organization, encrypts the data, and that's how you get attacked. We saw many such cases in India. Some of the very large institutions got impacted this way. So now, what is zero trust security? A often question we get, why in negative term? And I want to again quote Dr. Amit's, Professor Amit's, he was talking about need for trust in the society. And here we are talking about zero trust. What is this, Mr. Vishal Gautam? What are you talking about? So by the way, we did not coin this. This is a term from Forrester, and it's even a NIST standard. But actually, there is a hidden word between. It is called zero implicit trust and minimal explicit trust. And it's very common. You all have seen this. Our law enforcement officers know it very well. If you have been to airport, you know it very well. These are the principles. So never trust, always verify. And you see this in the airport checkout or security checks. Once I went to the went through the security check, then realized that I forgot my mobile phone at the counter, the check-in counter. So I had to request and went back. And then I came back again. I had to go through the security check again. They did not say that, hey, 10 minutes ago, आपको तो मैंने अभी देखा था, आप चले जाइए. कोई law enforcement officer ऐसा नहीं करते. That is what zero trust is. But when you apply it on a data, on a packet level networking scenario में, and that's not an easy problem to solve, because every packet has to go through this check, going out to the internet, coming back from the internet. And that's a tough problem we have solved as part of the Zscaler. There are many other principles, and I will gonna skip it in interest of time. So really how this whole thing works, our technology, our Zero Trust Exchange platform, which is globally world's largest inline security cloud, connects entity A with entity B with zero trust communication. And this entity could be a device to device, could be a device to a workload, could be a human to human, could be any entity. We're living in a world where we have forces like mobility, cloud, IoT, and AI/ML changing, disrupting the world. Do you really think we can still use the old network security architecture like firewalls and VPNs and still protect? That's where the problem is. And the problem is not technology. Problem is inertia. Actually, it's difficult for people to change the mindset. So what happens is the current way of protecting or connecting is so risky with all these security or threat, the public attack surface. And that's where a new architecture is required, and Zscaler's solution provides that new paradigm where the Zero Trust Exchange creates a shield around the users and the assets. Best example, if I can give you, an Sindoor, you saw what protected India from all the incoming projectiles. What was that? Akash Tir. That was a shield. So Zscaler's solution, in a way, creates an invisible shield where everything goes through it like a security checkpoint, and then only it's allowed to go through to the user. We have the largest inline security cloud, handling over 500 billion transactions a day. We're blocking nearly 220 million threats every single day. These are malwares, these are phishing. And finally, AI is a big force for us because we're sitting on top of this much data. And you heard from earlier Mr. Singh how data is so important to create AI-based solutions. And we get 500 trillion signals a day. Based upon that, we are able to create many AI-based models and actions. So finally, one more, because the law enforcement team is here, there's one very interesting solution we have, which is called SIM-based Zero Trust solutions. A lot of you use SIM-based devices, so our technology can route this traffic from the SIM, originating from a SIM, through a Zero Trust platform, and you can be sure of highest standard of security, auditing, and policy-based connectivity. We are a highly accredited institutions. If you're aware of FedRAMP in US, to do any government business, you need to be FedRAMP certified. We are FedRAMP High and Moderate certified, in addition to DoD IL5, which is Department of Defense IL5. Only a handful of companies in the world have this kind of accreditation. These are some of the certifications we have, and we work with a number of governments, including Government of India. Finally, number one trusted security cloud in India, with 15% of our traffic is now originating from India, 7 data centers, and we are investing in more. 60 billion transactions from India we are handling every day, protecting 5 million users, and we are the third largest data center footprint we have. The real benefits from our solutions is security. We get the best of the brand security of handling the modern day threats. We simplify complex networks into a simple network, and we transform the organizations. GE, one of the longest customer, once quoted, "It's a rare occasion in history where it got more secure, provided better experience, and got cheaper all at once." Challenges, as I said earlier, is really not technological or financial. Knowledge requires and convictions are required to accept disruptive changes. A cultural and a mindset change is required. Change is always uncomfortable, and it leads to inertia. But transformation is required to gain competitive advantage, become secure and strong as Surakshit and Sudhrir Bharat, and to survive, thrive, and lead in this new age. With that, I thank you, everybody, for giving your time and listening to me. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for imparting invaluable knowledge and understanding of zero trust and data breach. Now, I would like to request Director of UPSIFS. Thank you, sir. Our next eminent speaker is Mr. G. Narendranath, Joint Secretary at National Security Council Secretariat, New Delhi. Sir, in his role, ensures cybersecurity by different entities of India. He is also driving the initiative on the trusted telecom supply chain. He is the coordinating chair for India for the Quad Critical and Emerging Technologies. The working group is focused on diversifying 5G supply chains, URAN, and obtaining leadership positions in emerging technologies of biotechnology, AI, and quantum technologies. Sir will be giving his invaluable insights on securing national digital infrastructure, role of cyber diplomacy, and strategic coordination. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Manoj Bharadwaj, former international servant with UN and WTO to present the sapling to our respected speaker.
Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. So, stage is yours. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. It's always good to interact with an audience, and I take every opportunity of speaking, and coming speaking and share my thoughts. Because it's been a decade since I've entered this field of cybersecurity. I've got a technology background, especially telecom technology, being in operations for quite some time. But cybersecurity is something that, I got into and learned on the job. And that's where the catch is. One of the things that happened is that when I was in operations, I was not so much focused on cybersecurity. Though I was in a critical sector called telecom. Okay. There it was more on, quality of service, number of connections, spread of connections, new services and all of that. But cybersecurity was not my piece of cake at that particular point of time. But once I migrated to cybersecurity, I realized how important it is. I start with this message because, with the digitalization that has happened across all sectors, and you'll find all the activities that we have are covered now. Whether you talk in terms of entertainment, I'm starting off with entertainment, or in terms of any other economic activity or critical infrastructure, you'll find everything is covered in the digitalized space. So anything going wrong there has got not only, effects in terms of inconveniencing you, but it's got catastrophic effects also in terms of disrupting normal activities. So inconvenience is something beyond that now. So, and that is one point, vast scale deployment. The other is the cross-border nature of the digital space, where you have the threat actors. And, since morning, people have talked about different threat scenarios, threat actors, cybersecurity principles, and all of that. But one of the things is that it's cross-border in nature, and you'll find the threat actors could be from anywhere in the world, and they could be targeting infrastructure within the country. Attribution is one difficult problem which is yet to be addressed. We try to attribute, but then we look at the TTPs, the tactics that they employ, and then, make sort of an attribution, but it's not a clear attribution that happens. So we always come with the precept that it's better to prevent an attack than, concentrate on energies and trying to attribute an attack to somebody. It's better to, keep your systems in order and then put all the measures that are required to be put in place instead of devoting our energies to the attribution piece of it. Okay. Having said that, because it's cross-border in nature, And then we talk in terms of the dimensions of cyber security per se, and also the cyber crime. And we had a presentation for I4C where there was a passing reference to the Convention on Cybercrime, the UN Convention on Cybercrime, where multiple meetings had taken place at both New York and Geneva, and Vienna, sorry. And then they have come up with a convention that was adopted in December of 2024. And that is up for signing in Hanoi sometime in October or September by multiple countries. And when more than 40 countries have signed it, then it gets adopted, okay, by the UN. So, because of this, it's required for us to have cooperation, international cooperation. Okay, and that is the topic that I've got. It's not come out here. Okay. The international cooperation and the strategic cooperation that we have to have. Especially for the reasons why is the sharing of threat intelligence. The threat actors, as they're active across the world, then they target different infrastructure. There are certain entities which get to know about that much earlier than us because they have targeted, and they are similarly placed infrastructure. It could be the BFSI sector, it could be the power sector, the telecom sector. The sharing of the threat intelligence helps us in taking proactive measures to protect our infrastructure, which is similarly placed, from getting attacked. So that is one important part. The other is sharing of vulnerabilities that are detected. Of course, there's this thought, especially among nation states, that when a vulnerability is detected, it's not good to share it, but exploit it. But otherwise, if you have, like-minded countries which are there, sharing of vulnerabilities would help in patching the vulnerabilities before they're exploited. So that is another area where actually we would have international cooperation helping us in those matters. Okay. Then there is also the question of takedowns. Because many of the actors who are there, they're outside the borders, and you would like that threat actor is taken down. So that is another area where we would like to have cooperation in that. Okay, where we have identified that there's a particular entity which is actually attacking you, and then you would like the takedown to happen, and that's where there. And there also coordinated action. For example, for doing investigation to find out who are the threat actors who are active, especially in the ransomware. Okay, thanks. So. And for investigations and for help in prosecutions. These are areas where we could do it. So this is where diplomacy would be required to establish these bondings for establishing the platforms for sharing of the information. One of the mechanisms, we have bilaterals, and we have this memorandum of cooperation or memorandum of understanding. And one pillar of that is the CERT-to-CERT cooperation. The CERT India, cooperating with the CERT India, and maybe using this, establishing the technical infrastructure for automatic sharing of, in the sticks and taxi formats of the threat intelligence, so that automatically, that it get ingested, and then we could act on that. I've got 5 minutes left, so I will quickly do it. Okay. Then another point, this is one part, that's why we require and why diplomacy is required, and to actually have these arrangements with all like-minded countries to, prosper in this field. The other is also regarding at the multilateral forum, the perception management. India is a cyberspace environment where business can be done safely and securely. And that is where on the multilateral forum, we have to actively engage. Like for the ITU, the Global Cybersecurity Index, if you're aware of it, the last one which came out in 2024, we have been placed at tier 1, which is, role modeling. That is a tier. We have come from 10, which was earlier, and before that we were around 23 or something. So we have actually progressed. So in this also you'll find the parameters based on which the Global Cybersecurity Index is done done through negotiations. We have to be part of the negotiation to see that what are those parameters that actually reflect our ethos here, our infrastructure, our way of working, and that should get reflected there so that it affects the way the cybersecurity index is done. That is one part. The other part is in terms of standards making, testing and certification. One of the things that people talk about is the lack of Indian participation or less Indian participation in standards making, especially with evolving technologies, 6G coming along, quantum coming along, AI coming along, it's very important that we participate in standards making activities and then also get our point of view into the standards. And there a lot of diplomacy is involved because there are a lot of conflicting interests that go into the standards making body. And unless you establish those linkages with like-minded people, our thoughts do not get into the standards. So that's another area on the diplomatic front at the international standards making bodies and international multilateral forums like ICANN, ITU, 3GPP, ETSI, of course we don't really participate, but IETF, these are the forums where I think we should have larger participation and a continued participation of the people who go on a regular basis. Because if one person goes this time and another person goes the next time, you can't establish those linkages. So like you find the other countries, you will find a person who has gone a decade back is still attending those meetings. So it's important for us to identify the experts in those domains and support them for participating in those standards making bodies so that we establish those linkages and our say in the standards happens. So that is another area I think that we're talking about. And I'll finally end with some of the thoughts for you and for you to actually, there are a lot of students here, for you to actually look at some of the documents that are available, some initiatives at the international forum that have happened. One is the UN government group of experts that on the norms for behavior in the cyberspace. Okay, you just have a look at it. The 2015 report and the 2021 reports that you have. In the 2015 report, there were 11 non-binding norms that was designated for nation states to adhere to for behavior in the cyberspace. Okay, that's one. Then the other is the OEWG, Open-Ended Working Group for the cybersecurity in the cyberspace. They are parallel activities. UNGG was happening as a limited set of government group of experts who were working. And Open-Ended Working Group was an open forum where all the countries participated. But now both of them are merged together. And then the final report has been submitted of the OEWG. Okay, and they have submitted for establishment of a permanent mechanism for the dialogue to continue in the about the cybersecurity in the cyberspace. Okay, and you can have a look at that, those of these, and then get a feel of that. And the other is, as I pointed out, the Convention on Cybercrime, which was adopted in December of 2024, and it's up for signing in Hanoi in the later part of this year, is another document. You can have a look at it, which actually talks about sharing of for fighting cybercrime, protecting the victim, and sharing of intelligence and for actually fighting cybercrime. So with these words, I again thank the organizers for giving an opportunity for interacting with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening perspective on how strategic coordination can fortify our digital defenses.
Please welcome S.K. Jain, sir, to present the memento to Dr. G. Narendranath as a token of gratitude. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead.
Our next speaker, Mr. Anurag Yadav, IAS, 2000 batch UP Cadre Officer. He is presently serving as the Principal Secretary of the Department of IT and Electronics, Government of Uttar Pradesh. He is also the Chairman of UP Electronics Corporation Limited. Sir emphasizes the need for inclusive digital empowerment where innovation becomes a driver for social change and everyday accessibility. Sir will be discussing the combating strategies of Uttar Pradesh for ensuring cybersecurity and data protection. I welcome you, sir. Now, I request Additional Director of UPSIFS, Shri Rajiv Malhotra, sir, to present the sapling to our respected speaker.
Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. You forward किससे करते हैं आप? ये forward है? ठीक. Okay. सबसे पीछे जो बैठे हैं, आवाज आ रही है साफ? ठीक. थैंक यू. इस सभागार में मुझे लगता है कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी के जो विशेषज्ञ आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए आए हुए हैं, वो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की सार्थकता के लिए मुझे लगता है यहाँ जो भी स्टूडेंट्स जो दिख रहे हैं मुझे, उनसे मैं ये आह्वान करूंगा, अपील करूंगा कि उन विशेषज्ञों को ध्यान से सुने. वो अपनी फील्ड के जाने माने लोग हैं. अभी मुझसे ठीक पहले जो वक्ता थे, वो इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशन कैसे किया जाना है इस फील्ड में, वो उनका विषय था. और ये कॉन्फ्रेंस जिस विषय पे हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे हम लोग इकट्ठे होकर जिस पे हम लोग विचार विमर्श कर रहे हैं, साइबर सिक्योरिटी, सामान्य तौर पर जिसको हम कहते हैं डिजिटल फॉर्म या साइबर फॉर्म, जो विजिबल नहीं है फिजिकली, इसलिए बहुत हद तक इसके सिक्योरिटाइजेशन का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो अभी उस तरह से महसूस नहीं किया जाता है जिस तरह से उसका प्रभाव हमारे जीवन में है. What I meant to say is, human survival starts with its effort to secure itself. अगर आप इतिहास को पढ़ेंगे, इवोल्यूशन को पढ़ेंगे, तो व्यक्ति का प्राइमरी गोल जो है वो है सिक्योरिटी. और जितनी संस्थाएं बनाई गई, all the institutions which have evolved, they start with the key test: can they secure people? If you cannot secure people, probably you will not be able to sustain, legitimize that institution. That institution may be the best, पर अगर उसमें सिक्योरिटी नहीं है, ह्यूमन बीइंग का सिक्योर होना नहीं है, तो उस मेथड को, उस सिस्टम को, उस इंस्टीट्यूशन को हम अपना नहीं पाते. क्योंकि सबसे पहले जो बेसिक प्राइमरी इंस्टिंक्ट है ह्यूमन बीइंग की, वो है उसकी सेफ्टी, सिक्योरिटी. सामान्य तौर पर इफ यू लुक एट द इवोल्यूशन ऑफ ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री, इंटरैक्शंस जो हुए उसके हिसाब से सिक्योरिटी का कॉन्सेप्ट बढ़ता गया. We started with our primary security, physical security. मत्स्य न्याय जैसी एक स्थिति थी, छोटी मछली बड़ी मछली को खा जाती है वाली स्थिति थी. फिजिकली पहले जो बलशाली था वो हेड हुआ करता था. किंगशिप से, डिवाइन किंगशिप से we evolved to state. I'll come directly to the point. The concept of state drives its legitimacy with the notion of providing security within a defined boundary. Now, when it comes to cyber security, this concept of security sometimes gets a bit fuzzy, a bit blurred, because we don't see how insecure we are or how and what measures are initiated by state to ensure that security. Why it is important, how it is done, what are the future scenarios, probably I will delve about it in next couple of minutes. So my presentation today is primarily aimed to make awareness about the concept of cyber security, the state of affairs as on today, what we are doing in the state of Uttar Pradesh for it, and what are the roadmaps or challenges ahead in future. And I'll try to summarize it in a more simplified manner possible. So ladies and gentlemen, there is a report published usually annually which suggests what is happening in the cyber world. This report suggests that more than 702, I mean you can use the word attack, or you can use the word initiation of attacks, or you can use something which was not good coming to your system. You had to fence yourself against was happening every minute. That is the amount of, what I say, breach possible against which we have to fend ourselves. Now, this is one of the most simple slide, but I just put it because we keep hearing about too many terms, and I think it's visible, so I won't repeat these terms. But this is a kind of illustration of what when we talk of cyber security. So what are the terms which get into picture? And it varies. You can see across the board. So it can be a very simple thing where you go to log in your, say, university's whatever course syllabus, and then you find that the site is not working. You are not able to, so somebody prevented you to avail that service. That's a very basic thing, where you are denial of a service which you can get. And from there onwards, it can go on and on, getting your identity, getting your financial data. I mean, again, we don't feel much insecure by giving our data as such, unless we know that now it's going to hit us, it's going to injure us. Once it gets to that space where it threatens our health, wealth, we start feeling it. Now, I'll delve about the weapons. What are the weapons usually used in this warfare? How? So you know, I mean, in history, weapon is always to defend and always there to attack. It's just like providing a space where you have to defend your space, and then somebody is coming to you. Now our life is surrounding with these things. We all depend from morning to evening on these things, and these are our basic tools which are going to be subject to the attack. This is the complexity again, explained how, I mean, I have already explained from the basic to the complex situation where we feel threatened. The summary is, in day in and out, every moment we are facing this threat which is not visible as such. Now, the response often, and most of, I mean, people like me also used to feel about it few years ago, I would say. Most of us often feel, and this is true to the security, because we believe somebody else is going to do the job. It's not my job. I don't understand it. So when we grow up, our parents secure us. Our school environment secure us. Our parents are always worried, kahan khana khaoge ja rahe ho raaste mein. So you always find someone who will be doing this security thing, and at the end of it, it's government which will be doing it. That's the usual approach towards any kind of security. I mean, whether it is cyber security or otherwise, we start with this notion. At the same time, there are some alertness which we do follow. Now this is usually a typical response towards cyber security. What it is, it's a very simple thing. How individuals and organizations reduce the risk of cyber attack. Cyber security's core function is to protect the devices which you use and the services which you access. It's also preventing yourself's risk or subject to the personal information. Now, this slide, I'm sorry, I'm just forgetting the author's name, but I found it very interesting. You look at the response from the state, what is happening. So right from the top, if you see, one slide, it shows all the ministries and all the institutions which are working together, but primarily if you look at, it's from PMO to National Security Council to Defense Ministry to MEA to Home, and then comes technology-based ministries which are like Ministry of Communication, IT, DST. Everybody has to come together. Usually, cyber security has enlarged, I would say, the scope of security, and it is no longer just like a defense where an army is going to defend you or a police person in a uniform is going to defend you. Everybody is coming together because the attack is coming from all the sides and it's going to affect everyone. It's no longer just 1 kilometer of border which is going to get affected. It's no longer just one pocket of a communal tension area which is going to face the curfew. You cannot define the boundary, and there comes national and international approach. Because one of the major problems which state is facing today, or as a human, as a citizen we face today with cyber security, is it has got no defined boundary. Everybody is susceptible to it and everybody has to collaborate. Now what we are doing? Well, we are yet, I would say, as a state, in the nascent stage. The kind of risk, the kind of defense mechanism which is required, we are, I would say, at the first or at the most second stage if there are, let's say, 5 steps which I have to take. As a Principal Secretary IT, I would admit that the amount of response which is required would need much more to do. But what we have done and what is our future plan, I'll take 2 more minutes to explain it. So the first thing which, as a department or as a state, our response has been to make everyone aware that this is something which is important. Every department, every institution which deals with it, primarily in government, IT often has been dependent upon a computer operator. He gets to know everything about IT. He carries all the user ID and password of the department till few years ago. It has taken some time in government to make everyone aware that no, this is just not a data entry operation which is happening or which used to happen 30 years ago or 40 years ago, maybe when we started with something called a computer. The networking, the MIS, the systems which we operate today requires everyone to be aware of it. So what we did was we issued certain guidelines, and I would say Government of India created an organization, certain to make emergency response systems, and they issue security guidelines, time to time updated guidelines. So what we do, we try to make everyone in the government to aware about it. And what is our job? Our job is to protect the critical data, to protect the data systems. That is what we do by following those guidelines and making everyone aware about it. We introduced security audit for all the systems which government is using. We have trained something called Chief Information Security Officers so that they can see what is happening with their departments. Now, this is what I have already explained. I'll come to the next slide. What is future like? Okay. Every day we are dealing with something called AI, ML and deepfake. I mean, AI, ML, I wonder, it would have been so good to have, anything, whether it is Chat GPT or DeepSeek, when I was writing my term papers during my MAs, reading about international relations. I would have loved that. So easy. Just define it and it gets there. But that's the basic. From there onwards, what is happening? A recent report suggests more than 80% of the attacks now, phishing mails now, are coming via AI. They are generated by AI. So AI is, as like any other technology or a weapon, it's a double sword. You can use it to map yourself, to create a robust application and infrastructure. At the same time, you might find yourself vulnerable because the enemy is also having the tools. So you have to go one step ahead of that. Our investment in AI is happening and we must continue that. Deepfake, we all are aware now. Everybody has some experience about it. Somebody poses some photograph. We all keep reading, and I keep wondering how come university faculties and doctors get subject to a call from a CBI or a call from a customs and they are hostess to that and pay huge money. I keep wondering that. But that's everyday news. Across the length and breadth of the country, if you simply today go to Google, do a cyber bulletin that's published by Government of India and look at that latest one which is published. It gets published almost on a daily basis or weekly basis about what is happening in the cyber crime war. You will find the last one I was reading, from Nuh in Rajasthan or Haryana to Karnataka, anywhere you go, you find something is happening. So actually technology has been a great enabler, a great equalizer in terms of crime also. IoT, all our life is surrounding with sensors. Agriculture, finance, everything. And the more we are networked, the more we are supposed to protect ourselves. दायरा बढ़ रहा है. घेरा बढ़ता है, उतना ही. How you protect that? If you ask traditional policing or security concept, put more manpower. That's the easiest way to do things. It's a simple norm. I need so much of man on the ground. For cyber security, you can't go on putting man on the ground or man on the system. You require some other response. What it is? It comes from technologically enabled solutions and preparedness. Skill shortage follows that. And then there is a great opportunity for a campus like this. Even today, I would say, and because I would say it's my job to see where skill is, and unfortunately, I would say we are still underprepared given the response which would be needed for cybersecurity, and there comes the role of these campus and people like you who are there in the formal courts. Probably few of you can pick up doing this. Research would be required in this skill, so academics who are present here, I believe they would be focusing more towards that. And finally, what is required is, this is one aspect of security where as individual, at the same time, as common security agenda, we have to work. We are susceptible as individual. So individually, you are always threatened or vulnerable. At the same time, as a common group, you are vulnerable, so it would require an approach where individually you would be protecting your mobile, following double authentication, following all kind of security measures. At the same time, when you are dealing in an organization, you have to take care of that. I have got time is up, and I think my presentation is also okay. Last slide. This is what it says. In UP, we are going to create on a similar pattern. Already it has been sanctioned in this year's budget. We are in the process. So what we are going to work on, the challenges which I suggested, we are going to have a UP SOC team. We are going to create, we are already have done the bidding process for creating a robust incident response management team. Collaboration and partnership, it's happening here in this conference. R&D and skill. We do have certain programs for that, and it will continue. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such practical approaches to secure our digital ecosystems.
Now, I would like to call upon Additional Director of UPSIFS, Shri Rajiv Malhotra, sir, to present the memento as a token of gratitude. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It's time for our panel discussion on national cybersecurity, emerging threats, and future challenges. To guide us through this engaging discussion, I have the honor of introducing our respected moderator for this session, Mr. Pawan Sharma. Mr. Pawan Sharma, founder of Gravity Digital Incorporation, USA, is a Stanford certified digital leader and cybersecurity professional, a TII charter member and philanthropist. He has also served in the Strategic Advisory Board of North Columbia State University and the founder of CEO, President of PMI North India Chapter. Welcome, sir.
Let me also introduce our esteemed panelists who will share their invaluable insights. Our first panelist is Mr. Shailesh Chirputkar, is a cyber expert associated with Cyber GRC Corporation. Sir is a seasoned technology and business executive with a strong track record in designing and executing enterprise information security, cybersecurity, and privacy governance programs. Welcome, sir.
Next, Professor Sandeep Shukla, the Director of IIIT Hyderabad. He previously held the position of Rajiv Ritu Batra Endowed Chair for Cybersecurity at IIT Kanpur and played a key role in driving initiatives like C3I Hub, India's National Technology Innovation Hub. Beyond academia, Professor Shukla has served in advisory for top institutions. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Inderjeet Rai, CEO of Lixer Lab, Noida, the first Indian forensic journalist having a prolonged career with the prestigious news channels like ABP News, Z News, News 18, etc. His expertise extend beyond journalism as he has trained various police officers including UP Police, MP Police and Punjab Police. Sir has earned international acclaim with prestigious World Book record as a first Indian and longest serving forensic journalist. Welcome, sir.
Our fourth panelist, Mr. Vineet Kumar, founder and president of Cyber Peace Foundation, founder of Global Ethical Hackers Association, CEO, and chairman of National Anti-Hacking Group. Sir was actively involved in the Jharkhand Police in making Cyber Defense Research Center. Welcome, sir.
Now, I would like to request Mr. Chandramohan Singh, sir, Assistant Registrar of UPSIFS, to present the sapling to our respected moderator and esteemed panelists.
Please give a big round of applause. Please give a big round of applause. जोरदार तालियां. Thank you, sir. Now I hand over the mic to our respected moderator. Please, sir.
How's the Josh? Is it high? All right, it's a very important topic of the day. And, I won't spend much time going into the details as we had all the dignitaries this morning talk about what are the issues they are facing on national threat to the country, right? The topic is very apt, national cybersecurity, emerging threats and challenges that we see. So let's go direct into it because we've got a very erudite panel sitting over here. So, if I've just to pick up somebody, maybe I should start with you, Professor Shuklaji, to understand from his technology expertise. So what are the emerging cyber threat and challenges that you perceive? And more importantly, what's your evaluation of our readiness? So we've all spoken about, what are the threats, but from a readiness perspective, what's your evaluation? How would you evaluate us?
Sorry about that. So, thank you, Pavanji. If you asked me in January this year, I would have said various things. I would have said advanced persistent threat groups targeting our critical infrastructure. I would have said supply chain security by supply chain contamination. I would have said quantum surprise from maybe countries like China before we are ready with post-quantum crypto. But today, I think, in the last 6 months or so, I'm convinced that we have much bigger challenge. The bigger challenge is we do not have technology sovereignty. We do not have our own operating system. We do not have our own cloud. We do not have our own really email system that like Gmail. We don't have our own social media. We do not have our own messenger type communication systems. And we are so dependent on other countries. And then, of course, we have the dependence on security technology and tools from other countries. And that is a big challenge. And semiconductor is another area where we are having no sovereignty at all. And what we have seen with, NVIDIA, dependence on NVIDIA for doing AI, dependence on Microsoft, like we recently saw what happened to Naira Energy based on some sanctions. So we have to get tech sovereignty. And I think tech sovereignty requires a very important mission mode activity by the government, the industry and the academia. And it should be taken very, very seriously. And I think that is the biggest challenge for our national security and, in terms of supply chain security as well. So I think, at this point, if you ask me about readiness, we have some readiness with respect to, let's say, critical infrastructure security, although it is not to the extent that it should have been. But for technology sovereignty and ability to actually having our own supply chain, we are at almost at a zero, at the zero level. And this needs to be very, very seriously taken. And all the dignitaries here and the government people here, I would request to take this point very seriously. And if you think that it is, as important as I am thinking, then please, bring it to the attention of the highest officers in the country. So, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shukla. Speaking of dependence, right? My question next is to Dr. Chirputkar. How do you see the interdependence of sharing information and data, very specific to, the threat intel in the banks and, in the banks and the financial system that you believe could be useful for us to thwart any national cyber security in the country?
Thank you, Pawan. So I'm going to share my primary experience has been with banking and insurance sector in the United States. So we have a panel called Industry Panel, and they have formed industry panels across each industries. So since I was from financial services, we had a panel called FSISAC, Financial Services Information Security Advisory Council. And it was a paid non-profit organization. Voluntarily people took the membership. And the benefit was that if you provide information, your information about a breach, about a threat, or about a specific campaign that is ongoing would be taken and shared with all other members. And it was, and it's anonymous, right? And if there is an existing ongoing breach or so, government gave the immunity that for good behavior. So that was a very useful model. And this model can be adopted to any industry. So there were HSISACs, retail ISACs, multiple information security advisory councils. And you can share that information live. If your competitor is being attacked, it's not a time to take joy. Your turn is next. So that information is shared live. You can take active steps to incorporate and prevent. It's sort of collective security. Very good experience. I think it's a good model to follow. Yeah.
Good. Thanks a lot. Now, sharing, and the reason I asked that question very specific, as they say, and I'm sure the students sitting over there will believe that wherever money moves, when you know where the money moves, you will be knowing what is the level of crime or disturbances that would happen. Now, with money moving coming in, and we have, Dr. Rai, Mr. Rai sitting with us over here, who I heard you've really had a great experience being a a forensic expert and journalist. So my question to you is, with money moving, Mr. Rai, how do you see misinformation as a threat to national security? And I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot.
Hello. See, cyber security and cyber crime is not only belongs to the hacking computers or endpoint. It is also related to hacking society or hacking psychological of population. I want to give you an example. On that time, I was the executive editor of a national news channel, ABP News. Delhi riots, Delhi ke dange. On that time, we received thousands of video clips, photographs from the scene of crime. Surprisingly, 80% was fake. One of my correspondents sent me some pictures and told me, सर वहाँ पे एक कम्युनिटी के लोगों को के घरों को आग लगा दी गई है. हम वहाँ पे रिपोर्टर्स भेजते थे, पता चलता था कि वहाँ तो कुछ हुआ ही नहीं. लेकिन इस वेरिफिकेशन के प्रोसेस में वो क्लिप या वो इंफॉर्मेशन मिलियन टाइम्स वो शेयर हो जाती थी. आफ्टर दैट वी कोलैबोरेट विद इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ Management, IIM, and analyze the Mumbai attack papers, records, and all that things. I have some findings from that case, and it is also mentioned in the charge sheet of Delhi Police. We, ABP News and IIM, examine 3,560 WhatsApp messages, 7,000 videos, and approximately 4,500 still photographs shared to the both communities. The content was same, the formation of sentence was same, the IP addresses belongs to bombarding this content to the population was approximately similar. The experts from the IIM and the journalists from my news channel, हमने ये सोचा कि यार इनको ये कैसे पता है कि हमारे पॉपुलेशन में ये आदमी इस कम्युनिटी से बिलोंग करता है और ये आदमी इस कम्युनिटी से बिलोंग करता है. बाद में थ्रू द दिल्ली पुलिस हमें पता चला, जिन आईपीस के बारे में उन्होंने इन्वेस्टिगेट किया, तो हमें ये पता चला कि उन्होंने सोशल इंजीनियरिंग, डेटा माइनिंग और डार्क वेब से आइडेंटिटीज वगैरह परचेज करके उन्होंने उसको साइकोलॉजिकली पॉपुलेशन को प्रोफाइल कर लिया था. तो नाउ डेज The misinformation is the biggest threat to any country. It is the biggest threat.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Roy. So from misinformation, clearly, we all know that information and misinformation, the genesis is always the public and the society at large. So Major Vineet Kumar, you obviously having been in the forces, been on the law enforcement side, building SOCs, and now running your own NGO, what role do you think does an NGO, the society and public at large play in stopping any national security threat that we may face?
Thank you, moderator, and I would say a very interesting and apt question that I'm being asked. And first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Goswami for having me here and brilliantly curating the panel. What we have is the industry, academia, and civil society, all hosted by the government as a platform. So it's such a pleasure to have myself and the organization represented in this forum. Now, coming to the question, I feel there's a lot of challenges that on the ground we see when we talk about grassroots. A lot of people who reach out to us on a daily basis when we talk about issues like reporting cybercrime. In India, maximum number of complaints still remain unreported because of several challenges. There are social stigma attached. There are issues like, for example, if you have to go to 1930 cybercrime.gov.in, people may not be that literate enough to file a complaint. That's where NGOs and civil society comes into play when we kind of assist this grassroots community and make them more empowered. One of the things that we feel strongly today is the need for cyber ambassadors. और आज इतने बच्चे यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, I feel if we can have these community first responders and ambassadors, that's what would complement all the initiatives that the government is launching. Lot of interesting things, lot of interesting forums, and in fact, Narendranath sir in the panel, in fact, in his speech mentioned about standards and our participation to the standards. That's where NGOs, non-profits, the civil society, it's basically the community is being represented by non-profits in the global process also. So the society has to contribute. It's not just the government alone. It's the combination of the industry, academia, civil society, and the government, and then the netizens at large who has to come into the picture. Because it has to be like crowdsourcing moment. We cannot be dependent on one. We need to crowdsource cybersecurity and peace when we talk about peace and responsible behavior in the cyberspace.
Got it. Thank you. So it's very apt, and we have good time. I think the panel here has done a great job in giving us a message in a very succinct manner. So we went from dependence to interdependence to, misinformation and how public at large plays a role. Now, since we have time, I would like to ask a common question to everybody. And you mentioned about, cyber ambassadors. Major Vineet, you mentioned. My question to you, each one of you, and let's start with Dr. Chirputkar. What do you see, or what steps do you think the Indian government and the academia at large and the industry, so I say, industry, academia and the government coming together, what role should they be playing to ensure we build more responsible cyber ambassadors?
So there are a few components here. Right. So academia, government, they can set up good standards that can be followed. Academic institutions can also come up with good training material, which is not extensive cyber training, but common sense, right? Like if a cyber crime is happening, the two symptoms are very common, right? One is the time pressure. And if money is being extorted or money is being asked to give, there is no trace for the money. So, good training and corporations can implement these standards very uniformly. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Shukla?
Yeah, so I think the problem that I talked about, that will require what Mr. Ravi Sharma talked about this morning. That is, we need to change the mindset of our young people, because everybody is going, like from IITs, they all want to go to the job that pays the highest. And usually those are banks. So their core technology skills that is required to get our techno sovereignty is not being utilized, right? So we need to have a mission mode and also an inspirational, aspirational calling for the young people to actually build technology for India. And that mind change requires everybody to talk about it and everybody to actually inspire their own children and own students and own neighbors and so on. So that kind of mindset is required.
Thank you. Mr. Rai, quickly.
See, the most valuable critical infrastructure for any society is the population. Cyber crime impacting the technological aspect as well as the society. So we need to create the seriousness about this issue. As we know, it is very casual for everybody. ठीक है यार, उसके पैसे लूट गए तो कोई बात नहीं, ये तो सबके साथ हो रहा है. जामताड़ा जैसी जगह है वो तो यार चलता है. We need to change the mindset as well as we need to change the legal framework. There is the digital or content responsibility and liability so that we can handle.
Got it. Thank you. Major Vineet.
I'll just connect to the first responder thing. In fact, how it can actually help is the cohort of first responders across the country, and these guys knowing what to do when something happens, like ransomware happening, what are the next steps? And golden hour is applicable in cyberspace also. So if phishing, financial fraud, anything happens, we need to respond, and first responders can be that first response mechanism, and it has to spread out. Even Anganwadi worker also needs to know how can she or he can prevent such kind of scams. Other quick thing that I'd like to add that we have not discussed yet is the cyber rehabilitation model. So the survivors, the victims, and also those perpetrators also in other countries like US, UK and Russia, we have cyber rehabilitation initiative for cyber offenders also, giving them a second chance to improve. So something of that kind, if it can also be incorporated in the entire framework that we develop. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Major Vineet. So I think the students here are pretty lucky that way. It's one of the only institutes that I see in the world that has cyber security, cyber crime, cyber forensic, with an underlying layer of data protection, and cyber law, all together under one roof. So I do believe that these students, do you think you can be good cyber warriors or cyber ambassadors, students? The answer is no? I can't hear. Can you hear? Do you think you are capable of becoming a great cyber ambassador of the country?
The Josh is missing.
The Josh is missing. All right, one more time and then we'll stop. Thank you so much. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Thank you so much.
That was indeed an eye-opening discussion with diverse perspectives from across the globe.
Now, I would like to request Mr. Vishal Gautam, sir, to present a memento to our respected moderator and esteemed panelist as a token of gratitude. Yes, sir, definitely. Please give a big round of applause. जोरदार तालियां. They have, sir. They have. Yes, sir. जोरदार तालियां. Zordar Talia. Thank you so much, sir, for this energetic session. We will now take a short break for next 30 minutes for preparation before our subsequent sessions. Thank you to all our speakers, panelists, and audience for your patience and support. Thank you very much.
Everyone is required to be seated on the auditorium for the inaugural preparation. Nobody will leave.
हेलो 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 नहीं ऑन रहेगा हेलो 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 हेलो
Atul Singh, Sakshi Mishra, Ishani Ojha, Shifa Ahmed, Akshara Raj, Anant Pandey. मंगवा दीजिएगा प्लीज. Atul Singh, Sakshi Mishra, Ishani Ojha, Shifa Ahmed, Akshara Raj, Anant Pandey,
तिरछा करें कि सही है?
चेक चेक
वैसे तो अगर यहाँ सामने रहेंगे तो
हेलो हेलो
यशस्वी
हेलो हेलो आवाज ठीक है
और रणनीतिक
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries, respected academicians, researchers, professionals, students, and guests gathered here today at the Uttar Pradesh State Institute of Forensic Science, Lucknow. I am Astha, your host for this inaugural session, joined by my co-host Atul. We are privileged to lead you through this part of International Summit on Dimensions of Cyber Warfare, Multilateral Legal Frameworks, Forensic and Strategic Countermeasures. This 3-day summit from the 18th to the 20th of August unites minds from India and across the world to address the pressing challenges of cyber threats. We are grateful to everyone who has joined us here to share ideas, insights, and solutions in this vital field.
हमें गर्व है कि यह महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम UPSIFS लखनऊ में आयोजित किया जा रहा है। एक ऐसा संस्थान जो फॉरेंसिक शिक्षा और अनुसंधान में उत्कृष्टता के लिए समर्पित है। हमारा लक्ष्य विज्ञान के माध्यम से न्याय को मजबूत बनाना है और यह शिखर सम्मेलन उसी दृष्टिकोण को दर्शाता है।
It is with immense honor and pride that we inform you all that this esteemed inaugural session will be graced by our distinguished chief guest, Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath ji. His presence underscores the significance of this summit, highlighting the growing importance of cybersecurity, forensic advancements, and strategic defense in today's digital era. His presence underscores the significance of this summit. We kindly request everyone to remain seated as we await his arrival. Thank you for your patience. Everyone, please ensure your phones are on silent mode.
हमें यह सूचित करते हुए अत्यंत हर्ष हो रहा है कि हमारे सम्माननीय मुख्य अतिथि उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय अब हमारे संस्थान के प्रांगण में पधार चुके हैं। आज के इस गर्व और सम्मान के पावन क्षण में माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय हमारे संस्थान में नवस्थापित अत्याधुनिक सुविधाओं का शुभारंभ करने जा रहे हैं। आज वे हमारी नई एआई ड्रोन एंड रोबोटिक्स लैब तरकश तथा पद्मश्री डॉक्टर लालजी सिंह एडवांस डीएनए डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर का उद्घाटन करेंगे। यह ऐतिहासिक क्षण हमारे संस्थान के लिए एक नए युग की शुरुआत का प्रतीक है। इसके साथ ही वह हमारे संस्थान के पुस्तकालय का भी उद्घाटन करेंगे, जिसे अटल पुस्तकालय के नाम से जाना जाएगा। यह भारत रत्न श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की दूरदर्शिता और प्रज्ञा को समर्पित एक श्रद्धांजलि है, जिनके आदर्श आज भी शिक्षार्थियों और नेताओं की कई पीढ़ियों को प्रेरित कर रहे हैं।
गेसिंग गेम खेल रहे हैं भाई। मैं बोल देता है। As we stand witness to this historic moment, let us appreciate the grand additions to our institution that symbolize knowledge, progress, and patriotism. The newly inaugurated AI Drone and Robotics Lab Tarkash has been established here at the UPSIFS campus. This cutting-edge facility is designed to ignite creativity and innovation in the fields of drones, UAVs, and robotics. It will serve as a launchpad for students and researchers to explore emerging technologies from aerial surveillance and disaster management applications to precision agriculture and advanced forensic investigations.
यूपीएसआईएफएस में नव स्थापित डीएनए प्रयोगशाला पद्मश्री डॉक्टर लालजी सिंह एडवांस डीएनए डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर डॉक्टर लालजी सिंह के द्वारा डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग के क्षेत्र में उनके अग्रणी कार्यों के लिए एक उपयुक्त श्रद्धांजलि है। यह केंद्र फॉरेंसिक जांच को मजबूत बनाएगा, विश्वसनीय विवेचनात्मक परीक्षण में सहायता प्रदान करेगा और वैज्ञानिक प्रशिक्षण तथा अनुसंधान के अवसर उपलब्ध कराएगा। यह भारत का सर्वप्रथम मॉड्यूलर क्लीन रूम फॉरेंसिक डीएनए प्रयोगशाला है। यह केंद्र अत्याधुनिक तकनीकों से सुसज्जित है और भारत की सर्वोत्तम डीएनए प्रयोगशालाओं में से एक है। हमें गर्व है कि हम इस आधुनिक सुविधा को उनकी स्मृति में समर्पित कर रहे हैं और हमें पूर्ण विश्वास है कि यह पूरे क्षेत्र में न्याय, विज्ञान और शिक्षा को नया रूप प्रदान करेगा।
Alongside this, our institution now takes immense pride in the newly inaugurated Uttar Library, a state-of-the-art knowledge hub designed to provide an enriching learning experience. This library houses over 5,000 books, covering a vast range of disciplines, fostering academic excellence and research. What truly sets it apart is its integration with RFID technology, making the issue and reissue of books completely digital and seamless. Additionally, to support technological advancements in learning, we have e-library facility.
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय जल्द ही हमारे बीच उपस्थित होंगे। कृपया सभागार की गरिमा बनाए रखें। अब ये जाए। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय सभागार की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं और जल्द ही हमारे बीच उपस्थित होंगे। कृपया सभागार की गरिमा बनाए रखें।
हम संस्थान की ओर से आज के मुख्य अतिथि उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हैं।
आज के इस पावन अवसर पर हम निदेशक महोदय से अनुरोध करते हैं कि वह माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय तथा अन्य सभी सम्मानित अतिथियों से दीप प्रज्वलन कराकर ज्ञान के अधिष्ठात्री देवी मां सरस्वती का माल्यार्पण कराने की कृपा करें।
पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती
सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों से विनम्र निवेदन है।
शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचार सार परमा आद्यां जगत व्यापिनीं।
सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों से विनम्र निवेदन है कि वे मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने की कृपा करें।
यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानं धर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम्।
आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, शिक्षकगण एवं प्रिय छात्र छात्राओं, हम आप सभी का इस 3 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शिखर सम्मेलन के उद्घाटन समारोह में हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। आज के इस पावन अवसर पर हम एकत्रित हुए हैं क्योंकि डिजिटल प्रौद्योगिकी के तीव्र विकास ने युद्ध की प्रकृति, कानूनी व्यवस्था और न्यायिक जांच के तरीकों को मौलिक रूप से बदल दिया है। हमारा उद्देश्य उन व्यवहारिक और सहयोगपूर्ण समाधानों की खोज करना है जो समाज की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करे और कानून के शासन को मजबूती प्रदान करे।
आज के इस शुभ अवसर पर हम यहाँ एक ऐसे उत्कृष्ट व्यक्तित्व का स्वागत कर रहे हैं जिन्होंने अपनी नेतृत्व क्षमता, दृढ़ संकल्प और जन सेवा के प्रति समर्पण से उत्तर प्रदेश को नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाया है।
आज का यह ऐतिहासिक दिवस उत्तर प्रदेश की न्यायिक व्यवस्था और आधुनिक फॉरेंसिक तकनीक के क्षेत्र में एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय राज्य के समस्त 75 जनपदों व कमिश्नरेट्स के लिए यूपीएसआईएफएस के प्रांगण से मोबाइल फॉरेंसिक वैन्स को फ्लैग ऑफ करके राज्य की न्याय व्यवस्था को नया स्वरूप प्रदान करेंगे।
हमारे संस्थान की ओर से सम्मान के प्रतीक स्वरूप हम अपने संस्थापक निदेशक महोदय डॉक्टर जीके गोस्वामी सर से अनुरोध करते हैं कि वह माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय को अंग वस्त्र एवं हरित प्रतीक चिन्ह भेंट कर उनका स्वागत करने की कृपा करें। हम अपर पुलिस महानिदेशक तकनीकी सेवाएं श्री नवीन अरोरा से अनुरोध करते हैं कि वे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय को हरित प्रतीक चिन्ह एवं श्रीमद् भगवत गीता भेंट कर उनका स्वागत करने की कृपा करें।
हम पुनः निदेशक महोदय से विनम्र निवेदन करते हैं कि वह अन्य अतिथिगण को भी हरित प्रतीक चिन्ह भेंट कर सम्मानित करने की कृपा करें। पुलिस महानिदेशक उत्तर प्रदेश श्री राजीव कृष्णा सर, IPS batch 1991. Additional Secretary मेती भारत सरकार श्री अभिषेक सिंह सर, IAS batch 1995. प्रमुख सचिव गृह विभाग श्री संजय प्रसाद सर, IAS batch 1995. प्रमुख सचिव IT एवं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स विभाग श्री अनुराग यादव, IAS batch 2000. आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद व आभार। अब हम हमारे संस्थान के संस्थापक निदेशक महोदय से विनम्र निवेदन करते हैं कि वह हमारे संस्थान एवं 3 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शिखर सम्मेलन का परिचय प्रदान करने की कृपा करें।
इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी महानुभावों का मैं सादर नमस्कार एवं नमन करते हुए मैं डॉक्टर जी.के. गोस्वामी, संस्थापक निदेशक UPSIFS लखनऊ, आज इस कार्यक्रम में आदरणीय मुख्य अतिथि योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश सहित गणमान्य अतिथियों, मनीषियों, विद्यार्थियों तथा इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी आमंत्रित साथियों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन एवं स्वागत करता हूं। हम आभारी हैं कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी द्वारा तथा आप सभी ने बहुमूल्य समय निकालकर इस संस्थान की गरिमा बढ़ाई, जिससे छात्र एवं छात्राओं सहित हम सभी का मनोबल बढ़ा है। मैं मंच पर श्रद्धेय पुलिस महानिदेशक उत्तर प्रदेश, आदरणीय प्रमुख सचिव गृह एवं एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मेती श्री अनुराग यादव, प्रमुख सचिव IT एवं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स विभाग श्री नवीन अरोरा, ADG टेक्निकल सर्विस का भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने आज यहां उपस्थित होकर कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाई। साथ ही मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी द्वारा इस संस्थान के संपादक निदेशक के रूप में मुझे कार्य करने का अवसर प्रदान करने के लिए भी मैं हृदय से आभार ज्ञापित करता हूं। इस अनूठे संस्थान की संकल्पना माननीय मुख्यमंत्री द्वारा की गई, जिसकी नींव 1 अगस्त 2021 को भारत के माननीय गृह मंत्री जी श्री अमित शाह जी द्वारा रखी गई। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी द्वारा इस संस्थान के 3य स्थापना दिवस के अवसर पर इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय समिट का उद्घाटन किया जा रहा है, जिसके लिए हम सभी प्रफुल्लित होकर आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। 2 वर्ष की सफल अल्पावधि में इस संस्थान में तकनीकी एवं कानूनी शिक्षा जगत में अनूठी पहचान बनाई है। संस्थान में प्रवेश हेतु उच्च स्तरीय मानक रखे गए हैं तथा पूरे देश से अभ्यर्थी प्रवेश पाने के इच्छुक हैं। साइबर क्राइम के क्षेत्र में रोकथाम एवं उपचार के लिए यह संस्थान नियमित रूप से कार्यरत है। संस्थान ने तकनीकी एवं कानूनी क्षेत्र को समन्वित करते हुए लॉ विद लैब जैसा अनूठा नवाचार किया, जिसकी सराहना चतुर्दिश की जा रही है। संस्थान द्वारा तकनीकी विषयों के छात्रों को कानून का ज्ञान तथा कानून के क्षेत्र के छात्र छात्राओं को तकनीकी ज्ञान प्रदान किए जाने का अनूठा प्रयोग भी किया गया है। आधुनिक युग में डाटा एक बहुमूल्य निधि है, जिसके संरक्षण हेतु यूरोपीय यूनियन द्वारा GDPR 2018 तथा भारत सरकार द्वारा DPDP एक्ट 2023 जैसे कानून तैयार किए गए हैं। भारत पहला ऐसा राष्ट्र है जिसने निजता के अधिकार को मूल अधिकार के रूप में अंगीकृत किया है। भारत निजता के अधिकार को संरक्षित करने के लिए DPDP एक्ट एक बहुमूल्य कानूनी अस्त्र है। लीगली कंप्लायंट डिजिटल सिक्योरिटी आर्किटेक्ट आज की वैश्विक आवश्यकता है, किंतु इस क्षेत्र में विशेषज्ञों की नितांत कमी है। इस क्षेत्र में विशेषज्ञता हासिल करने के लिए यह संस्थान निरंतर अग्रसर है। आधुनिक काल की पहचान आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, मशीन लर्निंग, लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल आदि से जुड़ी है। जनमानस के हितों को ध्यान में रखते हुए डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार करना भी मूलभूत आवश्यकता है, जिसमें ज्ञानवर्धन हेतु यह संस्थान निरंतर प्रयत्नशील है। आज माननीय मुख्यमंत्री द्वारा पद्मश्री लालजी सिंह मेमोरियल एडवांस DNA डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर का उद्घाटन किया गया। मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि यह सेंटर विश्व में सर्वोत्तम DNA फैसिलिटी के समकक्ष है। आज इस संस्थान में उच्च स्तरीय AI, ड्रोन एंड रोबोटिक्स टेक्नोलॉजी लैबोरेटरी का भी उद्घाटन किया गया। इस अवसर पर मैं आप सभी का ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहूंगा कि वर्तमान समय में फोरेंसिक विशेषज्ञों के लिए स्वर्णिम काल है। धारा 176(3) BNSS के आलोक में फोरेंसिक विशेषज्ञों को नए रोजगार के अवसर बहुतायत में मिलेंगे। आज अटल जी के नाम पर अटल लाइब्रेरी का भी उद्घाटन किया गया। मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि आने वाले समय में फोरेंसिक एज ए सर्विस, डिजिटल ऑडिट, डिजिटल इंश्योरेंस विश्व पटल पर सार्वभौमिक आवश्यकता के रूप में उभर रहे हैं। प्रत्येक व्यक्ति, संस्थान, राज्यों को साइबर सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से डिजिटल ऑडिट कराना अनिवार्य हो गया है। ताकि साइबर सुरक्षा को सुनिश्चित किया जा सके। संस्थान द्वारा सैन्य, पुलिस, आरपीएफ, कस्टम आदि विभागों के अधिकारियों को नियमित रूप से प्रशिक्षण किया जा रहा है। संस्थान ने उच्च स्तरीय ऑनलाइन कोर्स भी प्रारंभ किए हैं, जिसमें छात्र एवं छात्राओं के अतिरिक्त उच्च पदीय अधिकारी एवं प्रोफेशनल भी भागीदारी कर रहे हैं। हमारे संस्थान द्वारा 18 से भी अधिक उच्च स्तरीय संस्थानों तथा इंटरनेशनल साइबर सिक्योरिटी के जितने भी जो संस्थान हैं, जो इंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, उनके साथ भी एमओयू किए गए हैं। अंत में मैं इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सभी शिक्षाविदों, तकनीकी विशेषज्ञों, सभी आमंत्रित अतिथियों, शिक्षकों, छात्र एवं छात्राओं तथा उनके अभिभावकों, मीडिया बंधुओं का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने उपस्थित होकर इस कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाई। पुनः आप सभी का हृदय से आभार। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
निदेशक महोदय का हार्दिक धन्यवाद। अब हम एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मीटी भारत सरकार श्री अभिषेक सिंह सर से अनुरोध करते हैं कि वह इस सभा को संबोधित करने की कृपा करें।
परम आदरणीय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, डीजीपी उत्तर प्रदेश, मेरे मित्र एडिशनल स्पेशल प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी होम एंड चीफ संजय प्रसाद, अनुराग यादव, डॉक्टर निदेशक जी के गोस्वामी जी, नवीन अरोड़ा जी, यहाँ आमंत्रित सभी एक्सपर्ट्स, पुलिस अधिकारी, शिक्षक एवं छात्र छात्राओं, ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि आज इस कार्यक्रम में मैं सम्मिलित हुआ। आज सुबह आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के माध्यम से हम साइबर सिक्योरिटी और नेशनल सिक्योरिटी में क्या कुछ कर सकते हैं उसके बारे में चर्चा हुई और मैंने कई सेशंस भी अटेंड किए, जिसमें साइबर सिक्योरिटी, साइबर क्राइम को हम और कैसे सुदृढ़ कर सकते हैं इसके बारे में एक्सपर्ट्स को सुनने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ। आज भारत जब डिजिटल क्रांति की ओर अग्रसर है और हम पूरे विश्व में एक डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन नेशन के रूप में जानते हैं, तो ये बहुत आवश्यक है कि हम अपनी सरकारी कामकाज में भी डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज का भरपूर उपयोग करें। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से जो बेनिफिट्स हो सकते हैं, लोगों को उनकी भाषा में वॉइस के माध्यम से सर्विसेज उपलब्ध करा सकते हैं, डेटा एनालिटिक्स के माध्यम से साइबर क्राइम के एनालिसिस कर सकते हैं, फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड्स को डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए साइबर क्राइम और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का बहुत बड़ा योगदान संभव हो सकता है। तो जो आज फोरेंसिक इंस्टीट्यूट में जो लैब्स की एस्टैब्लिशमेंट की गई है और जो वैन्स बनाई गई हैं, कि वैन्स को भेजा जा रहा है सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में, यह इस दिशा में बहुत ही मददगार होगी, क्योंकि अभी जो भारतीय न्याय संहिता, जैसा निदेशक महोदय ने बताया, उसके अंतर्गत साइबर क्राइम और फोरेंसिक को डिटेक्ट करने के लिए लैब्स की बहुत ज़्यादा आवश्यकता है, जो लॉ के प्रावधान है उसके अनुरूप। इसके अलावा जो इंडिया AI मिशन भारत सरकार इंप्लीमेंट कर रही है, जिसके तहत हम कंप्यूट उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं, डेटा सेट्स उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं, फाउंडेशन मॉडल्स LLM बना रहे हैं और अपने, जैसा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने निर्देश दिया है कि हर ऐसे प्रोडक्ट जिसके लिए हम दूसरे देशों पर निर्भर हैं, उसको हम अपने देश में कैसे बना सकते हैं, उसका उपयोग कैसे कर सकते हैं, इस दिशा में प्रयास केंद्र सरकार की तरह हो रहा है, राज्य सरकारों के द्वारा भी हो रहा है। तो हम कैसे समन्वय करके एक्सपर्ट्स के साथ मिलकर के, स्टार्टअप्स इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिलकर के इस तरह के इंडियन प्रोडक्ट्स को बना पाएं और इसको अपने रोजमर्रा की दिनचर्या में यूज कर पाएं, जो हम काम करते हैं। जैसे अभी जो ईमेल की सर्विस भारत की एक कंपनी है जोहो, उसके माध्यम से NIC की जो ईमेल है पूरे देश में लागू कर दी गई है। और उसके साथ ही जोहो के जो ऑफिस के प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, जो वर्ड है, एक्सेल है, पावर पॉइंट के इक्विवेलेंट प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो इंडियन कंपनीज के हैं, उसको भी उपलब्ध करा दिया गया है। तो हमारी निर्भरता माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ऑफिस 365 से कम हो पाए। इसी तरह हर क्षेत्र में साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो, फायरवॉल हो, इंटरनेट हो, इसमें LLMs हो, फाउंडेशन मॉडल्स हो, हमको अपने इंडियन प्रोडक्ट्स को बनाने की आवश्यकता है। और उस दिशा में इस तरह के इंस्टीट्यूट जैसे फॉरेंसिक इंस्टीट्यूट हैं और हमारे जो तकनीकी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, ये सब काफ़ी कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के क्षेत्र में भी जो हम सर्वम है, सॉकेट है, ज्ञानी है, ज्ञान है, भारतीय कंपनियां जो सोल्यूशन बना रही हैं, वो जब हम बना पाएंगे तो हम सही अर्थों में डिपेंडेंस को कम कर पाएंगे और जो हमारे इंडियन डेटा सेट्स है, भारतीय कॉन्टेक्स्ट है, उसके ऊपर ट्रेंड मॉडल्स बना पाएंगे और हम वॉइस के माध्यम से सर्विसेज देने में सफल हो पाएंगे। तो हमारी ये अपेक्षा है कि अगले साल जब हम एक इम्पैक्ट समिट होस्ट कर रहे हैं, उस समय तक एक वॉइस बेस्ड LLM हम बना पाएं और उससे हम हर वैसे व्यक्ति को जो गांव में रहता हो अपनी मातृभाषा में किसी भी चीज़ के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन प्राप्त कर पाए, सर्विसेज प्राप्त कर पाए। तो मैं पुनः धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा निदेशक महोदय का इस कार्यक्रम को आयोजित करने के लिए, और ये उम्मीद करूँगा कि आने वाले समय पे भारत सरकार का आईटी मंत्रालय, एनआईसी और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का आईटी मंत्रालय, इस तरह के इंस्टीट्यूट साथ मिल करके कुछ इस तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स बना पाएं जो कि भारत को टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर बनने में मदद कर पाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब हम उत्तर प्रदेश के पुलिस महानिदेशक श्री राजीव कृष्णा सर से आदरपूर्वक अनुरोध करते हैं कि वह हमें अपने प्रेरणादायक शब्दों से संबोधित करने की कृपा करें।
धन्यवाद। परम आदरणीय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी माइटी श्री अभिषेक सिंह जी, प्रमुख सचिव गृह उत्तर प्रदेश श्री संजय प्रसाद जी, श्री जी के गोस्वामी, अनुराग यादव, श्री नवीन अरोड़ा और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी आमंत्रित अतिथिगण, विशेषज्ञगण, मेधावी छात्रों, हमारे साथी अधिकारीगण, पत्रकार बंधुओं, सबसे पहले मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि उन्होंने अपने व्यस्ततम समय में से इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कार्यशाला का उद्घाटन हेतु समय निकालकर हमें अपने मार्गदर्शन का अवसर प्रदान किया है। यह हम सभी के लिए गौरव का क्षण है। अपराध की बदलती प्रकृति, विशेषकर साइबर अपराध, हमें यह बताती है कि विवेचना केवल पारंपरिक तरीकों से नहीं बल्कि विज्ञान आधारित साक्ष्यों से ही प्रभावी और निष्पक्ष हो सकती है। भारतीय न्याय संहिता 2023 ने इसे और स्पष्ट कर दिया है और अब 7 वर्ष से अधिक दंडनीय अपराधों में फोरेंसिक साक्ष्य का संकलन अनिवार्य हो गया है। यह बदलाव हमारी न्याय प्रणाली को पारदर्शी, विश्वसनीय और पीड़ित केंद्रित बनाएगा। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के गतिशील नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश में फोरेंसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को ऐतिहासिक विस्तार मिला है। 2017 में जहां केवल 4 विज्ञान प्रयोगशालाएं थीं, आज 12 प्रयोगशालाएं क्रियाशील हैं, 3 निर्माणाधीन हैं और 3 अन्य पर कार्य जारी है। प्रत्येक जनपद में पहले से उपलब्ध मोबाइल फोरेंसिक वैन को और सशक्त करते हुए अब प्रत्येक जिले को एक अतिरिक्त मोबाइल फोरेंसिक वैन प्रदान की जा रही है। यह वैन घटनास्थल पर समय से पहुंचकर साक्ष्यों की सुरक्षा, संकलन और विश्लेषण सुनिश्चित करेगी। यह विस्तार न केवल नए कानूनों के क्रियान्वयन को गति देगा बल्कि हमारी विवेचना को और अधिक आधुनिक और वैज्ञानिक बनाकर पीड़ित को त्वरित न्याय देना सुनिश्चित कराएगा। इसी श्रृंखला में वर्ष 2023 में स्थापित उत्तर प्रदेश राज्य फोरेंसिक विज्ञान संस्थान लखनऊ की स्थापना एक मील का पत्थर है। यह संस्थान विश्व स्तरीय शिक्षा और शोध उपलब्ध करा रहा है। इसके छात्र न केवल भारत में बल्कि विदेशों में भी विशेषज्ञ सेवाएं देकर राज्य और देश का नाम रोशन करेंगे। यह संस्थान माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की दूरदृष्टि का प्रमाण है, जिसने यूपी को वैश्विक फोरेंसिक मानचित्र पर स्थापित किया है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की यही भविष्यवादी और प्रगतिशील दृष्टिकोण उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस को स्मार्ट पुलिस बनाने की दिशा में निरंतर आगे बढ़ा रही है। फोरेंसिक क्षमताओं के संबंध में मैं अवगत कराना चाहूंगा कि वर्ष 2022 से अभी तक हमारे फोरेंसिक लैब्स में 16,255 प्रदर्श प्राप्त हुए, जिसमें से करीब 15,105 का निस्तारण किया गया है। बीएनएसएस के नए प्रावधान आने के पश्चात इस संख्या में क्वालिटेटिव इंक्रीज होने की संभावना है। प्रकरणों का त्वरित निस्तारण एक और हमारी फोरेंसिक टीम की प्रतिबद्धता को दर्शाता है। मानव संसाधन की कमी एक चुनौती है, जिसके शीघ्र पूर्ति होने पर समयबद्ध निस्तारण और हमारी दक्षता और बढ़ेगी। यह कार्यशाला जो साइबर युद्ध और फोरेंसिक रणनीतियों पर केंद्रित है, हमारे लिए अवसर है कि हम विशेषज्ञों और नीति निर्माताओं के साथ मिलकर आने वाली चुनौतियों का समाधान करें। उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस ने माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में देश के समक्ष अपराध पर जीरो टॉलरेंस का एक अभिनव मॉडल प्रस्तुत किया है और अब तकनीक, फोरेंसिक विज्ञान और साइबर क्राइम में भी देश की अग्रणी पुलिस बनने की दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। मैं इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फोरेंसिक साइंस की समस्त टीम को इस कार्यशाला के सफल आयोजन और मोबाइल फोरेंसिक वैन के अत्याधुनिक बेड़े के लॉन्च पर टेक्निकल सर्विसेज की समस्त टीम को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। मेरी शुभकामना है कि इस कार्यशाला में होने वाले राष्ट्रीय स्तर के विमर्श हमारी नीति नियंताओं के लिए सार्थक सुझाव प्रदान करें, जिससे भविष्य की नीतियों और रणनीतियों को और अधिक सुदृढ़, प्रभावी और जनहितकारी बनाया जा सके। जय हिंद।
आपका हृदय से धन्यवाद व आभार। राज्य को डिजिटल रूप से सशक्त बनाने तथा राज्य के युवाओं को तकनीकी रूप से समर्थ बनाने के महत्वपूर्ण उद्देश्य से उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने स्वामी विवेकानंद युवा सशक्तिकरण योजना का शुभारंभ किया है। इस योजना के अंतर्गत राज्य के विभिन्न वर्गों के विद्यार्थियों को आधुनिक टैबलेट उपलब्ध कराए जा रहे हैं। इसी कड़ी में यूपीएसआईएफएस में अध्ययनरत छात्र छात्राओं को भी इस कल्याणकारी योजना का लाभ प्राप्त होने जा रहा है। अतः हम माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय से सविनय अनुरोध करते हैं कि वह अपने कर कमलों द्वारा मेधावी छात्र छात्राओं को टैबलेट प्रदान करने की कृपा करें। अतुल सिंह, साक्षी मिश्रा, ईशानी ओझा, शिफा अहमद, अक्षरा राज, अनंत पांडे।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय का हृदय से धन्यवाद व आभार। अब हम आपके समक्ष फॉरेंसिक विज्ञान संस्थान एवं प्रयोगशालाओं पर एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं। यह डॉक्यूमेंट्री हमारे संस्थान की उपलब्धियों और भविष्य की योजनाओं को दर्शाता है।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन सिटीजन फर्स्ट एंड जस्टिस फर्स्ट के अनुरूप जीरो टॉलरेंस के प्रभावी क्रियान्वयन में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रही है फॉरेंसिक साइंस। वैश्विक मानकों के अनुरूप फॉरेंसिक विज्ञान शिक्षा और अनुसंधान को नई दिशा दे रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश विधि विज्ञान संस्थान।
जिस प्रकार से क्राइम में टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ती चली जा रही है, उसी प्रकार से क्राइम डिटेक्शन में टेक्नोलॉजी सबसे ज्यादा मददगार भी हो रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश विधि विज्ञान संस्थान के तृतीय स्थापना दिवस पर आज साइबर युद्ध के आयाम, बहुपक्षीय कानूनी ढांचे, फॉरेंसिक और रणनीतिक प्रतिकार विषय पर 3 दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल समिट का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। अपराधियों को शीघ्र दंड एवं पीड़ित को त्वरित न्याय दिलाने में फॉरेंसिक विज्ञान की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका को देखते हुए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के करकमलों से इस अवसर पर विश्व स्तरीय डीएनए लैब, एआई ड्रोन एवं रोबोटिक्स लैब और अटल लाइब्रेरी का लोकार्पण किया जा रहा है। देश की पहली अत्याधुनिक फॉरेंसिक डीएनए प्रयोगशाला में मॉड्यूलर क्लीन रूम तकनीक के उपयोग से डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंट के उच्चतम वैश्विक मानकों के अनुरूप इसे डिजाइन किया गया है। अपनी फॉरेंसिक केस वर्क क्षमताओं से ये आधुनिक प्रयोगशाला फॉरेंसिक आनुवंशिकी में प्रशिक्षण, अनुसंधान और नवाचार के राष्ट्रीय केंद्र के रूप में करेगी कार्य। साथ ही नवीन न्याय प्रणाली में वैज्ञानिक क्षमता को देगी नई दिशा। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व में जटिल अपराधों को सुलझाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रही हैं विधि विज्ञान प्रयोगशालाएं। वर्ष 2017 से पूर्व उत्तर प्रदेश में केवल 4 विधि विज्ञान प्रयोगशालाएं संचालित थीं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व में जनपद कन्नौज में उत्तर प्रदेश की पहली ISO सर्टिफाइड प्रयोगशाला के साथ ही गाजियाबाद, प्रयागराज, गोरखपुर, झांसी, बरेली, अलीगढ़ और गोंडा में नवीन विधि विज्ञान प्रयोगशालाओं की स्थापना हुई है सुनिश्चित। वर्तमान में अयोध्या, बस्ती और बांदा में विधि विज्ञान प्रयोगशालाएं निर्माणाधीन हैं। वहीं मिर्जापुर, आजमगढ़ और सहारनपुर में विधि विज्ञान प्रयोगशालाएं प्रस्तावित हैं। डीएनए, आग्नेयास्त्र व अन्य साक्ष्यों के सटीक परीक्षण परिणामों के लिए इन फॉरेंसिक लैब्स में डीएनए जेनेटिक एनालाइजर, रमन स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर, VSC, कंपैरिजन माइक्रोस्कोप आदि जैसे अत्याधुनिक एवं नवीनतम आधुनिक उपकरण कराए गए हैं उपलब्ध। ICJS प्रणाली के माध्यम से पुलिस और न्यायालय सीधे फॉरेंसिक प्रयोगशालाओं से जुड़े हैं, जिससे श्रम, समय व धन की हुई है बचत।
आधुनिक फॉरेंसिक तकनीक और साक्ष्य का उपयोग करना न केवल न्याय की दृष्टि से बेहतर है, अपितु इस प्रक्रिया से जांच में होने वाले अनावश्यक व्यय व श्रम को भी कम किया जा सकता है।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व में रिकॉर्ड भर्तियों से उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस बल को मिली है नई ऊर्जा। निष्पक्ष और पारदर्शी भर्ती प्रक्रिया से नए वैज्ञानिकों की भर्ती एवं कार्यरत वैज्ञानिकों को मिली है पदोन्नति। ग्लोबल मानकों के अनुसार फॉरेंसिक स्टाफ को बनाया गया है दक्ष। नवीन न्याय प्रणाली के अनुरूप 7 वर्ष से अधिक सजा वाले प्रकरणों में फॉरेंसिक टीम द्वारा सीन ऑफ क्राइम का भ्रमण हुआ है सुनिश्चित। घटना स्थल से फिंगरप्रिंट, आग्नेयास्त्र, बुलेट्स, भौतिक रासायनिक साक्ष्यों के अतिरिक्त डिजिटल डेटा व डीएनए साक्ष्य संकलन, पैकेजिंग, प्रिजर्वेशन के साथ मौके पर ही प्रारंभिक परीक्षण की भी सुविधा समयबद्ध न्याय की दिशा में बनकर उभरा है अभूतपूर्व कदम। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से आज उत्तर प्रदेश के समस्त जनपद एवं पुलिस कमिश्नरेट के लिए 75 फॉरेंसिक वैन्स का फ्लैग ऑफ किया जा रहा है। न्यायिक प्रक्रिया को अधिक पारदर्शी और समयबद्ध बनाने में ये फॉरेंसिक वैन्स निभाएंगी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका। समयबद्ध न्याय का आधार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
हम सभी सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि हमारे बीच हमारे राज्य के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय उपस्थित हैं। हम विनम्रतापूर्वक निवेदन करते हैं कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय मंच पर आएं और अपने प्रेरणादायक शब्दों से इस सभा को संबोधित करने की कृपा करें।
उत्तर प्रदेश इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फॉरेंसिक साइंस लखनऊ के तृतीय स्थापना दिवस के अवसर पर आयोजित इस 3 दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल समिट में आज के इस उद्घाटन कार्यक्रम में समारोह में उपस्थित उत्तर प्रदेश के पुलिस महानिदेशक श्री राजीव कृष्ण जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी आईटी भारत सरकार श्री अभिषेक सिंह जी, प्रमुख सचिव गृह उत्तर प्रदेश श्री संजय प्रसाद जी, प्रमुख सचिव आईटी एंड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स उत्तर प्रदेश श्री अनुराग यादव जी, अपर पुलिस महानिदेशक तकनीकी सेवाएं श्री नवीन अरोड़ा जी, डायरेक्टर उत्तर प्रदेश इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फॉरेंसिक साइंसेज डॉक्टर जी.के. गोस्वामी जी, 3 दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल समिट में उपस्थित इस न्यू एज टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़े हुए सभी हमारे विशेषज्ञगण, फैकल्टी मेंबर्स और इस प्रतिष्ठित संस्थान से जुड़े हुए सभी छात्र छात्राएं और उपस्थित अन्य सम्मानित अतिथि, मैं सबसे पहले उत्तर प्रदेश इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फॉरेंसिक साइंसेज के तृतीय स्थापना दिवस के अवसर पर संस्थान को हृदय से बधाई देता हूं और इस अवसर पर आयोजित इस 3 दिवसीय सेमिनार के लिए आप सभी का हृदय से अभिनंदन भी करता हूं। तीसरे सत्र में संस्थान में प्रवेश हुआ है और मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि आज यहां पर जब हम तीसरे स्थापना दिवस के अवसर पर यहां पर एकत्र हैं तो इंस्टीट्यूट अपना तीसरे सत्र को भी प्रारंभ कर चुका है। पिछले 2 वर्ष की उपलब्धि इस संस्थान के लिए आगे बढ़ने की एक सुदृढ़ नींव को प्रदान करता है। इस सेमिनार केवल आज की आवश्यकता नहीं, याद रखना जब भी भारतीय परंपरा में कोई मंथन हुआ है उससे कोई ना कोई अमृत जरूर निकला है और ये वैदिक कालखंड से परंपराएं चली आई हैं। भारत का जितना भी वैदिक और पौराणिक ज्ञान है ये किसी न किसी मंथन का परिणाम है। उस मंथन के परिणाम स्वरूप ही हम आज देश के अंदर 4 प्रमुख स्थानों पर कुंभ के आयोजन को देखते हैं। कुंभ के आयोजन वास्तव में भारत की ज्ञान की परंपरा, उत्तर, दक्षिण, पूर्व, पश्चिम, संपूर्ण भारत की ज्ञान की परंपरा के बारे में, भारत की ऋषि परंपरा, उस समय के जो आचार्यगण थे, उस समय के जो समाज की विद्वत शक्ति थी, इनके एकत्रीकरण के माध्यम से जो कुछ भी नया शोध हुआ है और नयापन आया है, उन सबको हम आदान प्रदान भी कर सकें और एक दूसरे के साथ उस चिंतन मनन के माध्यम से फिर उसको आने वाली पीढ़ी को दे सकें। लखनऊ में इस फॉरेंसिक इंस्टीट्यूट को बनाने के पीछे की भी मंशा हमारी यही थी, क्योंकि भारतीय संस्कृति इस बारे में, हमेशा इस बारे में आग्रही रही है कि आनो भद्रा कर्तवो यंतु विश्वत, यानी ज्ञान के लिए अपने चारों ओर के रास्ते खोले रखो। कहीं से भी कोई अच्छी चीज आती है, अच्छी बातें आती हैं, तो उसके लिए सभी दरवाजे आपके खुले होने चाहिए। आप बंद मत करिए। जब भी आप बंद करेंगे तो वो आपकी विकास की यात्रा को बाधित कर देगा, और विकास बाधित होगा, चिंतन मनन की परंपराएं बाधित होंगी, तो याद होगा कि वह नए संघर्ष को जन्म देगा, और नए संघर्ष को जन्म देने के बाद वह न केवल आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में अगर आप देखेंगे कि नकारात्मक ताकतें जब भी हावी हुई हैं, उसने मानवता के सामने एक नया संकट खड़ा किया है। आज से 3,500 वर्ष पहले इसी लखनऊ के बगल में नेमिसारण्य में जो सबसे बड़ी गोष्ठी हुई थी, उसमें 88 हजार विद्वानों ने ऋषि मुनि के रूप में भाग लिया था, और वह भारत की पौराणिक परंपरा में पुराणों के माध्यम से वह ज्ञान धरोहर के रूप में हम सबके सामने प्रस्तुत हुआ। और आज यहां पर इस 3 दिवसीय जिन महत्वपूर्ण विषयों को लेकर के यह सेमिनार आज यहां पर आयोजित हो रहा है, यह उसी परंपरा में आज की आवश्यकता के अनुसार हमें किन विषयों को लेकर के कार्य करना है, फॉरेंसिक साइंस की आज की आवश्यकता क्या है, साइबर फ्रॉड से बचने के लिए और नेशनल सिक्योरिटी में उसकी आवश्यकता को ध्यान में रख करके हम कैसे उन चुनौतियों को फेस कर सकते हैं, इन मुद्दों को लेकर के, या फिर उन ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी के और रोबोटिक के उसके लाभ और उसकी चुनौतियां क्या हैं, इन सभी मुद्दों पर यहां पर एक किसी नए मंथन को जन्म लेकर के आप वर्तमान की चुनौतियों के अनुरूप समाज को तैयार कर सकेंगे, ये मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं। और इसका लाभ न केवल देश की सबसे बड़ी आबादी के राज्य की जनता को, बल्कि यहां की पुलिस फोर्स को भी उसके अनुसार अपने आप को अपडेट करने में मदद मिलेगी। मुझे याद है जब हम आज यहां पर इन सभी मुद्दों पे चर्चा कर रहे हैं, यहां पे पुलिस महानिदेशक उत्तर प्रदेश, इस बारे में उन्होंने कहा भी कि फॉरेंसिक की स्थिति हमारी क्या थी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर। 2017 के पहले 4 फॉरेंसिक लैब थी, उनकी भी स्थिति जैसे तैसी थी। क्या कारण था कि कोई दुर्दांत माफिया अपराध कर रहा है। मेरी एक बार यहां पर उच्च न्यायालय से चर्चा चल रही थी। मैंने कहा यहां पे बताओ अपराध का जो सबसे पुराना मामला वो कितना पुराना है। तो मैं 2017-18 की बात कर रहा हूं, उन्होंने कहा कि 52 वर्ष पुराना। तो मैंने कहा ये तो मेरी उम्र से भी ज्यादा बड़ा है, यानी उतना पुराना अपराध हुआ है और उसको आज तक सजा नहीं हो पाई। सजा होने की कोई स्थिति भी नहीं थी, क्योंकि जब तक सैंपल कलेक्ट करके लैब में जाते थे और उसमें कई दशक लगते थे उसके परिणाम आने में, तब तक सैंपल खराब हो चुका होता था और अपराधी को कभी सजा नहीं मिलती थी, कभी नहीं मिलती थी। हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस ये केवल शासन के वक्तव्यों तक सीमित रह पाता था। अगर समय के अनुरूप शासन को तैयार किया होता अपने आप को, और इसीलिए हम लोगों ने इन पर पूरा ध्यान दिया, इन चीजों पर हम लोगों ने फोकस किया कि भी हर हाल में उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर हमारा प्रयास होना चाहिए कि 18 हमारे पास रेंज हैं, हर रेंज में एक ग्रेड की हमारे पास फॉरेंसिक लैब्स होनी चाहिए। हम लोगों ने 12 बना के तैयार कर ली हैं, 6 निर्माणाधीन है। और यही नहीं, जिन जनपदों में 3 नए कानून लागू होने के बाद, बीएनएस लागू होने के बाद जुलाई 2024 से हम लोगों ने इस बात को सुनिश्चित किया कि अब 7 वर्ष से ऊपर के हर एक अपराध में फॉरेंसिक साक्ष्य आवश्यक है। तो इसके लिए केवल एक घोषणा तक सीमित न हो, बल्कि हर जनपद में पहले ही हम एक मोबाइल फॉरेंसिक यूनिट पहले ही वहां दे चुके हैं, और आज हम 75 जनपदों के लिए 75 नई फॉरेंसिक यूनिट का यहां पे और भी यहां पे उसका शुभारंभ करने जा रहे हैं, उन्हें उपलब्ध करवाने जा रहे हैं। यानी ये लैब्स भी हैं, हम मोबाइल फॉरेंसिक यूनिट भी उनके यहां लैब के रूप में उन्हें उपलब्ध करवाने जा रहे हैं, जो घटना स्थल पर जाकर के साक्ष्य कलेक्ट कर सकें और अपराधी को सजा दिला सकें। साइबर अपराध में भी यही होता था। 2017 के पहले एक थाना था गौतम बुद्ध नगर जनपद में, लखनऊ में निर्माणाधीन था। आज उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर हम लोगों ने सभी 75 जनपदों में साइबर थाने की भी स्थापना की है। सभी 1587 थानों में एक साइबर हेल्प डेस्क भी दिया है। वहां पे मास्टर ट्रेनर भी उनके पास यहां से भेजे गए हैं कि जो हर जनपद में हर पुलिसकर्मी को इसके साथ दक्ष कर सके, उसकी ट्रेनिंग उसके साथ हो सके। यह भी कार्य किया गया, और अब तो प्रयास इस दिशा में हमारा चल रहा है कि हम बहुत शीघ्र एक साइबर मुख्यालय को ही बना करके, क्योंकि वर्तमान की इन चुनौतियों का सामना करने के लिए न केवल साइबर फ्रॉड को रोकने के लिए, बल्कि अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में आपने देखा होगा पूरा युद्ध ही साइबर युद्ध की तरफ जा चुका था। अब फाइटर प्लेन नहीं काम कर रहे थे, अब उससे भी आगे सोच करके हमें कार्य करना होगा। अब सुपरसोनिक मिसाइल या फिर कोई ऐसा ड्रोन जो इस चुनौती को सामना कर सके, वही इसमें उपयोगी हो सकता है। और आज इस देश से हम लोगों ने यहां पर देखा होगा कि यहां पे आज हम लोगों ने बहुत सारी चीजों का यहां पे उद्घाटन भी किया है। अभी यहां आने के पहले हम लोगों ने एडवांस डीएनए डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर का यहां पे उद्घाटन किया है। अब देखिए, यानी वर्ल्ड क्लास डीएनए डायग्नोस्टिक लैब यहां बनी हुई है, जो छात्र यहां पढ़ रहे हैं उनके लिए भी, और जो लोग यहां पे ट्रेनिंग करेंगे उनके लिए भी हम लोगों ने आज यहां पर इसका शुभारंभ किया है। इसके साथ ही यहां पे एआई, ड्रोन एंड रोबोटिक टेक्नोलॉजी की लैब का भी हम लोगों ने उद्घाटन किया है। आप देख सकते हैं वहां पे नैनो ड्रोन से लेकर के और 40 केजी तक का सामान ले जाकर के उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने की दिशा में उसका क्या उपयोग हो सकता है, उस प्रकार का भी ड्रोन यहां की लैब में आप देख सकते हैं। और पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री और जिनका कार्य क्षेत्र ये लखनऊ था, सरदार अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के नाम पर अटल लाइब्रेरी का भी आज हम लोगों ने शुभारंभ किया है, और यह वर्ष अटल जी की शताब्दी महोत्सव का वर्ष भी है। तो इस दिशा से तीनों कार्यों के लिए मैं संस्थान को हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। हमें इस दिशा में लगातार कार्य करना होगा, वर्तमान की चुनौतियों के अनुरूप अपने आप को तैयार करना होगा। मुझे याद है, अगर हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं होती, महाकुंभ अपनी सफलता की ऊंचाइयों को नहीं प्राप्त कर पाता। हम लोगों ने वहां पे बेहतर टेक्नोलॉजी का बेहतर उपयोग किया। हर जनपद में भी हम लोगों ने इसका बेहतर उपयोग किया है। आज भी उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस इस दिशा में कार्य कर रही है। अब हम लोग इसका इंतजार नहीं करते हैं कि कोई व्यक्ति अपराध कर लिया है तो हम हाथ पे हाथ धरे बैठेंगे, ऐसा नहीं होता है। और यही कारण है कि जिस उत्तर प्रदेश में पहले अपराधी अपराध कर लेता था, अब वो अगर अपराध किया है तो उसको अगले 24 से 48 घंटे के अंदर पुलिस के हाथ में उसको लगना ही लगना है, वो कहीं जा नहीं सकता है। और यह स्थिति आज उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस ने विकसित कर ली है और उसी का परिणाम है कि उत्तर प्रदेश सुरक्षा के इन मानकों को तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ा रहा है। हमें समय के अनुरूप अपने आप को तैयार करना होगा। समाज की जो डिमांड है उसके अनुरूप हमें चलना होगा। अगर हम नहीं चलेंगे तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हमारे सामने स्वयं के अस्तित्व का संकट खड़ा होगा। अब उस समय गया जब उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस भागती थी और पीछे से अपराधी या कोई दुर्दांत माफिया उसको दौड़ाता था। अब उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस का नाम सुन करके, उत्तर प्रदेश की पुलिस की कार्यपद्धति को देख करके, उसके द्वारा टेक्नोलॉजी का बेहतर उपयोग करने का परिणाम है कि अब अपराधी नाम सुनकर के भागता है। उसके मन में एक भय होता है, उसके मन में कानून का भय भी है और उसके मन में जीरो टॉलरेंस की उस नीति का भय भी है जो उसको कानून के दायरे में ला करके सजा दिलाने में सहायक होता है। और जब तक यह भय नहीं होगा, एक कॉमन मैन के मन में विश्वास नहीं आप पैदा कर सकते। उसको पैदा करना है तो उसके लिए आपको अपने आप को तैयार करना होगा। और मैं इस बात के लिए धन्यवाद दूंगा उत्तर प्रदेश का जो हमारा ये इंस्टीट्यूट है, इसकी स्थापना, यानी आपके सामने बड़ी विचित्र सी स्थिति होगी। ये उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के नाम पे ये लैंड थी और इस लैंड पर लखनऊ का एक भूमाफिया कब्जा कर लिया था, किसी को पता ही नहीं था। और तो मेरे पास उस समय के डीजीपी आए, उन्होंने कहा कि यूपी पुलिस की लैंड पर एक भूमाफिया कब्जा कर लिया है और वह काफी सत्ता के नजदीक रहा है। तो मैंने कहा फिर हाथ पे हाथ धरे क्यों बैठे, उसकी पूरी फाइल थोड़ा मुझे उपलब्ध कराओ। पूरी फाइल आई, मैंने देखा, हमने अपनी कार्रवाई को आगे बढ़ाया। मामला चला, पुलिस के पक्ष में जब ऑर्डर हुआ तो हाई कोर्ट गया। हम लोगों ने उससे पहले एफआईआर लॉन्च किया था और फिर कार्रवाई जब प्रारंभ हुई तो सामने उसने हथियार डाले। उसने कहा साहब मैं पूरी लैंड को यूपी पुलिस को वापस करना चाहता हूं। हमने कहा ये तुम्हारी कृपा नहीं है, तुम्हें तो करना ही होगा देर सवेर। और वह अंततः यूपी पुलिस के नाम पे आया और आज आप देख रहे होंगे इतना प्रतिष्ठित संस्थान ये बन चुका है। अब यहां पे अलग अलग कोर्सेज चल रहे हैं। इसको अभी एफिलेट किया गया है, जो हमारा नेशनल फॉरेंसिक इंस्टीट्यूट यूनिवर्सिटी है अहमदाबाद गांधीनगर में, वहां से एफिलेटेड है और बेहतरीन तरीके से विश्वविद्यालय के साथ बेहतरीन तालमेल के साथ यह इंस्टीट्यूट आज यहां पे संचालित है, अपने लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने को अग्रसर है। और मेरा मानना है उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस बल को और उसकी विभिन्न शाखाओं को निरंतर यहां पर ट्रेनिंग लेने के साथ ही इस टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ अपने आप को अपडेट करना होगा, चाहे वह आज के समय में फॉरेंसिक से जुड़ी हुई हो, साइबर से जुड़ी हुई हो, आईटी या फिर इस फील्ड से जुड़ी हुई, एआई से जुड़ी हुई हो, रोबोटिक्स से जुड़ी हुई हो या ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़ी हुई, इन सब से जुड़ी हुई इन सभी को हमें अपने आप को तैयार करना होगा। याद रखना, बहुत जितना आसान टेक्नोलॉजी ने जीवन को बनाया है, उतनी ही बड़ी चुनौती हमारे सामने टेक्नोलॉजी ने दी भी है। हमें उस चुनौती के लिए और नकारात्मक ताकतों के द्वारा मानवता के सामने, एक सामान्य नागरिक के सामने और समाज की सज्जन शक्ति के सामने सुरक्षा के लिए और उनके अस्तित्व के लिए जो चुनौती खड़ी की जाती है, टेक्नोलॉजी से ही हमें उसका समाधान का मार्ग भी अपनाना पड़ेगा। अगर हम उसको समय रहते अपनाएंगे तो हम अपने उन कर्तव्यों का निर्वहन ईमानदारी पूर्वक कर पा रहे हैं जिसके लिए ये सेवाएं प्रदान की गई हैं और भारतीय संविधान ने ताकत आपके हाथ में दी है। अगर हम नहीं कर पाएंगे, आने वाली पीढ़ियां हमें कोसेंगी। उसलिए कोसने के लिए नहीं, बल्कि लोगों का श्रेय और आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करने के लिए जीवन जिया जाता है। और उस उद्देश्य से यह इंस्टीट्यूट उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस और उत्तर प्रदेश के साथ ही अपनी वर्तमान पीढ़ी को आगे बढ़ने के लिए और उन न्यू एज टेक्नोलॉजी और कोर्सेज के साथ जोड़ रही है, जो आज की आवश्यकता है और भविष्य के विकसित भारत की आधारशिला बनेगी। उस विकसित भारत के, विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश के इस 3 दिवसीय सेमिनार में मैं एक बार फिर से इस पूरे सेमिनार के प्रति अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आप सभी का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं और विश्वास करता हूं कि आप इन सभी तीनों क्षेत्रों में जो हमारी वर्तमान की चुनौती है, इन चुनौतियों को सफलतापूर्वक मुकाबला करने के लिए अपने अनुभव का लाभ देंगे और यहां के छात्रों को भी और इस फील्ड के विशेषज्ञों को भी अपने अनुभव से लाभान्वित करेंगे। आप सबके प्रति मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, आपके प्रेरणादायक शब्दों के लिए हम सब हृदय से आभारी हैं। अब हम हमारे संस्थान के संस्थापक निदेशक सर से विनम्रता पूर्वक निवेदन करते हैं कि वह माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय को एक स्मृति चिन्ह सप्रेम भेंट करें।
निदेशक महोदय का हार्दिक धन्यवाद। हम निदेशक महोदय से पुनः अनुरोध करते हैं कि वह अन्य सम्मानित अतिथिगण को भी स्मृति चिन्ह सप्रेम भेंट करने की कृपा करें। पुलिस महानिदेशक उत्तर प्रदेश श्री राजीव कृष्णा सर, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मीटी भारत सरकार श्री अभिषेक सिंह सर, प्रमुख सचिव गृह विभाग श्री संजय प्रसाद सर, प्रमुख सचिव आईटी एवं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स विभाग श्री अनुराग यादव सर,
निदेशक महोदय का हृदय से धन्यवाद व आभार। हम अपर पुलिस महानिदेशक तकनीकी सेवाएं श्री नवीन अरोरा सर से विनम्र अनुरोध करते हैं कि वह धन्यवाद ज्ञापन प्रस्तुत करने की कृपा करें।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। हर निशान, हर सुराग सुलझाता है अपराध का हर राज। यह सर्वविदित है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का विशेष अनुराग पुलिस एवं फोरेंसिक विभाग पर सदैव रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश में 4 से 12 लैब्स की स्थापना, 6 नई लैब का प्रक्रियाधीन होना, 75 मोबाइल फोरेंसिक वैन्स की उपलब्धता, आवश्यक बजट, उपकरणों, संसाधनों की उपलब्धता, SIFS का गठन, विस्तार, सुविधाएं, नवोन्मेष, सभी जगह आपकी स्पष्ट छाप दिखाई देती है। मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के उद्घाटन एवं मोबाइल फोरेंसिक वैन के फ्लैग ऑफ कार्यक्रम में अपने व्यस्ततम समय के बावजूद अपनी मजबूत उपस्थिति दर्ज कराने एवं उनके आशीर्वचन के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। मुख्यमंत्री जी के प्रमुख सचिव एवं प्रमुख सचिव गृह श्री संजय प्रसाद जी का भी आभारी हूं, जिनके प्रयासों से बजट आवंटन, क्रय प्रक्रिया और संसाधन शीघ्र उपलब्ध होते रहे हैं। मैं विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं डीजीपी यूपी श्री राजीव कृष्णा जी का, जिनका स्नेह, मार्गदर्शन एवं व्यावसायिक दृष्टिकोण सदैव प्राप्त होता है। वे FSL के आधुनिकीकरण एवं प्रदर्शनों के शीघ्र निस्तारण हेतु पूर्णतः प्रयासरत हैं। मैं आभारी हूं मीटी से आए श्री अभिषेक सिंह जी का और यूपी के IT डिपार्टमेंट के श्री अनुराग यादव जी का, जिनकी लगातार व्यावसायिक दक्षता का लाभ हमें और उत्तर प्रदेश को मिल रहा है। UPSIFS के संस्थापक निदेशक डॉक्टर GK गोस्वामी एवं उनकी टीम का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिनके अनथक परिश्रम से यह 3 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शिखर सम्मेलन मूर्त रूप ले पाया। देश विदेश से प्रतिभाग कर रहे विभिन्न अतिथियों, शिक्षकों, बच्चों का भी मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। जहां अपराध गंभीर हों, वहां साक्ष्य वैज्ञानिक हों। मैं तकनीकी सेवा मुख्यालय व एफएसएल के समस्त पदाधिकारियों वैज्ञानिकों का भी धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं, जो अंधेरे में उजाले की तलाश कर क्राइम सीन के मौन में भी सच्चाई की आवाज सुनते हैं। सुरक्षित उत्तर प्रदेश, सशक्त उत्तर प्रदेश की माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की परिकल्पना को साकार करने में जुटे सभी पुलिस, प्रशासनिक, एफएसएल मशीनरी और यहां आगंतुक सभी गणमान्य नागरिकों का धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हुए हमें कृतार्थ करने हेतु माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को हृदय की गहराइयों से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। जय हिंद।
महोदय, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब हम आप सभी से विनम्र निवेदन करते हैं कि राष्ट्रगान हेतु अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
वर्तमान में राज्य के समस्त 75 जनपदों व कमिश्नरेट्स में उपलब्ध एक एक मोबाइल फॉरेंसिक वैन्स के अतिरिक्त फील्ड यूनिट्स को सुदृढ़ किए जाने हेतु उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार द्वारा अत्याधुनिक उपकरणों एवं किट्स से सुसज्जित अतिरिक्त 75 मोबाइल फॉरेंसिक वैन्स को प्रदान करने का निर्णय लिया गया है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के कर कमलों द्वारा आज 75 मोबाइल फॉरेंसिक वैन्स का फ्लैग ऑफ कार्यक्रम इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हमारा राज्य तकनीक, न्याय और सुरक्षा की दिशा में निरंतर प्रगति कर रहा है।
कृपया अपने स्थान पर यथावत बने रहें। एक अद्भुत और धैर्यवान श्रोता होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। हम आपसे सभागार की गरिमा बनाए रखने का अनुरोध करते हैं। आपको आगामी सत्र के बारे में जल्द ही सूचित किया जाएगा।
कृपया अपने स्थान पर यथावत बने रहें।
Please stay at your places and do not create chaos. We request you to stay at your places.